suspended from a pivot that can move freely. They can move freely. 215-263-WMMR. We go to Alex and see if we can get an answer. Yo, Alex, good morning.
Good morning. How you doing?
Good, buddy. All right, so what do you call that weight suspended from a pivot that can move freely?
It's a pendulum.
A pendulum. That is correct. Hang on, Alex. You just got yourself a pair of tickets, actually a 4-pack of tickets, for the 12th annual Wildwood Tattoo Beach Bash. It is this weekend. Starts today, goes through Sunday. And it's at the Wildwoods Convention Center. And it's 400 of the world's best tattoo artists as they are coming to Wildwood. What was the music?
Okay.
It was from Friends.
I hit the...
To tattoo you can visit villainarts.com for details. I just heard this.
No, I hit the wrong button.
It was beautifully lush and orchestral.
Yeah, I meant to hit this.
Okay.
And for some reason, I hit this. And so it was playing.
What is this?
It's September morn, but it's...
It's instrumental?
Yeah, it's...
A lot of his.
Yeah, but I'm not hearing the melody at all.
It'll come in a second, I guess.
Why do you have that?
I
don't
never
know why you
loaded
have
this.
that in the instant replay.
Yeah, this instant replay came preloaded 17 years ago.
Oh, this is one of our sound effect units.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Sorry
hang
about
on.
that.
Hang on. Wait. There it is. That's the September morn. I needed to hear it. There's no way we're going to go through until we heard the actual melody. All right, kill it.
Kill it.
All right, I have lots of stories to get to. What?
I don't know. I just heard Stevie yell "kill it," and it just reminded me of the
From
thing
yesterday. All right.
All right, listen. This is a pretty heavy story to
Okay.
begin with, and we will open up with this Anne Heche story. She's officially, according to her friends and family, she's officially declared brain dead and is going to be taken off of life support after suffering a brain injury after the fiery LA car crash. So she's not going to make it, they're saying.
That's crazy that she was sitting up, like you said. I guess that was some sort of like shock. or
Kathy, that's
whatever.
exactly what I was thinking, because after it took about, from what I understand, and reports are not exact, but between 30 and 45 minutes to get her out of that vehicle, because she was really trapped in there. And what Kathy's referring to is as they were taking her out on the gurney, she's laying down and covered, and she sits up.
And that's the picture that's
Yeah.
out there. So you think, okay, all right, she's sitting
okay,
up.
yeah.
She's going to
Right.
be okay.
Yeah. She is still in a coma in critical condition. They say she will stay on a ventilator to determine whether any of her remaining organs are viable to be donated per her wishes. She's been hospitalized at the Grossman Burn Center at West Hills Hospital north of Los Angeles and had suffered a severe anoxic brain injury in the crash, according to a statement released Thursday night on behalf of her family and friends. Such an injury is caused by a sustained lack of oxygen to the brain.
I was like, I got like sad. I was like, God, this is such a sad story. And it's not like I'm a huge Anne Heche fan or anything
I
like
know.
that. It's just sad that this is how she's going out.
Well, initially you thought, okay, this is a horrible thing. And clearly we don't know what the story is. It appears that alcohol and perhaps other stuff might have been involved in her reckless driving. But you figured, okay, we can take care of that after the fact. She survived this miraculous thing. How did she even survive? And now we realize, no, she won't.
Representative for her loved one said, "We want to thank everyone for their kind wishes and prayers in Anne's recovery, for Anne's recovery, and thank the dedicated staff and wonderful nurses that cared for her. Unfortunately, due to her accident, she suffered a severe anoxic brain injury and remains in a coma in critical condition. She is not expected to survive." They added that it has long been her choice to be an organ donor, so Heche will be kept on life support until medics are able to confirm whether she has any viable organs to donate. The statement continued saying, "Anne had a huge heart and touched everyone that she met with her generous spirit. More than her extraordinary talent, she saw spreading kindness and joy as her life's work, especially moving the needle for acceptance of who you love. And she will be remembered for her courageous honesty and dearly missed for her life."
How old is she?
53. She was last reported still in a coma, fighting for her life in, quote, the worst state you can imagine. She had crashed into the car. They said she was doing somewhere near 90 miles an hour, and they had tested her blood, and it had come back positive for cocaine. I don't know about the alcohol. They saw the bottle in there, but they definitely said that the toxicology revealed that she had some cocaine in her system.
So they said that the air was so superheated in the car that she was incinerating her lungs as she was attempting to breathe. And all these things were happening at once. The footage just played here in the studio from one of the aerial shots where she actually sat up. That's what made us believe, oh, my God, how did she survive this?
Yep.
But, Anne Heche, you remember when Ellen came out, Anne Heche was her girlfriend at the time. Yeah.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
That was the high-profile girlfriend that Ellen DeGeneres was out in public with.
Yep,
Here's the
absolutely.
footage. It's running here in the studio. You see, she sits up, and they kind of, push her back down to...
Yeah, she like frantically gets up as if she wants to doesn't want to get in the ambulance or whatever. So who knows what's going on at that point? Your body's in some kind of shock.
Right.
So that's terrible news. Okay, let's move on to something a little lighter.
We need it.
A little bit more nice. Angelina Jolie's 17-year-old daughter, Zahara, is officially a college freshman. Wow. The Maleficent star dropped her daughter off at Spelman College Thursday. Photos posted on Instagram by the school's vice president of student affairs show the actress discussing the milestone moment. She said in the clip, "I'm going to start crying if I talk about today."
And I can cry.
I haven't started crying yet, so hopefully I can hold it together.
My tear ducts were removed during one of my surgeries. Is Zahara one of the kids that she had herself, or one of the
No,
adopted?
she was adopted.
I believe she's adopted,
Okay.
yeah. So, but they have what, 7 kids or
I
something
believe
like
so.
that?
Yeah.
So,
That worked out well. With Brad
So
Pitt.
off the college, and there are people that can relate to that right now.
Yes,
they're
right.
sending their kids off as freshmen to college, and that's a big, scary, and proud moment for a lot of people. So. Lawsuits from disgruntled investors are beginning to stack up after crypto prices plummeted over the past few months, leaving them with steep losses, and billionaire Mark Cuban is the latest celebrity on the receiving end of investor ire. A group of Voyager digital customers filed a class action suit in Florida federal court against Cuban, as well as Dallas Mavericks, alleging their promotion of the crypto platform resulted in more than 3.5 million investors losing $5 billion collectively.
Oh, man.
And they're calling it a Ponzi scheme. They're kind of equating it to that.
I heard there was a guy sort of explaining the environment in OKC. You've dipped your toe into this a little bit. That it still has all the feel of the Wild West. That there's really you can flirt with it, but don't go too crazy right now because it's still very volatile.
Right. Yes. You want to be. There are other ways to invest your money.
Right.
that are a little bit more reliable. And hey, you may hit the jackpot, but you may lose everything.
Right.
Yeah.
On these types of investments right now.
I mean, honestly, people who had money in 401ks have lost a ton in the last couple of months too. You know what I mean? And that's not crypto. It's just the market. But yeah, this is untapped. I had talked to this is an entertainment break. We'll break up into discussion groups during the commercial break, and we can talk about this.
With Casey Foster. Crypto Superman's dog.
Voyager, a New Jersey-based crypto firm, filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy in July following a crash in crypto prices that investigated a liquidity crunch on the platform.
That sounds delicious.
Liquidity crunch.
Is that a liquidity crunch? Can I have a bite?
What are you having for breakfast?
A liquidity crunch.
Yeah. The firm is one of the many that got burned after loaning money, in Voyager's case, worth $600 million, to hedge fund Three Arrows Capital, which is 3AC. They declared bankruptcy in the wake of the Terra collapse, triggering a domino effect throughout the crypto market when the hedge fund defaulted on more than $3.5 billion worth of obligations to its lenders. Anyhow,
I put my money in my mattress.
the plaintiffs in the suit against Cuban described Voyager as an unregulated and unsustainable fraud similar to other Ponzi schemes.
Well, here's the deal. The same thing that a lot of the detractors say about crypto is what is so inviting to other people, that it's not regulated in the ways that they don't want it to. So we'll see how it plays. I think there is a future in it, certainly. It's not going anywhere. But you remember, for a brief period, Tesla, you could purchase a Tesla with crypto, and then they stopped that.
Right. So we'll see where else this goes. Hilaria Baldwin poked some fun at the rumors that her baby bump isn't real. She said in her Instagram stories Wednesday...
That baby bump is real.
Real.
She said, it kind of looks fake, like I ate a ball. And I guess the psycho conspiracy theories online with way too much time on their hands have somewhat of a point here.
You bet your ass she ate a ball.
She's currently expecting her 7th child with Alec Baldwin. Wow.
So how old is Alec Baldwin at this point?
That's a good question.
He's in his...
Mid-60s, I would think. Mid to late.
Late 50s.
So he's
Late 50s?
I think he's 59.
No, he's in his
I think he's
64.
64. I was thinking he was 64.
Yeah.
Still cranking them out.
Heidi Klum recently told E's Daily Pop that her 32-year-old husband keeps her young.
Of course he does.
She joked with the outlet, "I suck his young blood."
Oh, my God.
Not what I thought you were going to say.
I know. I suck his young fill in the blank.
Blood is how Germans say penis.
But she said, like a vampire. That's what I do. The 49-year-old model added, "I feel like we're never going to be as young as we are right now, so we might as well live right now."
She says all the right things.
So that's what she's doing. Ben Affleck is annoyed at paparazzi for following him and Jennifer Lopez around on their honeymoon. A source told Page 6 Thursday, Ben was a little freaked out in Paris. They said this was a whole new level, an almost Princess Diana level.
Oh.
I could see that.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. The insider added, Jen's made out of steel and knows that it comes with the territory, but
Tell me, are you made out of steel? You will be.
But apparently he still gets pissed off.
I still get pissed off.
So she's a little more used to it than he is, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, they're
I
listening.
need you to stop talking and listen.
Bill?
I need you to stop talking and listen to me.
Batman Bill?
Yeah, Batman Bill.
I like that.
Bat Bill.
So anyhow, yeah, I would imagine, and especially,
I'm sorry, you're low-hanging fruit.
and especially in Paris, that they would be following them around nonstop. So.
You come into Gotham City like some Susie cream cheese. Like you're some kind of homyuncle.
Yeah. Third leg of the stool.
Barn door.
Yep. Robin Williams' son paid tribute to his father on the 8th anniversary of his death. Zach Williams wrote on Twitter Thursday, "Dad, on the 8th anniversary of your passing, I'm remembering how incredibly kind and joyful you were. I deeply miss you, you wonderful, hairy man, and we'll be celebrating your life today."
He was inordinately hairy.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
And he would even talk about it for roles, how they would have to keep, on some roles in particular, shaving his arms because when he would wear like just like sleeves on shirts, you'd see these tufts of hair puffing out from under the sleeves.
He had hairy knuckles.
Hairy knuckles, too.
Yep. But he wrote, "Love you so much." Robin died by suicide on August 11th, 2014. He was 63. He had undiagnosed Lewy body disease, and it was driving him crazy.
It's horrible that a guy who was responsible for that much joy ended up tormented.
Yep. Emma Thompson has added her 2 cents to the conversation about intimacy coordinators in Hollywood, calling them fantastically important. In a recent interview with the Times London Sunday magazine, Game of Thrones actor Sean Bean had criticized intimacy coordinators on set, saying they kind of spoil the spontaneity of filming intimate scenes. When asked about his comments, Thompson said that the role often makes actors feel comfortable and safe. The Oscar winner added, "And no, you can't just let it flow. There's a camera. There's a camera there and a crew, and it's not your own and it's not on your own in a hotel room. You're surrounded by a bunch of blokes carrying things, so it's not a comfortable situation. Full stop." So I don't know who the actor was, but maybe he had an intimacy coordinator accidentally at home. She said. So.
I think it would be. I think I would having someone there that would be your conduit or your advocate would make sense.
Yeah,
I mean,
I think
you're kind of very open, you know.
Hey, who's your favorite Emma? Emma Watson, Emma Stone, Emma Thompson, or Emma Roberts?
Run that by me again.
Emma Stone,
Yeah, she's
Emma
great.
Thompson, who this story's about. Emma Watson, Hermione, and then Emma Roberts. Julia's.
I got to go with probably Emma Watson.
I think so too.
And now you're just talking on a purely
person.
Okay.
I think.
I'm Emma Stone.
Emma Stone?
All the way.
I'm kind of Emma Stone, though I do see the Emma Watson of the Harry Potter stuff.
You think Emma Stone because of La La Land?
I do.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah,
All
I
right.
do.
That's why I had to weigh it for a moment, but there's something just delightful about Emma Watson.
Yeah.
Well, Beauty and the Beast.
Yeah.
And besides the Harry, I'm a sucker for that live action Beauty and the Beast.
And the Harry Potter 25th anniversary special
Yes.
It was excellent.
Oh, fantastic. She was wonderful. That, but Emma Stone,
She was lovely.
she's so lovely.
Lovely.
Yeah, Emma Stone's pretty awesome
She's
too.
great, too.
La La Land
La
is
La Land.
fantastic.
It's
Yep.
4 good Emmas, right? Like it's 4 solid Emmas.
Let's right now do the opening number from La La Land.
We're probably missing a few other great Emmas that I can't think of right now.
I had a cat named Emma.
Oh,
Really?
cute.
And where would you weigh her in with these?
5th.
Okay.
Jeez, as well.
Well, she was cranky.
What a pet owner.
Trapped in a box. Crying out loud. That's just not. That's not normal. All right, so ABC will celebrate the 25th anniversary of Rodgers and Hammerstein's Cinderella with a 2020 news special, cast reunion, and a presentation of the film.
Oh, that's a lot of shows I have to miss.
Cinderella, the reunion, a special edition, airs on ABC on Tuesday, August 23rd, starting at 8 p.m. We'll stream the next day on Hulu. The reunion features Brandy, Whoopi Goldberg, Victor Garber.
Oh, my God.
That's Whoopi.
Yeah.
Victor Garber, Bernadette Peters, Jason Alexander, and Vienna Cox. So, what is this?
It's very dumb.
Rodgers and Hammerstein's Cinderella. There was 25 years ago they did this. Was this live on TV or?
I have no effing idea.
I don't know.
And I'm pretty tied into this stuff. You know me. I'm all about Cinderella.
Okay. Michael Jackson's estate and Sony. And Sony Music say that they have reached a settlement to end a years-long lawsuit that claimed that they violated false advertising laws by releasing a posthumous album featuring songs sung by a Michael Jackson impersonator. Remember
I remember this story.
we talked about this.
You reported on it like 3 or 4 weeks ago.
A month after pulling the disputed track.
I'm using a little processing.
Michael's here via a medium, a spirit.
I'm coming in. It's called Afterlife Zoom.
ALZ.
Can you see me?
I can see you.
Oh, good.
You look pretty good.
Let's share screens.
Okay. A month after pulling the disputed tracks off streaming platforms, Sony and the estate
We
said...
listened to the songs and we couldn't quite tell where I ended and the imposter began, correct?
They said, Wednesday that both... Wait, we're dialing into his Zoom.
Hello. Afterlife to Earth. Michael Jackson reporting. I was here talking to the Sultan of SWAT.
Hey, Bruce,
Yeah.
you guys are friends?
We're palling around now.
Yeah.
He likes to party,
Yeah, okay. I didn't know that.
and he has a son.
Stop it. So anyhow, they agreed that they and the plaintiffs had agreed to formally end the lawsuit. The deal came as the two sides...
Take me out to the ball game.
They were awaiting decision by the California Supreme Court, which heard arguments on the case in May.
Yeah, that was a weird thing that was put out there. Whoever they got to do the singing like Michael was good.
Vera Sirova, the woman who filed the lawsuit over the Michael tracks, confirmed that the case had been amicably resolved but declined to comment further. Neither side provided any details on the terms of the agreement, including whether any money exchanged hands or what would happen to the disputed songs in the future. As soon as Michael was released a year after his death, Michael was the name of the album, fans and even some family members questioned whether 3 of his tracks, Monster, Keep Your Head Up, and Breaking News, were actually sung by the King of Pop himself. And the songs were produced and recorded by Jackson's friend Eddie Cascio, who made assurances that it was Jackson behind the microphone. But they've reached some kind of a settlement.
What's going on with the rest of the family? You never hear about the mom anymore, right?
Catherine?
That's a cardboard sandwich queen.
Yeah, you never hear about her or Joe died.
Joe
right?
died, yeah.
Oh, we did?
Yeah.
Yes.
But nothing about Jermaine or Tito or
Rebe.
Jackie or any of those.
Right, there's a Rebe Jackson, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and LaToya.
Right.
Janet. Janet, you hear about every now and
Millard.
then. Millard Jackson.
Oliver.
Andrew.
They just really like
this is-
Millard.
This is Tito, Marlon, Michael, Millard.
Millard was always my favorite.
What's up, Mill?
He's named after a former president.
Millard Fillmore?
Yeah.
There's a Millard Jackson who's a keyboardist.
Okay.
there you go.
All right.
MillardJackson.com.
Word.
That's not too far.
The name of his band is Cool Mist. It's a good name for a
Well,
band.
that's actually good.
Yeah. So look him up.
All right. What else do I have here for you? Kim Kardashian. We almost got out of
Holy
this.
Christ.
Well, she can't party like she used to.
Oh, wow.
The mom of 4 was filmed choking on a shot of tequila while partying on a yacht in celebration of Kylie's 25th birthday.
Oh, man.
Now, I didn't see this, but apparently she can be heard calling the shot so effing nasty after she spit it.
Oh my God.
She spit it out into a nearby
It's
glass.
the first time she's done that.
Yeah.
So Odd Sharks came up with her new boyfriend, the odds for who her new boyfriend is going to be.
And who did they predict?
And so they actually, so Pete Davidson was next. The first was Van Jones.
Van Jones has long been rumored to be a potential.
As a matter of fact, I thought, before Pete, he was going to be next in line.
Who's Van Jones?
He's a political commentator. You'll find him on CNN, right? He's a pundit and kind of a long history in politics and advocacy.
Yeah.
I like that Donald Trump is plus 20,000. But Steve, you know who's plus 10,000?
Oh,
Johnny Depp.
Johnny Depp. Wow.
No, I don't see that.
All right, there's Eminem, Michael B. Jordan, Drake.
Al Roker?
No, Harry Styles, Chris Evans, Jamie Foxx, Nick Cannon, Ray J.
Again?
And then Pete Davidson and Van Jones. Yeah, so these are the odds. It's odds shark. Is that an odds?
Yeah.
Okay.
Apparently, Van Jones helped her also with a lot of her legal studies.
Yeah, helped her become a lawyer.
Right.
Okay. So we saw some text about this yesterday and couldn't really find it immediately, but Tommy Lee gave fans something to look at early yesterday morning on social media. He posted a full frontal nude picture of himself seemingly raised up out of the bathtub on Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter with the caption, "Oops." That's what he wrote. Now, I haven't seen it.
I saw it.
It's been deleted on Instagram and Facebook, but it was on Twitter at press time.
When I saw it, the unit was blurred. But I was like,
it is?
Yeah. I don't know if an actual unblurred picture exists, but we saw that dong so much when that video came out.
That's what I was thinking. I'm like, I've seen it.
Yeah,
I've seen it a
many
few
times.
And
Yeah.
so, well, you can see it pretty good in this particular picture. And yeah, he's still got a big one. Oh, stop it with that, dude. We know you got a big Johnson, okay?
Yeah.
You know?
He's thirsty, Press.
Totally.
Yeah,
He's parched.
Yeah.
All right. So, anyhow, according to Loudwire, 1.4 million followers saw the picture and or commented on it before it was removed from Instagram at 8 a.m. yesterday.
Yeah. So, right, that should have kicked in that algorithm immediately.
Yeah, you'd think so.
How does that happen?
Well, I'm sorry. What platform is that on?
Instagram.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah. They
right? They're really.
In fact, they would probably
ban
suspend
him.
For that, at least for a certain amount of time. Wow.
But it's still up on Twitter.
Yeah, Twitter allows pretty much everything.
Everything. Care.
Yep. All right, this is a bit of a sad story, but Ferris Bueller star Edie McClurg.
Yes.
She played the principal's assistant.
He's one righteous dude.
And she's been in a bunch of movies.
Planes, Trains, Automobiles.
Back to School.
Yeah.
She suffers from dementia, and her legal team is fighting to get a man who has been living with her out of her home.
Oh, wow.
In documents that were filed on Tuesday as a request for a temporary restraining order, lawyers said Michael Ramos claims to be McClug's longtime friend and was able to integrate himself into her life while she was battling dementia. Her team wrote that Ramos is unemployed and was able to finagle his way into her home, even though he has never paid any rent or expenses.
She was part of that, the collective, I don't know if it was the Groundlings or the same sort of group that produced Phil Hartman.
Yeah, she goes
a lot of that Pee Wee camp.
Yeah, she was she was in one of the Cheech and Chong movies.
Yes.
It might have been, maybe it was the second movie. But so, and that group, like Pee Wee Herman was in that group.
They were all in that collective and super talented, always very funny. A funny comedy writer herself.
Yeah, she was the neighbor in Valerie's family, and then the Hogan family.
Right.
Yeah, in fact, they suspected that she's the one who started the fire that killed Valerie.
Yeah. The complaint claims that Ramos tried to take McClurg, who is under conservatorship, out of the state of California in order to, quote, marry her when he knew she lacked capacity. A 2019 court order mandated Ramos not to go through with the nuptials, but allowed him to keep living with her. The complaint says that the two have never been romantically involved and that a caretaker from McClurg filed a criminal complaint against Ramos that accused him of assaulting her in her home on more than one occasion. Per the complaint, the caretaker also reported that she is concerned that Ramos either has been or may be currently assaulting her in a similar manner.
It's no way to live.
And they've given her diagnosis of dementia. She may not even realize that it has been occurring. So the complaint goes on to say that even if Ramos is not abusing her, his presence is causing severe emotional distress and mental suffering. Ramos' lawyer denied that he was abusive to the caretaker or McClug. So, yeah, they're trying to get this guy out of there. I don't know what the status is of this right now, but
There are people-
it's underway right now.
There are people that are that live in the periphery or on the periphery of the Hollywood scene and sort of wait for situations like this to present themselves.
Yeah, you're right. It's terrible. Horrible people.
She was the neighbor on Small Wonder, too.
Was she?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, Casey, she played that role
Harriet's
more than one. I don't know. No, she was like the nosy neighbor.
Yeah. Well, Harriet was the annoying little girl. I wasn't
Oh,
sure.
perhaps you're right. Yeah.
All right, and then one more thing, and then we'll move on. Mary Herron's Dollyland, with Ben Kingsley playing the surrealist painter Salvador Dali, will close the 47th Toronto Film Festival with a world premiere on September 17th. Canadian director Herron, best known for American Psycho and I Shot Andy Warhol, will host Kingsley and her film's cast. Dollyland tells the story of Dali's later years and of his marriage to his domineering wife and muse, Gala, as their seemingly unshakable bond begins to stress and fracture. Set in New York and Spain in 1973, Dollyland is told through the eyes of James, young assistant, keen to make his name in the art world and who helps the eccentric and mercurial Dali prepare for a big gallery show. I'm fascinated by Salvador Dali.
Absolutely. You heard about the proposed amusement park, right? Salvador Dollywood?
No.
Yeah.
Dollywood.
It's going to be great.
That's perfect. I've been to there's a Dali museum in St. Petersburg, Florida. Apparently he loved that area.
Yeah.
And a lot of his masterworks are actually there, and I got to see them in person. It's pretty impressive
We
stuff.
have one of those Prince Plus, the time, the clocks.
The melting clocks.
Melting clocks, yeah.
Yep.
Was it? When did he die?
That's a good question.
1989.
Okay.
Right after Small Wonder.
Yeah, because there was somebody who on Twitter he goes, I find it like it's just sort of unfathomable that to think that Salvador Dali saw the movie Predator.
Do we have verification that he saw it, or he was just alive when it was
He
out?
was alive when it was out, and then it was very possible.
to paint the cast of Small Wonder.
Oh, my God. That's funny.
Vicky's very strong.
All right, we got movies open. It's a Friday. It's a No Sad Bro, Pepples. All right, we'll start with Max and Rita, comedy starring Diane Keaton, Taylor Page, and Simon Rex. When 30-year-old self-proclaimed homebody Mac Martin reluctantly joins a Palm Springs bachelorette trip for her best friend Carla, her inner 70-year-old is released, literally. The frustrated writer and influencer magically transforms into her future self, Aunt Rita. Freed from the constraints of other people's expectations, Rita comes into her own, becoming an unlikely social media sensation, and sparks a tentative romance with Mac's adorable dog sitter, Jack. Okay. Running time is an hour and 35 minutes, rated PG-13, wide release. Rotten Tomatoes score gives it a pretty low 24%.
You say they're kind of going for a Freaky Friday vibe.
Yeah, okay. And then Emily the Criminal also opens. It's a crime drama, stars Aubrey Plaza, Theo Rossi, and Gina Gershon. Emily is saddled with student debt and locked out of a job market due to a minor criminal record. And desperate for income, she takes a shady gig as a dummy shopper, buying goods with stolen credit cards supplied by a handsome and charismatic middleman named Yusuf. Faced with a series of dead-end job interviews, Emily soon finds herself seduced by the quick cash and illicit thrills of black market capitalism and increasingly interested in her mentor, Yusuf. Together, they hatch a plan to bring their business to the next level in Los Angeles. Hour and 37 minutes long. It's rated R. Wide release and a big score from Rotten Tomatoes at 93%.
Yeah, it's a very intense role for her. This is the first time you're going to see her like that, but the critics say she does a great job.
All right, now we're ready for clips, folks.
Cliff!
Elena Kampouris plays an artificial human assigned as a companion to a grieving widower in Wifelike. And here she describes the rules that she followed while acting.
There's a rigidity to mechanics. First of all, I was working out in the gym all the time, got to stay in tip-top shape. And then another aspect was the mannerisms, which meant the rhythm of the character, from the rhythm of the way she speaks, the rhythm of the way that I walk, no clearing of the throat, no like even stuttering or like human characteristics or tics.
Really?
Yeah. Well, she's a little perky.
Sure is.
Wife Like is in theaters today. All right, next clip. Dave Franco and Jamie Foxx's characters may be apprehensive about working alongside each other in Day Shift, but in this clip, Franco explains the high expectations that he had for working with Jamie Foxx.
He surpassed all of them. I love Jamie Foxx. He is the most giving actor I've ever worked with. He wants everyone around him to be great, and so he builds you up. He comes in with his energy. He comes in with the music through his backpack every day, and he sets the tone, and everyone just feeds off that energy.
Yeah.
And when you're feeling comfortable, you're feeling confident, that's when you do your best work.
Could you shut up?
Day Shift is in theaters today.
I think I want to say, is it streaming as well? I'm not sure. It's a
It is?
Netflix film too,
Netflix,
right?
yeah.
All right, well, there you go. It's in theaters and streaming today on Netflix. How about that? All right, there's your entertainment report for today. Hope you got something out of that, my friend. If not, suck it, okay? No, but we do what we can. So we are going to take a break. We're going to come back in just a moment or two. We got things to give away this morning. We got a nice little hangout session on the Snow
Love
Sad
it.
Bro Better Weather Friday.
Yes.
So enjoy as you're heading into the weekend. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve.
More to the table. This time it's plant-based chicken nuggets.
I've had them.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, you have? Because so have I, and they were the most disgusting things I've ever eaten in my life.
Well, then I've had different. So Hip City Veg has the best chicken nuggets I've ever tasted, and there's no chicken.
Okay, so this was sort of like, it looked like it was dark meat, but it wasn't meat. It was plant-based,
Yeah.
and it had like a breading around it. It looked really good, and I was like, oh, I'll try this.
Right. Not
I was
good.
like, what is this? What is this texture? What am I eating?
So they use
Plant or
seitan.
not?
I guess it is seitan, right? The often used for chicken substitute.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, and the Satan actually cooks them.
Wait till you try this.
But they're at Casey. They're excellent. We actually put them out at a party.
Yeah.
And people had no idea.
So we have a vegetarian living in my house. My oldest is now a vegetarian, more pescatarian, but we have a lot of Impossible meat in our house now.
Right.
And we do the Impossible ground beef a lot, and it's damn good. You know,
I love it.
Yeah, my wife will make
and Preston's right in the. It's not exactly. But the taste, I like.
Yeah,
I
it's
like
good.
the Impossible taste.
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily taste exactly like beef or pork or whatever it is they're trying to simulate, but whatever it tastes like, tastes good to me.
Yeah, and when you're making things like nachos, like my wife will make nachos for, the household, and she'll crumple up the Impossible burger meat or whatever on there. You can't tell the difference.
Dude.
Not when it's got the cheese and the salsa and everything else with it.
I'm telling you, that Impossible cheesesteak from Wilson's
Unbelievable.
was fantastic.
Unbelievable.
I couldn't stop eating it. It was excellent.
Get me the biggest cheesesteak fan in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Sit them down and give them one of those.
And don't say, all right, tell me if this tastes like meat.
Right.
Just say, eat this, and does it taste good?
Yeah.
That's the difference. So somebody who is, a hardcore meat eater might say, this ain't no meat or whatever. No, just set that aside. Does it taste good or not? Okay. And because that cheesesteak at Wilson's Secret Sauce is fantastic.
And what was the ingredient?
Loved it.
Was it seitan?
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I don't
think
know.
he uses Beyond or Impossible.
I'm not sure exactly what he uses.
I
You'd
think
have
it's
to ask him.
Impossible.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at what I had, and this restaurant changed, right? It was one healthier restaurant to the next, and they had chicken on it, and so they were called chicken. They were called chicken strips. Well, now they're just called strips, and so I ordered that thinking I was getting the chicken, and then realized, but it says plant-based, so it's a plant-based strip. It doesn't say exactly what's in it, but I'm assuming it's similar to what you're
I
talking
want
about.
plant-based strips, Mommy.
So Impossible Foods is describing this as having a golden, crispy breadcrumb. Oh my God! I can't believe I said that.
That's all right.
Yeah, I'm interested in your chicken strips.
Stop it.
What's that special ingredient again?
Breadcrumb.
Do you guys buy that? Because I just made some.
It's great.
Here's audio of the chef, Preston.
You're gonna be my regular Saturday thing, baby.
Wait.
Oh yeah.
I think I like your reaction more than the actual flub itself. You're like, I just can't believe you just said that.
All right, having golden, crispy bread crumb coating.
You're working in the kitchen today. Where's something low cut?
And a juicy and springy white meat texture. How was your weekend, Jackie Bam Bam?
Oh, good. How was yours, Press?
Very relaxing.
Right.
How about you? Did you relax?
I heard you tried on some jeans. I was getting worried about my leather pants and my roostered hair for the MMRBQ, more importantly.
Do you ever wear shorts?
Nah, but I do shave my legs if you need to know.
Okay.
But wait,
No doubt. No doubt.
Why? Why do you shave your legs if you're not wearing shorts?
No offense to Steve, but I think the hair should be on the head, nowhere else.
Okay.
You know.
So you shave everywhere?
Everywhere, yeah.
Really? Armpits?
I've been trying to do a contest or a little promo with Casey Boy, but it's just not happening. Sales department. I want to shave Casey Boy.
I don't want to do that.
Why?
Because I don't want to
You
do
should
that.
come get laser hair with me.
Oh, you get your beef
Remove it
laser.
permanently?
Yeah.
I follow you on social media. I'm like, where does she get this done at? I could do that.
Oh, come with me.
I will.
All right.
Do you shave your armpits?
Cut that out, what she just said, Casey.
Do you shave your armpits?
I do, yes. You want to take a look? Yeah.
Yeah, they're short.
All right,
Yeah,
there you
sure
go.
enough.
Very nice.
Okay, he's a shaver. He's
Your ass crack?
He's an O'Hare guy. You're one more step closer to Romano, man.
Yeah, Romano.
You have that in common. Wow. Okay, so this is interesting. Chrissy Teigen has admitted, listen to this,
Her again.
she underwent a cosmetic surgical procedure to have fat removed from her cheeks.
Okay.
Per a recent Instagram story she shared.
Isn't that kind of her look? She
does have
she's
kind
a very
of roundish cheeks.
she's
Yeah.
clearly a beautiful woman.
She wrote, I did that Dr. Diamond buccal fat removal thing here, she said.
The Dr. Diamond buccal fat removal?
I guess so, yeah. Dr. Diamond buccal fat removal. She
I can't say
Dr. Diamond buccal fat removal.
That's amazing. I can't do that.
Dr.
Diamond buccal fat removal. Dr. Diamond buccal fat removal. Dr. Diamond buccal fat removal. There you go.
That's pretty good.
Thank you, sir.
Now do it backwards.
I can't do that. Fat buccal diamond doctor.
Wow.
Well, I left out removal fat.
Oh, way to
All
go.
Removal fat buccal diamond doctor. I'm reading it. I can see it written here. So
Still good.
Still pretty good.
removal fat buccal diamond doctor.
I will say this after Dr. Buchal's fat removal, that she looks different.
Yes.
Well, it's sort of that what we were talking about. Who was it yesterday?
Oh, yeah.
It was Tori Spelling.
Tori Spelling. It's
Terrence and Phillip.
Yes, it gives that Terrence and Phillip look.
If you do too much, it looks like she got not like almost too much. It's,
Right.
You know, she's
Not as
flirting
much
with
as
it.
Tori.
With Dr. Buchal's fat removal?
Wait, what's buccal? Because his name's Diamond. What's the buccal?
Dr. Diamond buccal fat
I
removal.
assume the buccal is the kind
Procedure?
of fat.
Oh.
It is, or the buccal fat removal.
So it's Dr. Diamond buchal's fat removal.
Dr. Diamond buccal fat removal.
Okay, it's not plural.
Maybe someday they'll have a Dr. Diamond buccal fat replacement.
Yes, and fill those cheeks back up again.
Exactly. Theater royalty in the form of Kristen Chenoweth, Julie Taymor, and Lin-Manuel Miranda welcomed back boisterous audiences to Wicked, The Lion King, and Hamilton for the first time since the start of the pandemic, making Tuesday as the unofficial return of Broadway. Chenoweth surprised the crowd at Wicked by appearing on stage for a speech at the same stage where she became a star years ago. And she said, the fitting line, she said, there's no place like home.
Right.
Coming back there. And the crowd hooted and hollered and gave her a standing ovation. You could hear him hoot.
It's not a hoot.
Several hoots and a couple of hollers. That'd be kind of scary.
It would be terrifying.
Yeah.
I think that the actors would walk off the stage.
Taymor, the director and costume designer for The Lion King, congratulated her audience for the courage and enthusiasm to lead the way. She said, theater as we know it is the lifeblood and soul of the city. It's time for us to live again. And Miranda at Hamilton summed up the feeling of a lot of people when he asked, I don't ever want to take live theater for granted.
And by the way, I did not write Hamilton. I have to. No. Yeah. You know, Preston, I have a love-hate relationship with Broadway, and Because there's wonderful things to see.
Yeah.
But those theaters are designed for people from the 1870s.
Yeah, they're tiny.
And unless you're a dwarf.
But it is super exciting going
It is
to one of those
amazing.
shows.
It is amazing.
It is also super expensive to go
Oh, my
to
God.
one of those
$200 or
shows.
$300.
It's
That's
insane.
Yeah.
The first time I went to Broadway, I'd gotten comp tickets, okay, because of my job. I was a music director, and it was for Rent, and Rent had a soundtrack and all this stuff. And so the record company got us tickets. I'm like, wow, man, that was a great time. We enjoyed the hell of the show. It was amazing. And I'm like, we should go back and see that again sometime. And then we went to go back and see it, and we paid for tickets. I'm like, oh my God.
They offer packages though that are actually really good deals that comes with dinner at you can choose from a number of restaurants and things like that. So at least it's
hotels sometimes and an organ transplant.
But just anything in New York.
Anything in New York.
You get a cheese sandwich. They're like, that'll be $14. You're like, what? It's a cheese sandwich though.
Oh man.
Oh, that's right. We're in New York.
One last story. John Mellencamp revealed to the Indianapolis Monthly that in addition to recently recording, he and Bruce Springsteen actually painted together. He said, Bruce and I have done 2 paintings together.
This is my house, and this is the smoke coming out of the chimney, and this is me and my family holding hands, and that's a daisy.
He said, we have a...
That's a turkey. I made it with my hands.
He said, we have a painting that we worked on for 2 days straight.
Yeah.
He said he painted one side, I painted the other.
That's the whole.
And he also said Bruce had never painted at all, and he was really good, really into it.
Have you seen any of
Mellencamp stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's really good. He's accomplished.
How come
Now,
my turkey looks better?
I don't know if he does realistic stuff or not, but he definitely does some cool
impressionistic.
things. Yeah, it might be considered impressionistic. I guess.
Excess paint, and it blends all this together.
Yeah, this is it.
There we go. We're painting mountains, as you know. You always want the top of the mountain to be more distinct than the bottom of the mountain, because at the bottom we have mist, and now we have wonderful pollution.
So before I knew that I had ASMR,
right,
and I was a teenager, I would sit there with Bob Ross on, smoke a little herb and just sit there and
Get
just
lost.
absolutely zone out into it and have no idea why I liked him so much.
Did you ever get inspired to attempt to paint along with him?
Oh God, no.
Okay.
I have no artistic ability whatsoever. I had, at a younger age, I had tried. I had a friend who was a decent artist, and he gave me a canvas, and Steve. There was a house with chimney coming out of it, and a daisy, and a family. I mean, it was just terrible. It was horrible.
Curly smoke coming out.
Yeah, just bad. The sun in the corner.
Yeah, with the lines coming out. Yeah.
With the rays coming out of
You
it.
can't see the whole sun, but it's a quarter.
Anyhow, he said he said about Bruce. He said I was surprised at how hard he tried. He was like, "How do you do this, John? How do you make this
This is
work?"
terrible.
We're trying to.
It stinks. I can't draw. Why'd you make me do this? I don't want to do it. This is stupid.
Like a little kid.
I can't draw.
This is stupid.
I tried to draw a cat. Why did you make me do this? God damn it.
He just starts stamping in
Don't want that.
in one spot.
Let's play with a ball. Stupid paint.
He would say,
Told you I don't want to do this.
he would say, "Hey, John, how do you do this? How do I make this work?"
Stupid.
He said, "We're
It
trying."
doesn't look like anything. I'm not good.
No, you are.
I'm not.
No, you are.
I don't like this.
Trust me. It looks good.
It's not that bad.
He's throwing a tantrum.
He'd rather go outside and play.
Yeah.
You've never done this before. Cut yourself some
I
slack.
can't. I'm stupid.
You're not stupid, Bruce.
Feel stupid.
You just need to work a little harder.
Paint. I want some milk.
Okay, we'll go get some milk and then we'll try this again later. Okay.
Bring it in the purple cup.
John. Hey, that's important to a kid.
Oh, of course.
He said, we're trying to figure out how to sell it and give the money to charity. He said, but I was proud of him. He went after it.
Do I get a gold star?
Very proud of you.
I know, but you don't like it because you didn't put it on the refrigerator.
So you say things that are not true.
Oh my God.
If you liked it a lot, you would put it on the refrigerator, and you did.
I'm bringing it
And
to
then you
work.
make me feel stupid.
I was so busted. From the
Froggy
refrigerator.
later on. I'm wearing my Froggy shirt for the first time today.
I love that Froggy shirt.
The last time those guys came by here, they brought us shirts. I don't even know what this is.
I have no idea.
On
The
this
graphic
shirt.
on it, yeah.
It's one of the band members I think created this, but I just don't know exactly what it is. I thought maybe it was a frog, but I don't think it is.
I don't see a frog in that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no idea.
It kind of looks a little bit like a Band-Aid and an astronaut helmet.
But we'll welcome the full Friday experience with Froggy a little later. But speaking of Friday experiences, this is usually the day we clean out the junk drawer.
Oh!
Let's do that. So we'll go through our drawer and find some things in here that we.
Ooh, I like the drawer.
Here you go.
I like the sounds. A lot of bigger stuff in this drawer.
Stop it. Thank you. I found something.
God damn it.
Doctors. God damn it. I found it already. All right. You guys are going to love this. Doctors are warning against a new viral TikTok trend that sees single women using their vaginal discharge as perfume.
Oh my God, I was talking about this with friends yesterday.
Yeah.
Why?
And
It's called vabbing.
Vabbing, yes.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
I was flabbergasted that all of us we're all 47, and I'd never heard of this ever before.
Vabbing.
And I guess it's a new TikTok
it's not
trend.
a thing, and it should
All right.
never be.
Okay, that was my question. Has anyone ever actually done this?
God, no.
Vabbing.
No.
I think you can
No
play the
one.
discharge part. You just
Can
can't,
I?
You just can't say where it's coming from.
I have a strange discharge.
Okay.
All right. May I take a guess as to why?
Sure.
The pheromones?
Yeah, that's what they're saying, but
No,
there's
why?
no
'Cause
real
people are
science behind
stupid.
it. Because people are stupid.
I will use
Why are they saying it's dangerous? Sorry.
fecal matter as toothpaste. Yeah.
Okay.
Now and then.
All right.
Wait, your own?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Yeah,
I'll dab a little.
I'm not an animal.
I'll do a little ass sweat behind my ears.
Yeah.
Just to get the ladies hot.
Yeah.
Just making you horny, Kathy.
So-
I got some ball sweat behind my ears.
So vabbing, which involves smearing fluid behind the ears and neck,
It just seems uncleanly to do that.
was made popular by TikToker Mandy Lee, whose original video racked up 1.5 million views.
Look at the picture.
Yeah, this is we're looking at photos of a video that were taken from a video that show you how you do
Well,
this.
you don't need an instructional.
No, there's no instructional
Dab some-
needed.
Yeah.
Dab some of that on your face. Behind your ears. Where's the dabbing place?
Oh my God.
What are you wearing? Is that halibut?
Yeah. I don't know why, but I want to go to Long John Silver's.
Proponents claim it increases the chance of attracting men by spreading their pheromones, chemicals made by the body to attract mates in some animals. But doctors say there's little evidence to support that this works
Little,
the same
there's
way
none.
the same way in humans, and warn that the trend carries serious risks of infections, including thrush that women could get from this.
That's your favorite band?
No, that's Rush.
I would say this. Forget the actual result. I think any guy will be turned on by seeing a woman thrust her hand down her pants, scoop her private parts, and lather it on her back.
So can I tread lightly on the subject here?
Yeah.
Preston, this is your inner bill. Make sure you stay within FCC guidelines.
I will.
That is all.
I will.
I just want the jury to know that Kathy gave the approval on this.
Okay.
Well, because it's something. I want to know if it's my question.
I will use this.
Zapping.
I will use this delicately. I will just call it the scent of a woman.
Right.
Oh, yeah,
it's a great
It's a great
Al Pacino movie.
Al Pacino.
That is a good movie.
I've never been as turned on as when the woman vabbed.
What's that smell?
I smell fish. It must be lobster week.
It sometimes, okay, Kathy.
Yeah.
It can be in my experience. And listen, I've been a one scent of a woman kind of a guy for a long time
As
now.
have I, yeah.
But there are times when it's nice. It's I don't mind that.
Oh, I didn't know if that's where you were going.
What did you think I was going to talk about?
I don't know. That's similar, but not that.
What you're saying is, and I think I agree with this. There is such a good association with that scent.
Yeah.
Scents that we talked about, the smell of sulfur in some cases can be can be, it elicits a response.
Now, we recall that I did have an ex who smelled like burnt rubber.
Right. Well, okay, so this was
That's how you got into NASCAR.
Yeah, that's right.
So are you're associating that with your wife? So is that what's nice about it, or would you actually like to smell it on her neck?
No, I wouldn't want to smell it on her
Right.
neck.
Okay.
Unless you had a neck vagina.
Right.
Well done.
Like gills?
Yeah.
Oh,
Right,
my
yeah.
God.
Yeah.
Oh, that makes me think of that scene in The Boys. In
That's
the first
exactly
season.
what I was
The first season of The Boys.
when
Oh,
his
my God.
gills
That's
are talking.
horrible. But yes, no, I wouldn't want to smell it
Right. Okay.
on her anywhere near her face.
Right, I
or
agree
anything like
with
that. But
100%.
But I think that can be that's
Kathy.
It can be a pleasant scent.
All right.
No, Steve, let's not go there.
Would like a way a woman will take an atomizer and spray her cleavage a little bit?
All right.
It's kind of an enticing thing. Would you ever take care of yourself with toilet paper and then dab your cleavage?
Oh my God.
Ever.
Yeah.
First the orgasms on Monday, now this. Like, what? Someone help me.
By the way, are we not living in a disgusting world where this is a thing? I've never was that ever promoted as an option for men? Because I don't think. Right? you take your
Smells like
groin
balls.
sweat and that. I get that by nature this is supposed to cause a response biochemically, but I think it's all wrong.
Wait.
Were you reading this? There's a thing.
Hold on. Wait, it says basic rules for vabbing, right? Shower and bathe beforehand. Wash hands before and after. If you go to the gym, wipe down gym equipment before and after use.
Well, that's just good
What does
common
that
sense.
have to do with
What does that have
that?
to do with it?
That's just common sense right there.
They just threw that in there just to
Yeah.
make sure.
Proper etiquette.
Be kind, rewind.
Now, what it may do is if it's almost like a secret elixir, like you've taken something to make you more sexy, and it might make women feel a little bit more empowered,
Right.
and a little more alluring to the opposite sex
Here,
or
smell
the
this.
same sex, whatever.
That's my vagina.
Right, but it might. You know what I'm saying?
I do know what you're saying. It to me all seems weird, but at least that's something to hold on to as to why this might be a thing. How many? I'm waiting for the great big book of stupid TikTok trends.
Oh yeah,
because they
there should be.
They,
Oh yeah, this is gonna be my regular Saturday night read.
Oh yeah, man.
Oh, yeah. You're going to be my regular Saturday night thing, baby.
Oh yeah.
Vagina.
That's Cuba Gooding Jr. saying that. Yeah.
Vagina.
I forgot what movie that's from, but anyhow, this by doing this, not only could you risk some infections, including thrush, but it could also lead to problems with fertility, according to a doctor.
Loss of friends.
Bacteria on women's fingers can lead pelvic inflammatory disease, where the bugs spread from the cervix to organs higher up.
This is getting worse by the minute.
This can lead to scarring in the fallopian tubes, making it difficult for fertilized eggs to reach the womb.
How about, you know what? Just smell clean. That's a big enticement for me. Smelling clean. A little bit of a fragrance is nice. I've never thought, gee, this woman does not smell enough like a vagina.
Yeah, listen, to be honest, and like I said, even though I don't mind that scent at all. If I were near a woman and I were smelling, if I noted that scent, I'd be like, wow, I can smell that all the way through her pants.
Yeah,
Yes.
right?
I'd be like, man, I don't think so. I'm going to pass.
My wife has what she calls her signature scent, that she'll wear her perfumes periodically. We joke about it. But when she's just clean and she's always clean, she's very hygienic. I like that smell.
Just a nice clean.
Just a nice clean
Yeah,
smell.
I would agree with that.
Okay. So videos containing the phrase vabbing, which is a combination of the words vagina and dabbing, it says in this article,
Thanks for the explanation.
have since racked up millions of views. The act itself is not entirely unsafe, but you do need to make sure that you are clean if you're going to do that, because ladies can, you don't want to get something internally that can cause an infection or something along those lines. Vabbing was actually coined in 2019 by sex expert and author Shan Budram. who claimed that she had been using the method to attract men for over a decade. She said, I am certain that every single time I employ it, it makes me feel like an enchanted goddess.
Of course.
With a delicious secret, she wrote in her book.
I rub my vagina on the back of my ears.
The TikTok video by Mandy Lee in June reinvigorated the trend with younger audiences. So
I think it's all stupid.
Yeah, I don't think there's really anything.
There's not. It's not a thing. Don't try it.
Dabbing. All right, let's go back into the draw. All right, got one. Sunburn. I got sunburn over the last weekend.
You made a bad call, didn't you?
I made a bad call.
Yeah.
We were taking a short bike ride to go to a restaurant. I was like, we'll be out in the sun for 5 minutes tops. And then we got there, and there was like a 30-minute wait to get in. So we went and rode the bikes around. So I hadn't applied any sunscreen. Later on that day, I'm like, sunburn. And you know what? And being fair complected, my dermatologist is adamant about sunscreen.
You got to be careful.
Sunburn, skin. You're susceptible to skin cancer. Please, please, please be careful. And I felt like a dick after doing that. But I've been burned my entire life. As a kid, I had blisters on my face.
I remember you getting, over the course of the years we've worked together, earlier on, you racked up some heavy-duty sunburns.
Yeah, which could, down the road, be very damaging to me. You know, it's over time, it can cause cancer. So, but a lead pharmacist and health advisor for Simply Meds online said that proper after sun creams and lotions are always advised for soothing any burns. However,
would dabbing help?
You can, maybe. Yeah. But you can also soothe burns straight from the refrigerator.
Oh, good.
All right, so there are some natural remedies for sunburns. This is not protecting you against sunburn. This is afterwards.
After you've been burned, you can apply these things from your refrigerator to help mitigate the pain?
Yes.
All right, so my mom did one, and I'm curious as to whether or not it's on this list.
All right.
It's
do you want to mention it first? Go ahead, and I'll see if it's on this list.
Iced tea bags.
No, not on this list.
But apparently they're like, I think it's tannins or tannic acid.
Yes. No, that's common, Nick. I've heard that.
So my mom would make iced tea, and do the thing where she would put the pitcher, let it sit out in the sun, and then put the pitcher into the refrigerator, and then she would take the tea bags, if we had sunburn, me and my brothers.
Okay.
And
Do you know it'll help?
allow those tea bags to rest on like our back or our shoulders or whatever, and it soothed. It felt better.
An Arnold the Bomber, which is a vabbing and an Arnold Palmer.
Interesting. All of a bomber. All right, no, you can use Greek yogurt.
All right. Oh, well, that would make sense.
With it being kept in the fridge, it will also provide a lovely cooling sensation to your skin. It's obviously cheaper than the lotions and so on. The doctor said applying cold yogurt to any areas of sunburn can help to both soothe and cool the area.
Put the lotion on.
Put the yogurt in the basket.
Put the goddamn yogurt in the basket.
The Greek yogurt.
Oh, it's like the Greeks thinking they can fix everything with
Fat person.
yogurt and Windex.
One more time, Case.
Was she a great big fat person?
Play the basket.
Lotion in the basket. Basket. That's for sunburn.
Yeah. How's your skin doing down there in the well?
Lotion in the basket.
Put the yogurt in the basket.
Put the goddamn yogurt in the basket. I've heard the tannins thing, Nick, with tea bags. That has some sort of effect.
So Greek yogurt contains beneficial probiotics such as lactic acid bacteria. Which
are there amateur biotics?
Which can help your burns to heal better and faster. You can apply a spoonful of cold yogurt on the burnt area of the skin, and it should soothe the area within minutes. So put the yogurt in the basket.
You should put the yogurt on, tuck your wiener between your legs.
Right. Yes.
See how that goes.
This is working very well.
How do you feel?
I don't feel sunburned anymore. I can do a full tuck and it doesn't hurt.
Oh, goodness. Kat, have you ever seen Silence of the Lambs?
Of course.
Okay. I'm just curious if any of this is getting through to you.
Oh, no, I got it. It's just not all that funny.
Oh, shut up. One more time. Put the lotion in the basket, if you would.
Put the lotion in the basket. He's so angry.
Okay.
Lotion's expensive.
You can also... yeah. He's upset about the money. Yeah.
All right,
That's mainly it.
Put the lotion in the basket.
I'm not made of money.
Yeah.
You know how much it costs to build this well down here?
That's a good point.
All right.
We have to get it.
I don't want to live at goddamn Alta.
You can use honey as well for sunburn. I never would have thought of that.
You can use honey for anything.
While you might think it's usually reserved to drizzle on your yogurt, it can also be used on sunburn. By the way, you combine most of this stuff, it makes for a lovely little treat.
Oh, a parfait.
So crammed with antibacterial and anti-inflammatory properties and rich in natural antioxidants, honey can be a fantastic remedy for burnt skin.
So my wife is now a beekeeper and is going through this whole process. We're going to possibly have some honey at the end of this season.
Nice.
You just have to wait about a year. But we have tons of honey around the house. One thing I realized, though, anything sticky like honey or sugar water, all the things that are involved around beekeeping, drive me crazy.
Yeah, so I don't think I would like the
honey.
stickiness.
I don't think I would like that
on the skin.
What about just like even breaking off the from the aloe plant, like and actually getting it right from the plant?
Right, we used to do that.
Yeah.
We had an aloe plant at home, and would use it for cuts and things like that, but also sunburn. Yeah, you can apply the honey directly to any burn area. Leave for around 20-30 minutes before rinsing it off. 20 or 30 minutes. That sticky stuff all over you.
Wow, drive me crazy.
All right, cucumbers. Or something you can use as well. If you've ever used cucumber on your eyes after a heavy night, you'll know that they are renowned for their cooling properties.
What was the way your mother said to fight anal cancer? Was it with tomatoes?
No, you just combined two things. No, the tomatoes where you eat tomatoes before going out in the sun, and it acts as a natural sunscreen for a short period of time. You can't go to the beach for hours and expect that you'll be okay because you ate a tomato.
All right.
The salad component can help reduce inflammation that might occur after burning your skin. You can either cut the cucumber up into slices and place those on the area, or blend them into a blender and apply the mixture over the burnt skin to cool it down. For a little soothing effect, you can throw them in the freezer for a half hour. Yeah.
Wait, I'm sorry. So you tie the two together with my mom, and I'm just over here laughing because I just need to relive this for 1 second. She said to me when Farrah Fawcett got anal cancer, well, you know how she got that, right? And I was like, no, I have no idea how. And she told me it was because, mind you, I was a full-blown adult at this time because of that type of
butt sex.
Romance.
Yes, that type of romance. I was like,
romance.
I'm not a kid anymore. You can't make up these ridiculous things so that I don't go and do it.
I'm going to stop my daughter from ever having butt sex. You know how Farrah Fawcett died, didn't
Romance. You cannot.
Jerry, you don't have to try, by the way. Don't worry about it.
You cannot make love.
You've already ruined it.
Yeah.
Make love with your ass.
You cannot make love with your hiney. You just can't do it.
Yeah, it can't be called lovemaking.
It can't be romance.
Well, you haven't had me.
I don't know. All right, so carrots also can be used, but you eat them. Like the tomatoes can.
Yeah.
All right, so
like Farrah Fawcett.
when I eat, and I like carrots, don't get me wrong, but they're so crunchy that like after a little while, I kind of like feel like I'm giving myself a headache because when you crunch down, like I feel like my, do you know what?
Yeah, like a jaw workout.
Yeah, but then not only that, but like everything in my head is rattling. Now pay
That's
attention.
because you start
the next
paying
time.
attention to it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Cook them.
This is because the beta carotene in the vegetable, which is a carotenoid.
Yes.
Which works to naturally aid the healing of sunburn from the inside out, can help prevent those with sensitive skin from suffering with bad burns.
Is it an old wives' tale that if you eat a ton of carrots, your skin will actually turn a little orange?
It happens.
Okay.
Go ahead, Kathy.
No, my nephew was orange for a little while.
What?
My cousin.
The tips of his fingers, the tip of his nose.
Shut up.
Yeah, because he ate so many carrots.
And so I think that has something to do with the chemical that you just described.
Keratin.
The keratin,
I've never heard of that.
Yeah.
So Preston, my cousin, lived basically carrots all the time. Just the snacking on carrots had an orange hue to her.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
I never knew that.
And if you drink excessively and do drugs, you'll wake up the next morning green.
Yeah, we've seen that.
Pick your color.
All right, then one other food can help you. Blueberries.
I love blueberries.
Rich antioxidants that can help to fight off free radicals that can damage skin due to the sun exposure. They're also a great source of vitamin C, which can help prevent aging and fine lines developing. So this is more of a
standard.
You eat these. You don't rub them on you or anything like that.
Is not Jersey considered the blueberry capital of the country, right?
I don't know. Here's my question about New Jersey. Is every vegetable
Jersey corn, Jersey tomatoes, Jersey blueberries.
Jersey blueberries, like everything. Jersey peaches. I see all this stuff.
Or is
I'm
it
like,
just because
okay.
there's a lot of farm?
There's a lot of farms, and it's great farmland, and it's wonderful produce, but, they also grow them wonderfully in other states, too.
Right.
I don't know.
Also, hang on. Over in Cape May, like there's a little farm area behind, not behind Cape May, but basically west and north of Cape May.
Yeah.
And that used to be like the lima bean capital of the world.
They had a lima bean festival last year in Cape May. We just happened to be in town, and I'm like, I saw the signs for it.
Yeah.
I don't have a great relationship with lima beans.
I'm not a lima bean fan.
No, me neither. But I also used to hate Brussels sprouts, and now I love them. So, like, maybe
Lima beans are okay.
The jury's still out on lima beans.
Well, maybe I haven't had a lima bean. I don't think, as an adult, I don't think I've had a lima bean.
Are you saying you've done lima beans dirty?
No, they did me dirty.
Okay.
And so maybe I'll try one, but it's got to be like prepared properly.
The self-proclaimed blueberry capital of the world is in Hamilton, New Jersey.
There we go.
Okay.
Well, loves me some blueberries.
Every year, Steve, they have the Red, White, and Blueberry Festival, and there's a big farm that hosts it. Oh, guess who went there in 1984?
Who?
Ronald Reagan.
Stop it.
I swear to God.
In Cape May?
No, Hamilton.
In Hamilton,
New
wow.
Jersey. Okay.
It's great to be here at the blueberry capital of the world. Jesus Christ, get me out of here.
He was just tired of it.
Yeah.
It's off to Cape May where they have the lima bean thing going on. Then if I'm a lucky guy, I'll walk into a spinning prop.
So there was a cover band around called Lima Bean Riot. I don't know if they
Yeah.
said
Yeah. Oh, I remember that.
yeah. So, all right, was that just a funny name, or was there a Lima Bean Riot
My
that we
guess
don't know
is there
about?
was some sort of dish.
Mm-hmm.
I always got them mixed up with Love Seed Mama Jump. Remember them?
Yeah.
Yep.
Didn't
They did the ABC 6. Love Seed Mama Jump to the.
I forget, but I know Pierre's old producer, the guy that preceded me, Michael Anthony Thompson, was a singer for Lima Bean Riot for a stretch. Yeah, I think they had a few different singers over the years. But
was there an actual? You're wondering if there was a
Lima
riot,
Bean Riot,
or maybe they just made it up.
Yeah,
because it was goofy sounding. I don't know. Nick, can you look up and see if there was indeed at some point a riot over lima beans?
It sounds like or a dish. Sometimes they'll call a riot a collection of different.
Okay.
Case,
Yeah.
we can go see Lima Bean Riot in
Where?
Sea Isle
When?
on Labor Day weekend.
Okay. All right, let's go.
All right. Fair enough.
Well, when's the Preston Elliott Trio playing again? Because I might.
You know what? I got a text from Andrew yesterday, wondering when we were going to jam.
I thought they were throwing you out of the band.
No. He even said we sound better with you.
Oh,
wasn't that nice? Or
that's
we have
very
more,
nice.
or we have more fun with you, or something like that.
Yeah, that's good.
I don't want to say that incorrectly. Let me look up the text right now. He wrote, "Awesome! It's way more fun when you jam with us."
Oh, that's great.
That's what he said. So. Yeah, 5 times famous.
They like
I don't know.
you.
Sometime before the summer's up, we'll play another gig.
Nice.
We'll figure that out. But anyhow, maybe we'll open for Lima Bean Riot. I don't know. We'll have to see. All right, let me see what else, if I can find one more thing.
Oh, yeah, you got to look
if
into
that's
this.
Cool, to the junk drawer. All right, here's one. Facebook use by teenagers has fallen dramatically, according to a new survey by the Pew Research Center.
Facebook does seem to be the providence of
an older crowd.
Older
folks.
people.
An older crowd.
I haven't been on Facebook in years.
Neither have I. But it's a good way to stay in touch with, high school, college friends, stuff like that.
Do you know what I use Facebook for? Logging onto my Oculus. Okay. That's all I do.
You know what though? It's if you are looking for somebody, it's easier to find like someone that you don't have contact with. It's easier to find them on Facebook
really?
than Instagram or TikTok.
But here's what's interesting. Use of the social site by Americans ages 13 to 17 has dropped nearly 40% since 2014. But what would you say is the most popular amongst apps, sites, things like that, social media?
For teenagers or overall?
Yeah, for teenagers.
Instagram?
Oh, probably TikTok or Snapchat.
Yeah, I'd say TikTok.
What do you think, Kath?
Snapchat.
It's actually YouTube. Followed by
that.
TikTok. I know I don't consider it as well, but it is.
Yeah.
It's I mean, maybe social media is not the right term for it, but I mean.
Okay, so if you were, what do they use the most for outside the realm of being social, quote unquote social? YouTube I think would be obvious because so much content is consumed off of
my kids are constantly watching whatever it may be on YouTube, whether it's anime or you know, TikTok or YouTube creators and stuff like that. That's just what is on in my house all the time.
I pretty much cringe anytime my son grabs the remote because he'll put YouTube up and then I'm like stuck watching like Dude Perfect, which I don't get it, you know, but I will watch it. And then I watched the other day, Preston, this guy, he was attempting to eat this insane amount of food in like an hour's time. It was like a full pizza, a bucket of wings, a bag of Doritos. There was something else in there, and he did it in like an hour and two. But that was one thing. I was like, oh, okay, this is actually interesting.
You're not making
to
a
watch.
strong case.
Yeah, I do watch quite a bit of YouTube, but it's me searching out. It's usually like instructional things. I either watch golf or drum videos. Mainly what I'm watching.
My teacher for all if I'm trying to pick up a new piece of software, I'm Premiere Pro now. I'm kind of getting good at that. So, and that's all I learned the best from YouTube videos.
Sure. That's how I watch late night TV is YouTube. So if I go watch Colbert or Kimmel the next day or whatever, I'm never staying up to watch it.
Right.
I'll just watch all of it the next day on YouTube.
Oh, you know what? Can I double back real quick a second? Because I just saw a text that made me think of something. We were talking about 5 Times Famous, the band that I play with.
Yes.
I got a text and it says, hey, do you need a left-handed bassist? Actually, the guys were like, would you mind throwing the word out there and see if somebody wants to play bass with us?
Wow. Really?
Okay.
Well, have them contact. Are you going to audition?
Reach out to me, and I'll put you in touch with them and let them do the work. So
Slapping the bass.
Slapping the bass.
Slapping the bass.
So anyway, I just wanted to throw that out there.
There you go.
But it's it's strictly down at the shore, and it's really free. You have to be open to just jamming and playing off the cuff.
It's a freeform jazz journey.
There you go, freeform jazz explosion. So anyhow, but YouTube is the overall favorite. TikTok is second.
Right.
Instagram and Snapchat. So that's for teenagers, 13 to 17 years old.
So I wonder if you break it down into the subcategories, which is which ones do they passively watch and which ones do they actively post to? Mm-hmm. So I'm guessing TikTok is
the posting too. Yeah. I would think so. But I was kind of surprised. I thought TikTok would be number one for sure.
It's a good reminder for our younger listeners that we're on YouTube every day. You can watch
Absolutely.
us.
Yeah,
I'll tell you this. It's kind of weird because and we were talking about this the other day, Kathy, about Instagram forcing you to. They've made it harder to just simply, I think, just regular post, and now they force you to. They want to corral you into that Reels.
Oh, and they're paying like people on Instagram to post Reels instead of
that's their TikTok competitor.
And now YouTube has Shorts.
Yeah.
And it's not my thing. I don't like that.
No. I'm not into it.
I prefer either the video that I'm looking for at the length that I want to, and I can scroll through and skip forward or back up. I'm the master of time when it comes to that.
Yeah.
But these little short videos, this is not my. It doesn't fit in with my
busy schedule.
Well, no, I mean just my attention span or whatever it may be. You know, I don't know.
They actually, Instagram tried to get me to turn my stories into a reel the other day.
They wanted they wanted to collab.
Yeah, no, but like I
like
had
it prompted you?
I opened up the app and then this thing came up and it said turn your stories into a reel and it did it for me. And it like put it to music. I was like, I don't even know this song. And first of all, it was like a rap song, and they wanted me to post. They wanted me to post all of my. Well, I guess maybe you're right, but I didn't click the button to see what I could do with it.
Right.
Like if I wanted to do a reel, I would have made a reel.
It's if you haven't seen, and it's a little bit older now, but that documentary called The Social Dilemma.
Yeah.
It just shows a little bit on how these apps and social networks what they do to kind of manipulate you. To get you to, and they have these personalities that are playing the parts of the actual computer components, and they'll say like, hey, Casey hasn't posted in a little while. Let's send him over a notification real quick and show him that John over there just posted a video. Maybe that'll get him going. Maybe that'll get him interested, and they do these little prompts, these algorithms.
It's an eye-opener.
And as soon as they see the bait that you take, they'll start throwing more of it to you via notification.
You are the product.
You're the product.
That's why you're dealing with, and there are now class action lawsuits from parents who believe in one case that their daughter was driven into anorexia because of algorithms pointing her towards ways like to hide her eating patterns from her parents and stuff like that. And but that's how tweaked these algorithms are to target the person who's looking at it. Did you spend a second or two? Oh, that caught their eye for a second. They might be interested.
Yeah, if you've lingered on this particular post for a certain amount of time, that's an indicator to go, we need to send more material like that to this person. And it's crazy that it can do that to hundreds of millions of people, and you know, it's insane. So it's worth a look. It's called The Social Dilemma. I think it was on Netflix.
Yes, it was.
But anyhow, all right, the junk drawer is done. We're closing it up. I'm shutting it right now. So I got some other things that we will get to a little bit later on. I do promise you that. Let's take a break and come back and get into the Bizarre File stories, if you will. So we will return shortly. Hang in there. We got a Friday before us, and we'll kick it off in fine fashion.
It must have come off with some of the other stuff. I'm so sorry.
Oh, my God. I keep that stuff. Happy throws it away. Jace, come over to my house. We'll appreciate it. Whenever you guys are ready, this is Froggy on MMR. Here we go.
I love nachos. Nachos from 7-Eleven. I know that they're bad for me, but when I eat them, I'm in heaven. 7-Eleven nachos. 7-Eleven nachos. 7-Eleven nachos. Liquid topping tastes so good. Post-band practice, I buy them. I eat them in Fiona's kitchen. Best worst nachos in the world. They're the only thing I want. 7-Eleven nachos. 7-Eleven nachos. 7-Eleven nachos. You would have some if you could. 7-Eleven nachos. 7-Eleven nachos. 7-Eleven nachos. I think they taste pretty good. 7-Eleven nachos are like $4.20. That's a funny number, but I should know the price by now, but I really don't. The cheese is so good, it's all bright orange. Yeah! Oh, nachos! And cheese! Yeah! 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 Wow! 7-Eleven nachos.
I love that. I love the lyric. They taste pretty good.
I love it. And the original recording, I couldn't hear everything where you go, I highly recommend it. I love that. And by the way, you know who's a fan of this band? Nikki freaking Six is a fan of Froggy.
He's our best friend. I love that guy.
He wanted a Froggy t-shirt, right? Isn't that the deal? Did you guys get him one?
Oh yeah, we were like, he was like, how much? We were like, do not even worry about it. We're like, for you, it's free.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Oh, my God, that is the best. I love it. So I want to hear, so, you know, when we ask somebody to do a song for us, to do a jingle or whatever, you never know if they'll go, yeah, right, whatever. But these guys were like, oh, of course, we'll totally do that. So we were totally psyched about that. Did it take a while to come up with something, or was it pretty easy to come to you immediately?
It kind of came to us immediately. We kind of used the riff we had in store. We just didn't know what to put lyrics with it, and we're like, this is the perfect riff to do it with. And we had 2 drafts of the lyrics, but we came up with something good.
Okay.
And yeah, we're really excited.
So the world debut.
Yeah.
And what is the title of the song?
No title yet.
No title.
No
Untitled.
All right.
Song.
All right. So I'm excited for this, and I want to make sure we get a good recording of it. This might be our only chance to get it. Unless it ends up on an album.
Sure, in the future we will record it.
All right.
yes.
We appreciate that.
November. I guess it's November now.
It is.
Soon.
By the way, let's check this out, and then we'll find out where any gigs and things like that are coming up.
Okay.
So can we get the Preston and Steve song?
Sure.
All right, let's check this out. Froggy, I'm so excited they're here this morning. These guys, they got heart, man. I love it.
Real
All right,
deal.
whenever you're ready.
We got to have that.
It's Friday. Did you hear that at the end?
Yeah.
Oh, I think that's our new Friday anthem if I've ever heard one.
Yeah.
Oh, that was outstanding. I couldn't hear exactly what was being said in the middle there.
The third part was no school for me, Mom. I don't want to go. I just want to listen to the radio.
Yes. Oh.
Yeah, no, we need that. Yes.
Old
absolutely.
school angst. I love it.
Love it. We're honored.
You guys have any gigs coming up that we need to be aware of?
New Year's Eve at Philomoka with Colleen Green and Joe Jack Talcum. It's
Okay.
going to be awesome.
Yep, it's our biggest show.
And something early December in the works, not fully planned out yet.
We're
but
actually taking November off to record a little something.
Yeah,
Very nice.
So, yeah.
Nice.
Well, will you keep us apprised of what your dates are, and we'll get them out for you, man.
Yeah,
It's awesome.
thank
And
you.
People who love straight up punk are gonna love this this energy that you guys have.
So that New Year's Eve show, all ages show, or
Yep,
is it
all ages.
Okay. Speaking of ages, how old are we all here? So Morgan, how old are you?
18.
And Brooke?
I'm 18.
And how about you, Fiona?
17.
18, and 17 years old.
They're so damn good, though, man. They really are. It's great.
Hey, what are you guys doing the second or third Saturday in May of 2022?
Nothing that I know of.
Oh, all right.
Free.
Yeah, just
I'm free.
keep those Saturdays open. Just
Dude, that would be awesome.
Oh, I'm
Yeah.
like, what is he talking about? What is
The
second-
barbecue.
Got it.
And barbecue.
Yeah.
sometimes it takes froggy.
Well, this morning I quit my job, so I know I'll be over.
Oh, my God. Wait, Brooke, did you quit your job to be here?
Well, not exactly, but today was just the day where everybody was like, do it. Just do it.
Really?
Yeah.
All right,
Like
that's
an
so
hour ago.
punk. That's so punk of you. I love it. And you're wearing a Ween shirt. That's really cool. Have those guys reached out to you at all? Or is it not a Ween shirt?
We've been talking to Gene Ween's son about maybe collaborating on our album. That was a while ago, but I hope he's still interested. I love Ween so
Ween's
much.
great, yeah.
Yeah.
Remember there was Push Little Daisies.
Yeah,
was
they're out of New Hope, I believe.
Yeah.
I'm a roses are free kind of guy.
I'm a very chocolate and cheese and God Ween Satan girl. Those are my favorites.
Excellent. All right, well, one of the songs we requested, I got a nice slice of pizza here ready for this, was Pizza Ball.
Oh yeah.
What's the name of your LP or your EP that you have, your album?
Sopa de elote translates roughly to corn soup or corn chowder. I picked something random. I was like, guys, I think this will sound weird. We had no idea what to do. Yeah, we just kind of picked.
I love it.
Corn soup is fine. Yeah.
All right, well, let's get one more song out of Froggy this morning, and whenever you guys are ready, we want to hear Pizza Ball.
Woo!
Yeah, all right, let's do this thing. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're just tuning in live at the Preston Steve Camp Out for Hunger, this is Froggy.
Time to deliver a pizza ball. 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 One time I was 8, my whole family went to the store, and there's this guy Wayne who's making this clam chowder. It was what he was known for, and it tasted so freaking good. I had like 10 bowls of that clam chowder, and I tell you what, I woke up in the middle of the night. And I said, Mom, and I threw up all over the floor. Someone carried me away, and that's all I remember from that night. Yeah! Time to deliver a pizza ball. Time to deliver a pizza ball. Time to deliver a pizza ball. Time to deliver a clam chowder ball. Time to deliver a pizza ball. Time to deliver a pizza ball. Time to deliver a pizza ball. Time to deliver a clam chowder ball.
Yes!
That's awesome. That's so great.
I had to shoot the confetti for Froggy in the end. They finally got pyro, man. I love it. You guys are the best. You are so much fun. We love that you're doing just straight up, just in your face punk.
Yeah.
It is the best. And thanks for writing a Preston and Steve
Yeah,
show
of course.
song. We'll make sure we have information on them on our social media accounts, and you can check them out. Let's hear it from Morgan and Brooke and Fiona. This is Froggy. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much for having us.
You got it.
We love you guys.
We love you.
Rats can continue to run rampant in the neighborhood. It's happening in the 3600 block of Germantown Avenue. Residents say the rats are living in a vacant lot that's not being attended to by the owner. Right next to the lot is a barbershop that's owned by DJ DeSinga. He says the rodents are burrowing into the ground and under nearby buildings. He says complaints have been made to the city, but not much has been done about the problem.
Kathy, did you see that the rats actually started a barbershop quartet? It was amazing.
The rats are even finding their way into nearby homes. One resident said it jumped up on my couch and went onto the floor, and it had claws.
Wow.
I would die if that happened to me.
Listen to them. They're beautiful.
Good old days, 20 years from now.
Wait a minute, can you speed that up?
Oh, my, these will be the good old songs that are on the...
I can't speed it up
Damn
while
it!
you're... No, not while you're actually playing it.
I shall work on it so we can get an actual
okay.
depiction of the rat barbershop quartet.
Yes, it would be, journalistically appropriate.
Right.
to
Yeah,
get
I mean,
that
come on
a
now.
little bit more
accurate.
accurate.
Exactly. Preston. That's why
Actually,
you won that
I
award.
think better than speeding it up would be like pitching it up. You know what I mean?
Well, whatever. Yeah, somehow or
yeah.
another make it higher. Can you do that? Or
I don't know.
it doesn't
Probably
matter.
not.
These will be the good old days.
That just sounds like a key change.
Okay. I'm still...
It's all good.
I'm just playing with it a little bit here.
Listen, it was a threadbare concept to begin with.
You've never produced a rat barbershop quartet before, Casey?
Well, no, but
you
know
call
what?
yourself a major market producer.
I know. All right, so here's...
He was called the Phil Spector of rat barbershop quartet.
The wall of sound.
So with the cold weather months of
So good.
There's a Grammy. You're getting a Grammy.
It's perfect. One more time.
Oh, my God.
They're good. They're really good.
I never thought I'd start my day off this way.
They don't have much else to do. Rehearse their parts.
Yeah, that's why they're so good.
I'm looking at the video of this, and we saw what we thought was a dead rat on our walk the other day.
No.
And well, it's confirmed. I'm looking at these videos because it wasn't huge, so we
Right.
were like, "Is it a mouse? Is it a rat?" No, it
These,
was a rat.
these are more like like field rats,
Right.
So if you get if you've ever been inside of the
Subway, yeah.
you're gonna see much larger rats.
Hello, my baby. Hello, my honey. Hello, my ragtime gal.
Even better.
It's so good.
Even better.
Those talented barbershop.
Hello.
That's just...
And they wear the most adorable little white pork pie
Straw hats and stuff. Yeah.
I'm glad you guys are having fun with this. These poor people in Hunting Park are dealing with all these damn rats.
Kathy, you just have to laugh, and same with these guys.
Yeah.
With the cold weather months approaching, neighbors fear the rats will only get more desperate. DeSinger says that he doesn't know how he can bring people safely into his business if there's rats in the drop ceiling. A spokesperson for the Philadelphia Department of Public Health said officials have been in the neighborhood to inspect the rat issue and are currently working to get into the lot legally. It's unclear when the problem will be resolved.
Ladies and gentlemen, I bring you...
Rat. Hello, my baby. Hello, my honey. Hello, my ragtime gal.
I would go see a show like that for sure. Wow. I had a little adventure yesterday. Do I have time to share a quick story, or should we break?
Yeah, we need to be out. You got plenty of time.
5:42.
I wanted to share this real quick because it's fresh and we'll never get around to it if I don't. But yesterday I went, and I'm not going to say where exactly I went, but I went to a medical appointment.
Right.
Yesterday. It has nothing to do with my butt or my none of that. It was something
more
else.
Botox-ish.
No. But anyway, so I show up for this appointment. It's a new appointment for me. I've never been in this place before, and I need to go and fill out some paperwork ahead of time.
Right.
So they asked me to be there about 15 minutes before my appointment. I showed up there about 20 minutes ahead of time. I walk into the reception area, and nobody's behind the reception desk. But I could get into that area. It was a small little office that you come into, and there's a desk, and then the door that leads back to it was, like I said, it was a medical, so there's exam rooms back there. So I'm standing around, I'm waiting, and I wait about 5-10 minutes. Nobody's coming. And I'm like, okay. And I'm looking around, and I look behind the desk there, and I see a pair of glasses there. I see a glass with a straw in it. I see a pen with some notes written down next to it. I'm like, people have been here. This is not, I didn't show up to the wrong places. They have 2 offices. I'm like, okay, I came to the right office. I checked. And we get our dose of Froggy to begin our weekend officially.
So damn good.
I love it.
So damn good. I between the recorded version and that version, they're
you kind of like the live one, or
I like the energy of the live one, and I like I love them both.
Casey, pull up the the studio version. Let's hear that too. Why not? It's like it's a minute long or whatever, but I want to hear that too. There are elements of the studio version that I like. As well, but that live one had a cool little spontaneity too. Fired up, Case.
Yeah.
Something about both of them that I love. All right, you want to mention something before we get to the top five, Steve?
I promise I'm going to do this. When I went out to visit my dad in Dallas, it turns out there's a large contingent of Preston and Steve fans out there, and I got to meet a number of them. And so I got the names here. I want to make sure I get them all right. It's Debbie Dyke and Gary Dyke. Yes, the Dykes. Sarah Cohn, Lene Lewis, Corey Lewis, and Zach Burns, all big fans of the Preston and Steve Show, all super nice and supporting the show out there in Dallas.
In Dallas, the city by the bay. That's
city
amazing.
By the bay. City never sleeps. Also, the city of lights.
And the city of lights, too. It's all. That's cool. Thank you. No matter where you listen, we do appreciate the love.
Great.
It's wonderful. All right, Bizarre File, here we go.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by Dry Tech Waterproofing Solutions. Protect your home from water damage, cracks in your foundation, and mold with Dry Tech Waterproofing Solutions. Preston and Steve listeners, you get 15% off when you mention our show. So go to drytechcorp.com. Let's begin with this. This is a great story. A teenager wanted for car theft has been jailed after he was found hiding inside a teddy bear.
What?
Joshua Dobson, who is 18, became the subject of a UK police search after stealing a Mitsubishi and then not paying for gas at a gas station on the same day. However, after attending his address, officers became baffled when they heard a stuffed toy in the house breathing.
So I've seen these super huge teddy bears.
We have one.
Was it one of those?
We have one at home.
Yeah.
And I couldn't fit inside it, but somebody like Casey can fit inside of it.
Wow.
Yeah.
We did that. We cored out the a teddy because we had one and it was I had seen better days and I wanted to scare I believe it was my wife. So
did it work?
No, no. But we took all the stuffing out and then we stuck one of my kids in it.
You should have stolen a car. Apparently, that's what this guy did. Yeah.
So upon examining the bear, they found the suspect stuffed inside. Dobson, who had
I'm a Teddy Ruxpin,
had cut a hole in the toy and somehow managed to fit himself inside the lining in a bizarre bid to dodge arrest.
That's insane.
He was later detained and handed a 9-month prison sentence during a court appearance last month.
This is just a moderately large. We're looking at a picture, but it's just a.
It's not even that big.
It's not even that big.
Court documents show Dobson was sentenced to a total of 32 weeks in prison for a series of offenses, but he made a good effort at it. A naked Florida man, a lot of great stories. Start with that. Was arrested Monday after he threw a machete at someone and caused some chaos at a gas station. Your balls are showing. The sheriff's office said a civilian spotted Brandon Wright as he carried a machete and picked palmetto berries while completely naked.
What a lovely day.
Right,
I think I'll get naked, take my machete, and pick palmetto berries.
The officer had approached the civilian and demanded that Wright had approached the guy with the machete.
Yeah. Good day, Constable.
Approached a civilian and demanded that he give him his clothes, wallet, and phone while brandishing his machete.
Or I'll cut your head off.
The sheriff's office said that the victim tried to comply with Wright's demands until the suspect threw his machete at the victim's chest. However, the machete did not injure the victim.
I think I'll defecate in a potted plant.
Only the handle had hit him.
Yeah.
Deputies said Wright ran off into some brush and got into a white Dodge Challenger. According to the sheriff's office, a responding deputy recognized Wright's description from a previous incident where he was naked in the same area.
Any identifying features to this gentleman?
Wright was later spotted still naked outside of a gas station at an air unit. Spotted Wright while he yelled at drivers, did push-ups, and behaved erratically.
All right.
All while naked with a machete.
Push-ups? Yeah.
Yep. So deputies eventually arrived.
Gotta be fit.
They arrested Wright on charges of attempted robbery with a deadly weapon, aggravated battery with a deadly weapon, and aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. He is a convicted felon with criminal history involving kidnapping, false imprisonment, possession of cocaine, possession of a firearm and ammunition by a convicted felon, and battery on a law enforcement officer.
Did he get to keep his berries?
They didn't say. I would think they would impound those if they took him into the jail.
Evidence.
So, yeah. A woman was killed on Wednesday in Garden City, South Carolina, after a loose beach umbrella impaled her in the chest.
Yep. Another one of these stories.
It's actually a bit of fear of mine when at the beach and the wind starts picking up. I'm like, man, where are we in the wind, and what umbrella do I have to keep an eye on just in case?
It's not like it never happens. It happens with enough frequency. Yeah.
The umbrella was blown by the wind from its anchoring in the sand, hitting Tammy Perrault in the chest.
That's terrible.
She was taken to the hospital. She had succumbed to her injuries. About 3,000 people are injured by beach umbrellas every year.
That's why I wear a suit of armor every time I go to the beach.
That's the only way to go to the beach.
Yep.
And
look like C-3PO.
Yep.
A beach umbrella's wide canopy, of course, allows it to get caught up in the strong winds if it's not anchored properly, and the spiked end poses a danger.
Have they done anything? If you notice, have they modified the technology at all to accommodate for this?
Listen, dude, we bought what I deem to be the best beach umbrella ever.
Which is?
I will have to get the brand name from Rochelle, but it's kind of hard to explain, but there is this triangular shaped tarp that has a hole in it, and essentially you lay it out on the sand, you put the umbrella into the ground, into the sand inside that, and then you pile sand up on top of this triangular shaped tarp, and it's got hooks on it that go up and anchor onto the actual base of the umbrella itself. So it's about 50 pounds of weight.
Wait, are you talking
holding that umbrella in place?
The sand is on the ground in like pockets?
Yeah, I'd have to
Is
show.
it Cool Cabana?
No.
Okay.
And I've seen these other things that you can use sand to use as
counterweight
ballast descent, essentially.
That's what I immediately, when I heard this story initially, that's what I thought, is because I have the Cool Cabana with the sand, and I'm like, that eliminates a lot of these injuries.
Well, it becomes a javelin.
Yeah.
Yep. So there are some umbrellas you can get out there, Steve, that will pretty much hold.
I want to see what you have. Send us.
I will. All right, this is a terrible story. A horse pulling a carriage along a street in Midtown Manhattan collapsed in the middle of the road on Wednesday. Video
breaks
showed
my heart.
as the footage of the steed on its side restarted the heated debate over the future of carriage horses in New York City. The horse was pulling the carriage up 9th Avenue when it suddenly fell to the ground.
God damn it. It is so effing hot.
A bystander,
Yeah, I'm a talking horse.
Christian Parker, said, I heard this thud and it sounded almost like a car, but then I turned my head and it was this poor horse in the middle of 9th Avenue. Another witness, Kevin Gonzalez, said that after the horse went down, the man driving the carriage started to hit the animal with a small whip, hoping to get it back on his feet. He started whipping it, saying, get up, like, bro, don't whip your horse. He obviously needs some water. He
bro.
He looked dehydrated. The driver had no choice but to let the horse lay there while the NYPD doused it with water and ice, assuming that it had suffered from heat exhaustion. The horse-named rider stayed resting on the hot pavement for some time, but eventually got back up on the sun. Now, police took it to the stable. A veterinarian checked it out. The union that represents horse carriage drivers said that the vet ultimately made a preliminary diagnosis of EPM, or equine protozoal myelioencephalitis, a neurological infection caused by possum droppings.
Ew.
So the horse wasn't overheated. It had this condition.
Possum droppings.
Horses are not allowed out on especially hot and humid days like this past Tuesday or other days during the heat wave, but Wednesday was safe and Ryder was not overheated or dehydrated, according to the veterinarian.
Okay, so they had a massive overhaul of a lot of these. I think they did it here in Philadelphia as well, where they really tried to exert some more control over how the horses are treated.
Advocates have called for horse and carriage rides to be banned in the city.
Or at least don't feed them possum dropping.
The city council is considering that legislation now. All right, and there you go. That's all I have time for in the bizarre file for now. We're going to take a break. Don't forget our Word of the Week prize, $500 we're going to give away from the Bagster. It is at the end of the program that we will do that. If you've been keeping track of the letters, make sure you hang with us. And we might have a contest that we'll get to here in a little bit. So we got a lot of things to give to you this morning as we head into the weekend. We'll be back in just a sec. I'm like, what's going on? So I'm like, all right, well, I'll sit down, wait a few minutes, whatever. I'm waiting. And I'm waiting, and I'm waiting. And it's just getting closer and closer to my appointment time. And as I'm waiting, an older woman walks in to the same office. She walks up to the front desk, kind of looks over there. And I go, hey, I've been sitting here for 15 minutes. And nobody's back there. And she had a little bit of an accent. She's like, well, they told me to call ahead.
Right.
And I call, and it says they're closed. And I go, yeah, well, nobody's here. She had kind of like, I can't do a Russian accent, but it was kind of like
I had the appointment.
Well, not that bad. But anyway.
I called on the phone for to be here to get teeth looked at, and I come and nothing.
All right, so.
Who are you? With your Mr. Lyle Lovett hairdo.
So anyway, she's standing there. She's.
And on weekends, travel to capital city and watch ladies while they make a toilet.
So she's calling, and she's like, I'm going to call again. And she
is that
calls,
okay with you, pretty boy?
While she's calling, the phone is ringing on the other side of the reception desk, and it goes to the voicemail, and it says they're closed. And so we're standing around. And I'm like, well, I don't know what to do. I'm like, I'm going to wait around for a few more minutes, and if they're not here, I'm going to leave.
But you saw like a cup, like
there were clearly signs. And the more I thought about it, I'm like, it looks like they left in a hurry. I'm like, because they left stuff laying out, and I'm like,
did you start CSIing the site?
Well, I said, I hope it wasn't an emergency or something like that. And she's like, I don't know. And I go, yeah. And I go, because look, and I started pointing out the evidence. The more I think about it, I'm like, well, maybe something did happen.
Did you slide the pencil into the barrel of the gun?
And the more I thought about it, I'm like, well, maybe something's going on back there.
Oh, wow. Now you're like, so you do these escape rooms, so now you're doing something.
I need Mission Impossible.
Okay,
Casey, if you don't mind, because says that, and then she goes, well, if I could, I would go back there.
I would go back to the rooms.
And I go, well, I could go back there. So we slid a chair over.
You climbed through the window?
And I climbed up over the top of the desk. Now, listen, they don't know this.
Right, yeah.
And they know who I am, and they're hearing this on the radio now. So I jump up on top of the desk. And if they have security camera footage, they'll see this.
Oh, we want to see that.
So I jump over the desk. Right. And as I'm going back into the offices, I swear to God, this is what I'm thinking, Steve. If I round the corner, I might see dead bodies.
God, dude.
You don't know.
I might see, there may have been a crime committed here.
Or
I don't know. So
you might see some whoopee.
No. I wasn't expecting that. Or I'm going to be the hero because somebody's being held hostage at gunpoint.
Yeah.
And I'm going to come in and I'm going to save
Russian
the
lady,
day.
go take care of it.
So I kid you not, I started thinking about my Krav Maga training.
Oh, my God.
You got ready.
And I got ready and I jump over and I'm going, and I swear to God, I'm crouched down like this.
God, I hope they had surveillance video.
So that I would be able to move.
Be safe, hero.
Quickly if I needed to. And I'm like, I've got my back against the wall, and I'm turning and I'm peeking around corners. And I'm going, hello? Hello? And I'm looking around and doing this whole thing. Now, where the big mistake in my training that I didn't do is I didn't grab some type of a weapon.
Yeah.
Some type of thing that I might have
like
needed.
the
But
straw.
I literally am looking and I'm like, okay, like the FBI would, like I would, quickly look at it and just move over the other way. And I walked through.
Morning show host, identify yourself.
It's okay. I'm a broadcaster.
This is the point in the horror movie where you're like, why would he do that? Why doesn't he just leave?
Oh, totally.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't even think of that, Kathy. You're right. There's a demon.
Well, you
want
to try to save the hostages.
So I'm picking it, and there's like seven. It's a lot bigger than I thought it was back there. There's all kinds of rooms that I'm going through, and I'm looking.
The hell is this?
And eventually I see the office is at the end of the hallway, and I'm like, anything's going on, it's down there.
That's the room.
That's where they've got him.
There's a glow coming out from under the door.
And I'm thinking, I literally am thinking there's going to be a guy with his arm around someone with his hand over their mouth and a gun to their head or a knife to their throat. And I circle around and I look and I see that there's nobody there. And I'm like, clear, So and right
And was
about,
the Russian woman behind you?
No, she stayed in the waiting room. She stayed in
Don't
the waiting
worry,
room.
I have your 6.
And so what I should have done is open the door so she should come in. She could come in and
Thank you.
and have my 6. But anyway, so I finally there was one other area I didn't go to, which was like it was like a closet. These doors, and I'm like, man, the bodies are in there. And I open it up. No, it's a giant nitrous tank.
Treasure.
I couldn't find anything.
You were back there for very long. What happened?
Nothing. I was looking.
It's a giant nitrous tank, and right then, I hear, come back, come back, come back. I hear the lady yelling for me.
Oh, no!
She's like, no. She's like, someone's coming. I'm like, I'm busted, man. She's like, because I thought they were going to be in the room when I got out there.
Right.
She's like, no, I saw them go by the door because it had a glass,
a
glass out into the hallway, and there was another entrance to the back of the office back that way. She's like, I saw them go by.
Quickly,
so I come running back, and as I step back, they're making their way back into behind the desk, and I look up on the desk. And there's a giant footprint from where I stepped. And I casually walk over, Kathy, and I put my hand. I'm like, "Hey, how you guys doing?" And I'm wiping it off.
Clean it off.
I'm talking to him. Never said a word about it.
And they saw you on the other side of the divider?
It was like I was waiting in the room the whole time where I was supposed to be. And they were just running late. They had another thing they had to go do. And so,
what did the Russian lady say?
I thought about telling them. I thought about saying, but I went creeping around in their office.
Yeah, nah, just leave
But
it.
it was the best intention. I thought I was
You
going
were
to be
worried.
saving the day.
It is kind of weird to not unless, did they say it was an emergency of some sort? They knew they had an appointment. Why not leave a little sign back in 5 minutes?
I don't know.
Maybe
I didn't
it was
ask.
lunch and they were.
No, it wasn't lunch.
No?
They had to go to the hospital or something was going on. But anyhow, you should have seen me. I was crouched down.
Oh, that's great.
I was crouched down like this. I was in the mode, and it was very surreal. But
That's amazing.
that was a bit of an adventure yesterday.
So that would have been great if they walked in.
Oh
you
my
come
God.
back. You've
What
got
was I gonna do, man?
You've got the nitrous tank on your arm. You've got some of the tranquilizers and
And you and the Russian lady are.
I didn't see anything.
Yeah. I didn't know how I was going to explain it
Oh,
if
man,
they
that's
came
funny.
walking in. But I had the best of
Listen,
intentions.
the place was empty. I'm going to save them.
Yeah. All right. Well, anyhow, it was a great day. Bella Hadid is getting real about her mental health. The 25-year-old model shared a raw post Tuesday saying that her life isn't as picture perfect as it may seem.
Who's this again, Preston? I'm sorry.
This is Bella Hadid.
Bella Hadid.
Is that your favorite Hadid?
I vastly,
Oh, come
last
on.
week was a Gigi week.
No way.
I have to admit it.
It's got to be.
I know Yolanda.
Yolanda Hadid.
No,
Well, that's the mom, right?
No.
No?
Now you're making fun of this legitimate thing here.
Which one lives?
Where do you stand?
One lives in the area, right?
Gigi's are
I think two
local,
of them.
right?
I think the mom and the daughter live here.
Well,
Which
I have
daughter?
nothing against Yolanda.
Which daughter, Kat?
Who's
Bella?
the-
Or,
It's Gigi.
Bella or
I know
Gigi?
Yolanda.
Who just had the baby?
Gigi.
Gigi.
So
I'm
she
gonna say
shared
it one more time. Gigi.
She shared a video of Willow Smith that resonated with her. In it, Smith talked about her insecurities and not feeling good enough. Hadid had also included a gallery of selfies of herself crying and a candid caption about her mental health.
Listen, I'm so tired of on on TikTok and Instagram videos of people filming themselves crying.
Oh, that's not the first thing you think to do when you're
the crying reaction. Yeah, no, I don't do that.
Yeah, I'd like to get that kind of person.
Yeah, and remember the mom who was busted with the
man.
kid in the front seat?
Trying to make her kid
Trying to
cry.
make the kid cry?
Yep.
There was I just watched one of somebody crying. And I was like, oh God, here we go.
Knock it off.
Another one. But wait, she was opening her own boutique. And that's why she was crying.
She
was
was
like, this
happy?
has been a long road, and it's finally here, and I'm so happy to bring this to you guys because now you can shop all of my clothes in person.
Let's check in a year when she's crying when it fails.
My clothes. I was like, what is this?
Hey, a lot of small businesses.
I know.
Statistically. All right, well, anyway.
Not mine. My boutique is going great guns.
Hadid wrote, I love you and your words. It made me feel a little less alone, and that's why I'd like to post this. So she was commenting on a video of Willow Smith. Hadid reminded followers that they are not alone and there's always light at the end of the tunnel. She said, this is pretty much my everyday, every night for a few years now. Social media is not real.
Yes, that's right.
Okay, for anyone struggling, please remember that. Sometimes all you've got to hear is that you're not alone. So from me to you, you're not alone. I love you. I see you and I hear you.
Oh, it's just like the Na'vi in Avatar.
I see you.
Yeah.
Self-help and mental illness chemical imbalance is not linear, and it's almost like flowing roller coaster of obstacles.
Okay, now she's losing me.
Ups and downs and size to size. Listen, people obviously, struggling with
depression.
Depression is a real thing. It's terrible, but you've got conflicting things here. Social media is not real, she writes. Anyone struggling? Listen, you can find support on social media, but you can also find exactly what is pushing you down.
And
You know
pushing
what I
your
mean?
buttons. It is a construct. And we've said before, initially, when it had a much more benevolent, at least to me, it felt that way in the early, hey,
hooking
you're
people
on
up.
this too, hey.
Yeah.
And there is a very, very destructive part of social media now. If you're going to be on it, know the difference and don't let the heavy stuff bring you down, man.
She wrote,
Right,
anyways,
Yolanda.
not sure why, but it feels harder and harder to share my truth on here. Thank you for seeing me, and thank you for listening. I see you. I love you.
So look at this picture here on Instagram. You had to hold the camera.
All right, what we're looking at is a picture of her crying. It's a close-up of her tears. She's looking away, and I mean, that looks like a posed photograph.
Yeah, it does.
I have never cried and been like, hold on, let me get my phone.
I got an update to the new OS. 1 second here. Wait a second. Why is this thing going through?
Wait, the flash is on.
How do you flip the camera? I can't flip the camera.
You have to angle it just right.
I mean, this is ridiculous. This is.
The light isn't right. Wait 1 second.
I need another one. Hold on.
Can you come take this for me, please?
Yeah, that's not what I'm thinking about when I'm crying.
Yeah.
Seriously.
She keeps opening the wrong app that looks like the app for the phone.
No, that's not the Instagram. No, that's.
If you thought that Bradley Cooper and Lady Gaga looked like a couple in love at the 2019 Oscars, it's because they planned it that way. I know that she has already said that, but he is finally saying something. He was talking to the Hollywood Reporter on Wednesday, and he had said that he wanted the performance to mimic the scene in the movie in order to help him manage his own fears about singing live. So I get it. Yeah,
absolutely.
He's playing a role.
And by the way,
he is in front of a bunch of musicians. Because it was, I'm sorry, it was at the Oscars.
At the Oscars, it's in front of the world, basically.
Yeah,
he's singing this song. They obviously have a very strong friendship.
Yeah.
I mean, it was. So it's friends, lovingly.
And they're performers.
Yes, they're liars.
They know they're playing a role. They're having fun with it.
They're paid liars.
So Cooper added, he said he shared, just from a personal standpoint, it reduces the anxiety level.
Well, listen, we're very good friends with Bradley Cooper.
We are.
And we know the way he is.
Incredibly
And we
close.
know how nervous he gets in situations like this. So if you knew him the way we knew him.
Steve, I sometimes will just place my hand on his knee.
Yeah.
And just a little touch,
Yeah.
a little human touch
Makes a difference.
calms them down a bit.
I can't believe you guys haven't brought up the fact that, like, Steve and I look at each other like that when we sing the Safe Light song.
Absolutely.
We totally get
That's
that.
so beautiful.
That's
right?
true.
Yeah.
Every single time.
I just thought I'd let you guys have this. So he got that. But listen to this. This is what Pearl Jam sounds like to people who don't like Pearl Jam. Here we go.
Looking through the paper, though, and out of something that has never showed him, man, in concrete. Oh, feeling. Maybe he'll see a little out of something, so that's never understands the weather of a few through the between all the better Saturdays.
God, I love stuff like that.
That's so good.
Oh, man.
That is sucking on a chili dog for Pearl Jam.
Oh, totally. Totally. Look, wait, I'm going to play another one of those little rants here again. Hang on a second.
See a little don't know, baby, down my face, looking through the paper, though, and out of something that has never showed him, man, in concrete. Oh, feeling. Maybe he'll see a little out of something, so that never understands the weather of a few through the between all the better Saturdays.
Speaking of sucking on a chili dog, hang on a second. I got to.
Sucking on a chili dog.
Yeah, here.
Sucking on a chili dog.
I got an email from this gal. Her name is Sarah Anderson, and she's got a 1-year-old daughter named Sadie. She said, I was getting her ready for bed. She was very fussy, kept moving around, and I couldn't get a diaper or PJs on her. Usually I'll try singing to distract her, but my go-to songs aren't working these days, and it's mostly Beatles songs, and that's devastating. But out of desperation for bedtime to end, I landed on a particular song, and I started singing Sucking on a Chili Dog. Sucking on a chili dog. And it worked.
Yes!
She started to stop thrashing and fussing and was just staring at me smiling while I sang. And it was hilarious and adorable, which is par for the course for this sweet girl. Needless to say, she's a big fan, just like her mom, of you guys, and I couldn't be prouder.
Wow. Is this the new Baby Shark?
Maybe. She said, I'll be sure to write in again when her first phrase is something like, they did it, or even a simple yoo-hoo. For now, I'll include a picture of her from her first birthday party this weekend. She just turned 1 on August 9th.
That's awesome.
Thanks for the laughs, and have a nice flight. That's from Sarah Anderson.
That's
so
great.
thank you. Sarah, I appreciate it. And then another quick email. You know what? This is what we'll do.
Do it.
Yeah.
We're gonna play a contest. We're gonna do Loop There It Is.
All right.
So we've taken these songs, and I'll read a couple more emails because I want to get these out of the way while we're waiting for you to call in. We got a bunch of different things to give away.
We got product to move.
Prizes. So if you're interested in playing and winning whatever we got, rock on. Call now. We'll play a little looped segment of a song, and so you can identify the song. 215-263-WMMR. And we got 10 or 12 things to give away, so give us a call right now. Here's an email while we're waiting for your calls. It says, I've only been listening for a couple of years, but imagine my surprise when I discovered that I was completely wrong about Preston and Steve. I've only seen pictures of you guys, never anything live. So I always assumed that Preston was bald and Steve was not. Several days ago, I was listening to the podcast about showering, and Preston had mentioned his frustration of having to go through 7 hair conditioners to find the only shampoo. And I'm thinking, well, why the hell would he need shampoo? So that got me to Googling the show. Needless to say, my world exploded. I had always detached the voices to the faces, and now that theater of the mind has been torn asunder. And I'm having a difficult time recalibrating, and now I'm afraid to even find out what the rest of the crew looks like.
It's tough, man.
When I'm listening to the show, I often think that I'm listening to a group of the happiest idiots on radio, but I guess I get to join the club. Maybe Kathy and I can swim to Alaska.
That's great.
That's from listener John, so he just did not know who was who.
We'll occasionally around here, even in our own building, at our own place of employment, get called the wrong name.
Oh, yeah. I don't even acknowledge it.
I just say, yeah, what do you want?
Yeah, on occasion, I'll say, well, I'm Preston, by the way. But for the most part, I'm just like, It's fine.
Somebody says, "Do you want another credit card?" I'll take out credit cards in your name. I'll do,
Sure.
I'll do stuff like that.
You know, something happened to me at the Fish concert over the weekend that I really appreciated. All right, so I was talking to one of these, a listener of the show, Preston.
Yeah.
She works at Butcher and Barkeep, Sexy Fries.
Oh, yeah.
And I believe it was her husband, because it was her and another. And they're like, "Oh, I love the show," blah blah blah. And then the one guy was like, "I don't listen," right?
Yeah.
And so I was like, "Thank you for saying that." Like, don't like I hate it when people are like, "Oh yeah, I'm like I listen." I'm like, you don't have to say that you listen.
It's okay.
No,
It's okay to not listen. Yeah,
it's
I mean,
totally
we'd
fine.
like you to if you enjoy it.
But don't lie and be like, "Oh yeah, I listen." Like, and then I can totally tell. I'm like, you don't have to say that you love the show.
Try to pump for information. You like light up a cigarette and go, "So what do you like about the show?"
Yeah.
Call them out on it.
I do hate when people go out of their way, though, to tell you they don't listen. Like, how about just don't say anything?
Well, he didn't, but you know what, Kath? He didn't go out of his way. It wasn't like one of those things where he was like, "I don't listen."
I listen to TED Talks.
Right. Well, that's the thing. If they start rattling off what they do listen to,
It's
then it's like,
fine.
okay,
Yeah,
all right. That's well, you know what? I don't listen to those things, so we can't relate. I'm busy doing my own radio show, but it's all good.
Yeah.
It's all fine. Yeah. All right. So, oh yeah, one more email. What?
No, you're good.
Okay, one more email, and then we'll get the contest underway. And this is from Robert Farrell, our Disney artist listener.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
He's really talented.
He has relocated, Nick. I don't know if you know this. He moved from L.A. to Orlando.
He was at Disneyland in Los Angeles or Anaheim, and now he's in Florida.
Yeah, so he actually works as an artist for
Wait, there's
Disney.
a Disney property in Orlando?
There is. It's all the rage, Steve. So he says, listen, I'm not even a week into living in Central Florida. When cleaning paint off paintbrushes in my backyard, I look up, and I kid you not, I am face to face with a black bear.
Oh, wow.
And I don't know why, but the first thing I did was yell out, "Bear watch!" And then I ran inside the house. And even when I'm looking death in the face, I'm still quoting PNS zingers. So yes, bear watch is
no way.
all I could think to say. He said, "Love you guys," and he said, "Finally, I can listen to you live because he's on the East Coast."
That's still just in context of what you're saying, the whole concept of a bear population in Florida, which is fairly robust. I always forget they have them.
By the way, he writes, "Have a safe flight." Robert, and the Disney artist. So
he is very talented, that guy.
Yeah. So thank you.
Too talented to listen to us.
You know what? And I'll do a shout out real quick here because this one is dated today.
Oh, wow. Look at you.
Gadzooks, I want to give a happy 36th birthday shout out to my bestie, Mary McKee. Mary grew up in Northeast Philly, but has lived in Northern Ireland since grad school.
That's right, because you come from Philadelphia, you know.
Mary and I grew up listening to you guys on the PMS show.
I like how you went with the heavier Irish accent.
You always have to go to the most ridiculous stereotypical accent.
The PMS show on Y100 when we were in 8th grade.
She's actually used to listen to a show called Preston and Steve.
Mary has been podcasting since she moved to Ireland, and so many of our inside jokes are show references. Our group chat on WhatsApp with our friend Nicole is even named Hey Bitches, Hey What? And I've even sent her a piece of jewelry from Kathy's line for her birthday this year.
I actually remember this.
Okay. Mary,
You know, Kathy's the one who has the volcanic orgasm.
Stop it.
They know about that in Ireland?
Oh, yeah.
Know about it everywhere.
She said, Mary sent me a shout out on my 30th birthday, so I thought it was time to finally send one back to her. Her birthday is August 12th, but since she podcasts anytime this week would be great. Cheers to you and my best friend. Hope to see you soon. Thanks so much, you guys. Rock with love. Stephanie Watts from Southampton.
That's awesome.
Bucks Co.
That's awesome.
So a shout out, if you would please, all the way to Northern Ireland for you. All right, we are going to play. Loop, there it is, friends. Marissa has been working painstakingly this morning to make a song.
Yeah.
Can we get that right now? Can you guys do that?
I just love him so much.
Let's do it. We can do it. Ready?
You're at the microphone for a
All right,
dad.
turn away and then turn and look at each other. All right. Just give us a countdown.
Got to get in the character.
All right, hold it,
Okay.
everybody. 3, 2, 1.
Safe light repair, safe light replace.
Oh.
Wow.
Lovely kiss was
That
blown.
was
If we could get it, I don't know if it's possible to get a split screen on that or not.
And see, there's no
play that
real love there. That's all acting.
No.
They lie.
Well, you know what? You can't sing those words without being moved. They're not only repaired but replaced.
Yes, as if the repair wasn't enough.
You fixed me, and then you made me all new again.
Right.
Right?
Right.
And they'll
I'll
come,
repair
yeah.
you. I will
I
never
will come
replace
to where
you.
you are
Yeah.
if you're at your daughter's dance recital.
That's right.
Bradley Cooper added that they kind of fall in love in that scene in the film. It's that explosive moment that happens to them on a stage in front of thousands of people. And it would have been so weird if we were both on stools facing the audience. So that's why they did it that way.
This is actually the first time that they rehearsed. They sang the Chicken Pot Pie song, Preston.
Wait, do you want to do Safe Light Repair like that now? We're looking at the video where they're kind of heads leaning against each other. Oh, no. Oh, yes, we're going to get this now.
Well, you got to come behind because you got to come behind me because you're taller.
Like this?
Yeah.
We are getting this on camera, right?
Yeah. Well, where's the camera at?
Right
here. Yeah. Can you count us off, Preston?
3, 2, 1.
Safe light repair. Safe light replace.
Dear God in heaven.
Wow.
How was that? Was that good? Thank you.
I was convinced.
Bravo!
Thank you. Can I just? We are involved with other people.
Yes.
I have the deepest respect for Diane, and I know Casey.
And
loves
Claire.
her, yeah.
And your cats.
And my cat.
More on the creepy side for me.
You don't know what that song means to us.
I know, I guess.
Sounds a little jealous, does she not?
I'm getting that. We have
I think
to look
you guys. I don't think you were harmonizing though. I think you were in unison on that.
Our hearts were harmonized.
Hearts were
So the monetary donations for Camp Out for Hunger continued until the day before Thanksgiving, and the final tally of money that you donated at Acme Markets is $1,454,710.
Just amazing.
And that added to our final monetary donation, with everything added in, for Camp Out for Hunger this year was $1,802,000 to help feed people in this area.
Oh, my God, another banner year.
$1.8 million, and you put that on over 2.3 million pounds of food.
I mean, again, another situation where you figured, how are they, how are we going to get to that point? How are we going to top the miracle that was last year? And look what, people just step up. They're amazing.
Yep, it's pretty incredible. So thank you. Before we get into our concert announcement and music news, Nick, what were you laughing so hard at right before that started? Or do we even want to know?
You want to know.
Okay.
I would just want to take a seat, Preston, and I got my little chair here.
Oh,
and I didn't do it again. Oh, there we go. And somehow, Casey found a way to rig it so that it just slowly descends.
I took video. I took video.
Okay.
You did?
How'd you do this?
All right, so stand up and you'll see.
Because it'll go back up.
Yeah.
So there's a handle that will allow you to lower the seat, and I assume he taped it, right?
He tied it.
I tied it with a bandana.
That took work. I'm impressed.
So it just sinks down slowly.
I was just so
kinda
glad.
cool.
I didn't know how I was going to react, and I was just so grateful that it didn't
slam down
and have you fall.
You got to be careful.
All I heard was everybody in on this but me?
You had your headphones on. I think.
saw Casey come over here and tie it, and I go, "Are you trying to kill him?" And he goes, "No, but his chair will sink when he sits in it."
Where'd you get that idea?
I don't even know.
It came out of nowhere.
It came out of nowhere. I saw the bandana sitting there.
Okay.
And Nick wasn't there. I was like, I wonder if I could. I mean, it was like lightning fast how the synapses were firing.
Okay. Not as permanent, but definitely some pain involved. Florence Pugh, the actress, recently pierced her nose, but confessed that she fainted in the process.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Really?
She captioned an Instagram photo that says, "When you want to be a cool grown-up and get a cool new piercing and you instantly fail, go green and then faint."
All right, so Kathy, did you faint when you got your not your ears pierced, but like you got your belly button pierced?
No, I didn't.
She had a nipple pierced.
I didn't.
I
faint.
didn't want to bring that up.
What's that?
I didn't want to
How
bring
can
that
you
up.
not bring that up? You're obligated to bring that up. Are you kidding me?
Case, my problem is looking at it. If I see it happen, I'm out like a light.
Okay, so Florence went with the septum, the middle part.
Okay.
I dig. I like a nose piercing, like the This
Off to the side?
Yeah, the nostril.
Yeah.
What do they call it? That's usually a stud, is it not? Yeah.
Stud.
Yeah, the septum thing, sometimes it looks like you got boogers hanging out of your nose.
It's just gross.
I don't like that. Yeah, the
But I
booger
do
thing
like-
is real.
I do like the stud.
Yeah.
I think that can be cute.
It's good if you're a bull. I think it works quite nicely.
My girlfriend has one.
She has a
Wait, the
septum
septum?
piercing?
Yeah.
She does?
I didn't know that.
I never even noticed.
Yep, she has it. She doesn't wear it all the time, and she removed it for several years, and then put it back in recently, and it never closed, which she was surprised by.
Wow.
I was as
Oh.
well. Yeah, but looks good on her.
What does she wear? Is it a hoop?
Like a little hoop. Yeah,
There it is.
A little hoop.
Yeah, I wasn't saying that I don't like that. I just prefer the stud. But so speaking of bull, Steve, when I was a kid, we had the shower curtain rings.
Yes.
I would take those off the shower curtain and put them in my nose like I was a bull.
Startling revelation on the Preston and Steve show this morning.
Okay.
Casey Boy, producer, admitted he used shower rings to look like a bull. We go down to Jimmy Lukaszewski outside of One Ballot Plaza. Jim, what's going on out there? Crowd has already started to form, Tom. People want to get the exclusive on the interview.
Okay.
Can I go down for an interview?
All right, so let me ask you this. Would you look in the mirror and make noises?
Well, I don't know about the noises, but everything I did, dude.
Would you make a face?
I spent so much time in front of the bathroom mirror as a child. I used to pierce my own ears. I would I spent a lot of time making faces and
Wow.
I know.
But I'm
You guys make fun of me.
Yeah.
And then he would go back to college.
I was just curious what level you took it to. Would you actually stomp on the ground?
No.
You wouldn't do anything
That'd
like
be
that?
stupid, Preston.
Yeah, come on, man.
He was just making faces in the mirror.
It's just silly. By the way, to make Casey feel better, if you've ever taken a shower ring and pretended to be a bull, text in and let us know.
please
about
let
it.
us know.
And if you have one now and you could do a picture, we'd love to see
Yeah,
it.
that'd be great.
Without a doubt, I am not the only one to ever do that.
No, listen, I'm sure. I'm
Without
sure
a
I've
doubt.
done it, for
Yeah.
Christ's sake.
Somewhere in America
Yeah.
has done it.
There's probably a commune of people who do nothing but that.
Here's a supportive one.
Is that a BR commune? Yeah, that's a bull ring
Here,
commune.
this says, I used to pretend I was the bull in the Bugs Bunny cartoons.
Yeah.
So there you go.
And this guy, he and his cousin used to put helmets on and use red tablecloths to charge at each other like bulls. But he
One
didn't
was a
think,
bull and one was the matador.
Yeah.
He says, didn't think of the shower curtain ring, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The accessory you never knew you needed.
I know this is like Hollywood celebrity news, but why did they put the ring in the bull's nose? What was that all about?
You know, I think that's how they would actually lead the bull.
Yeah, I think they could
Oh!
connect. They could connect a lead to it.
Okay.
And
That makes perfect
or they could
And most
essentially leash them up somewhere, and,
All right.
and they're not going to go anywhere.
and isn't the fact that most bulls are goth, sort of? They're
Yeah, I
with
think so.
cages and stuff.
Yeah, they do the
Most
ear
of them.
Yeah.
stuff
body
too.
mod.
Yeah. All right, let me see. Nick, anybody texting in? One person said they've done the shower curtain ring in the nose thing, but I don't know if they were pretending to be a bull or not.
No,
It
it could have
does
been, something
Well,
entirely
I
different.
don't necessarily. I wasn't. You guys said I was pretending to be a bull.
Well,
I
were
you
just pretending
said-
to have a piercing?
No, you did.
Well, I got the idea from the bull, right? Like
I got the
I
idea
never
from
made,
the bull.
I got the idea. I didn't.
Why don't you pretend that you're me?
Let the court record show that Preston, you asked if I made noises like a bull, and I did not.
I thought that was after
I would like
you
to have audio
intimated.
from what we spoke about earlier because you said I
Yeah.
would look in the mirror
Yeah.
and pretend to be a bull.
All right, let's check it. We
we
have
got-
a way of finding
We
out.
have to check the tape. You
We
may
do.
be right. But
Well, what did you do?
I put a shower ring on my nose like an idiot.
For what reason?
I don't
To look like a bull.
to look like a bull. I guess
That's what
I don't know.
That's what I think he said.
All right.
But we could be wrong.
But I
Maybe
didn't
we just
pretend to
assumed.
be a bull. There's a difference. There's a difference between trying to look like a bull and
pretending to be a bull.
Yes.
Pretending means you would adopt a lifestyle.
And I would not do that.
Right.
Because, bulls are ornery creatures, man.
I don't like the way they live.
her ornery creatures, man.
Yeah, that was my Lebowski right there.
That's what
I thought you were doing like you almost
Austin
sounded like
Powers.
Austin Powers.
No, that was more Lebowski than anything
They're
else.
ornery creatures, man.
I'm a Brahma bull, baby.
Kathy, I'm trying to reel this back.
You are?
Yeah, I'm trying.
Started it.
Jesus.
Holy moly.
Okay.
All right.
I'm going to move on to another story.
Okay.
We'll wait and find out that we'll find the tape.
Don't
here.
worry, we'll go back to this.
Yeah.
I have a feeling it may run through the entire show this morning. We have a clip of you from earlier
Okay,
on the show,
all right.
so we'll see. Let's see what this is. This was Casey Let's see if he says he would pretend to be a bull or not. Here we go.
So speaking of bull, Steve, when I was a kid, we had the shower curtain rings.
Yes.
I would take those off the shower curtain and put them in my nose like I was a bull. Okay. Like I was a bull. I didn't
For the
say
very first time.
I think there's a difference between pretending to be a bull and
adopting the lifestyle.
I didn't go.
One could say that there's a point at which they sort of Venn diagram a little bit.
So if you put on clown makeup,
Right.
like a full clown makeup, the wig and everything,
And I didn't do the voice and all that stuff.
you're not pretending to be
I'm
a
just
clown. at that
dressed like
point.
a clown.
Okay, so you
Okay.
were
Yeah.
dressed like a bull.
Yeah.
You were just dressed like a bull.
That's it.
Where are you going out looking like a bull? Where are you going to tonight looking like a bull?
Casey, you've been vindicated. Congratulations. Amber has an interesting tradition. I'm going to go to her. Amber, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, what's up, Amber?
So much. The Christmas trees, the prices have been so crazy the last, 10 years or so.
Yeah.
We kind of started a new tradition in our family. When we go out to get the Christmas tree, we go up to them, we just ask them for, show us the ugliest Christmas trees that you can, and we kind of make a game and see how pretty we can make it.
So
And we usually
you
just
like
give them to us.
like Charlie Brown it up then?
Yeah,
I love it.
As we can get it, and I tell my daughter every Christmas tree every tree deserves a Christmas.
That's a good.
Yeah,
I like that.
No, that's cool. If you can do that, that's I'm down with that.
So you take an ugly tree and you try to make it a beautiful tree.
Yeah, and you have they come out awesome, but when we first bring them in the house, it's like, oh my God, they have 3 needles on them.
My wife tells the story of my father-in-law. They were 9 kids and a huge family, and they'd get a lesser level tree, and my father-in-law would get a drill, very handy. He would remove branches from the back of the tree, drill holes, and put
It's like a hair replacement for men.
Basically, is what he was doing, and fill out the tree.
All right.
And so they would get the tree up to decorating
I love
level,
that.
and it looked great.
That woman, Amber, said something that I think could be turned into a Christmas story. Every tree deserves a Christmas.
Yeah.
I think that could be a kid's book, don't you think?
Or the loneliest tree at the lot, the one that doesn't.
Yeah.
Right. That's overlooked all the time.
But then a wonderful thing happens. It gets thrown into a wood chipper.
Right.
It's like a turn.
But then a wonderful thing, like Jimmy Durante.
Yeah.
But then they chucked it into the wood chipper.
Yeah. They start with its feet.
Oh, dear God! Make it stop!
You see its little animated head with its mouth gaping open, and it's the last to go in.
Branchy was the last tree
Branchy.
in the lot. He was all dried up. Hardly anything left on him. But then Bill, the kindly owner, slowly fed him into a wood chipper.
If someone has the animation capabilities to turn that last little segment into a animated short, I would greatly appreciate that, because I don't know about you guys, but I had a vision in my head of what that looked like. Branchy.
So many.
Branchy.
Does it look like your year this year, Branchy?
Then it happened on, Christmas Day.
But I got you a surprise. A brand new Fuji wood chipper.
Well, what am I going to do with this?
Oh, my God.
Just go to sleep.
All right, so I have another. Would you guys? So I have a story of a mathematician, and while I was thinking about it, is that really considered science?
Yeah,
I mean, it's used in science, but it's its own subject.
Let's
as
take
well.
that angle. It's used in science.
The reason I bring this up is because Jacques Tits died.
Oh my God!
The mathematician behind Tits Buildings, the Tits Alternative, the Tits Group, and the Tits Metric
Stop it. Yeah.
has passed away at 91.
Why'd you pick this story?
Well, he's a
because he was an
mathematician.
important man.
Oh, all right. That's why.
Belgian-born mathematician Jacques Tits.
This is wild because he died in the same week Heinrich von Butthole died.
Oh, no. Oh, what a loss.
Who revolutionized calculus.
What a loss.
We lost Tits and Butthole in the same week.
I know.
Oh, my God.
What was his name?
Heinrich von Butthole.
Heinrich von Butthole. Well, Tits
visionary, that guy.
Tits passed away on Sunday, leaving behind a legacy.
He's left an opening.
Why'd you pick this story?
Leaving behind a legacy of research in group theory and geometry. His tendency to name his contributions after himself suggests that he knew his tits' power. By the way, what is group theory? Because it sounds reminiscent of, no, that was governing dynamics, of the guy in Beautiful Mind.
Oh,
and I've forgotten his name.
Let's call him Russell Crowe.
Russell Crowe, you know. Miranda Otto, who is in the Lord of the Rings realm.
Preston, it's time to get up and to tell people of Philadelphia Miranda Otto's birthday is today.
Yes, I think it was in the third film. She plays a princess who disguises herself as
So she can fight.
Yes, as a soldier.
Is she not the daughter of the king as well?
I believe that is why she had to hide herself. Because
I have to see that movie again.
You do. They did really good.
How
with
did
you.
I come out?
You came out
Was
wonderful.
I good and heroic?
Of course you were.
Good.
You were eventually you were Gandalf the Grey, and then you became Gandalf the White, and
then Gandalf the Retired.
Everybody's
and
happy.
finally Gandalf the Mobility Scooter.
She is 54 today. What?
Okay. Just looking at a picture of her, I know her.
Yeah, you know
I
her.
love her.
You know her, Casey?
Yeah, personally. She used to clean my house.
What the hell is happening?
I don't know. He's riffing. He's going.
I'm not riffing.
She really used to clean your house?
Yeah.
Damn. That's pretty awesome.
That's pretty wild, man. You'd think she'd have some money from Lord of the Rings.
Well, no. I mean, she used to. Now
Right.
she's,
She's fallen on hard times.
Meteoric rise.
Word has it that she gives handies for fivers.
It was tenor for me.
I wish
Very popular in the Shire.
Well, the conversion from pounds to dollars.
Okay. Miranda Otto is 54, and she gives handies for $5.
Oh, man.
Yep.
Kristen Ritter has a birthday today. It's a big one for her. She's 40 years old, so a milestone birthday for her.
When we laugh at stuff like that exchange has just occurred, is a good portion of that laugh the knowledge that we're in the Broadcasting Hall of Fame?
Oh, yeah.
That's the level that got us into the Hall of Fame.
It is. This gentleman is announcing his retirement.
Yes.
And we were all just jumping in going, oh, my God, I can't believe it. You know, and it went on and on and on.
It felt like a tectonic shift.
It did. And but the news is being broken now, and we're going to ease into whatever emotions we may have with this gentleman hanging up.
It's like that joke where they say, when the guy says, your mother died. You can't just tell me the news like that. You got to tell me, your mother was on the roof. And,
Right, yeah. He's into
you have
this
to
a little
parse
bit.
it out a bit.
So he's easing into it, and we're sad to hear the news, but looking forward to seeing him for at least the next year.
Yes.
So let's get him on now. Ladies and gentlemen, over 40 years he's been at this. Please welcome Jim Gardner from the 680 on the show. Good morning, Jim.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, well, you know what? Listen, I'm gonna start with saying congratulations to you because retirement is something that I think should be celebrated. When somebody is ready to go ahead and put the career to rest, it's obviously people are not going to be happy about the fact that you're leaving, but still, I think it should be celebrated.
Well, yes, I absolutely agree, and yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to a different life experience, but I've got another year or another 14 months at Channel 6, and I look forward to every day. So it's a bit of a strange experience because there was, a lot of talk yesterday and a lot of emotions yesterday, but meanwhile, I've got another year and
right,
yeah.
On the 6 o'clock news. So, what is it that we're really talking about?
Is that by design to let us, your viewers, down in an easy way, or is this for yourself?
No, yes, it's a way, that I can sort of transition to, a different situation. To tell you the truth, back in 2009, Dave Roberts retired from Channel 6, and this is how he did it. and I remember very clearly that he was working on the 6 o'clock news. He was taking the 11 o'clock news off. So when this whole thing came up a year or so ago with our general manager, Bernie Brzezinski, I reverted back to, I call it the Dave Roberts model, and I thought it worked very well for Dave. And I think it worked very well for Channel 6. And it was a sort of an easy or a graceful transition that I think benefited both the station and Dave.
It makes complete sense, and I think obviously the station is going to want to do things. The city, I'm sure, will want to do things in acknowledgement of this. I think this is a perfect way to do it. You were very sweet in your commentary last night, announcing it, and there is something that happens to people who have schedules.
And I was like, that's John Malkovich having dinner right next to us in Italy.
Right, yeah.
So she was like, well, I know this person. I was like, that is Captain America right next to us. So we just happened to be sitting in seats next to him. We weren't.
But it wasn't Chris Evans.
It's Anthony Mackie.
Anthony Mackie.
It was Anthony Mackie.
The
yes.
current. Yes.
Captain America,
Probably why I confused her. And so we were we weren't trying to stare at him or enter a conversation, but the girl next to us who happened to be with him, it was late at night. So we're just all hanging out at a bar, and we end up in the conversation with the girl and one of the guys you're with. And then the groups start growing a little bit. They're like, where are you from? They're like, Philly. And they point to this other guy that is with Anthony Mackie. And they're like, this guy's from Philly too. His name is Kevin. And then we start opening up the conversation, and we're like, what are you doing here? And they're like, we're working on a television show here in New Orleans. And I have to look up Kevin's last name because his family are huge fans of the show. And so we start hanging out. And then Anthony was kind of protected a little bit, and then as we were hanging out and they realized we were cool people, we just started a conversation, and that was it. We all
did you bring up the show because Anthony's been on the show?
He'd been here,
guys. I was trying to act cool, and I thought if I let on the media thing, he might be like, okay, it was nice meeting you guys.
So he didn't know. He had no idea you worked for a radio station in Philadelphia.
Well, so the guy Kevin did, and he kind of said it, and I think over time we were kind of working on it. I think also the message got to him because they were all going out to karaoke, and we thought we were invited to karaoke, and my friend Liz was in a conversation with him, and literally somebody tapped him, was like, hey, let's go. And he goes, oh, you know what? He was in the middle of a story. He goes, Liz, it was great meeting you guys. We're going to go. And he just hugged us and peaced out.
That was it.
So I think that may have happened.
He had a great time when he was on the show.
Yeah, he was cool.
I know. I actually had the photo up. The website was a little wonky, so I didn't want to show it to him. But yeah, I mean, he told some great stories about when he was in. He was telling stories, guys, that I can't tell on the air. These are not my stories to tell. They were pretty crazy stories. So I was like, we have this trust in the moment. I couldn't cross that line.
You don't want to betray it.
Yes. But
I wish he had known that, because he had a good time. We always said he was one of our favorite guests to have in here. Yep. Which is really likable, and we seem to really vibe with him.
So I ended up hanging out with the guy, Kevin, the next day. He came and met us. I kind of secretly invited him out. I was like, maybe he'll bring Anthony Mackie again. He didn't. He would just had a late night, and we met at some live music club with a bunch of other friends. And then I pulled up the photo. I was like, I didn't tell you about this last night. He's like, oh my God, send that to me.
You should have told him.
Well, they are hanging out. I was like, Kevin and I are Instagram friends now, and they're fly fishing and bow hunting down in New Orleans. So
tell Anthony Mackie.
Buddies. All right, and I'm going to send him this clip, and maybe you can
I ordered his damn figure from Hot Toys.
Do you know what
Captain America or Falcon?
Captain America.
Okay.
With the uniform he unveils at the end of the series.
Yeah.
Yeah. Are you on his IMDb right now?
Yeah.
I think it's called Steel something.
Oh, okay. No. It's Twisted Metal.
That's it. I was close.
Okay. All right. So I'm just Steel, yeah. But I was going through, and the only Kevin I see is this guy named Kevin Wayne, who.
Oh, I'm sorry. This guy is a grip. This guy is behind the scenes. Okay. He lives in LA now, and they fly out people to work on the set.
So you're hanging with Anthony Mackie, and then you were off to something else, which was big and cool as well, which is had you at the beginning of this week not being on the show.
Yeah, so I've never been to Red Rocks in my life, and you guys know me being a concert junkie. An opportunity arose, very last minute, and I just couldn't pass it up. It was going to be cool. It actually was it was cooler than I even expected it was going to be. So some news is popping up about it. It was the South Park 25th anniversary show. And I was a South Park junkie in high school. Like, it meant a lot to me and probably faded off over the past few years. But it was announced as a Ween and Primus concert. And I thought it was just going to be
Ween and Primus are so South Park, yeah.
Right? And with, like, Trey and Matt maybe, like, popping out and telling stories or something in between sets. And that's kind of how it started, where Ween was like, "We're Ween from New Hope, Pennsylvania," and like a third of the audience clapped, and Primus played a couple of songs as well too. And then suddenly, so I went to Colorado. I drove up on Red Rocks. I know Nick was telling me the other day he's been to Red Rocks, and I mean, it is surreal. Like, just pulling up in that area, and you like, we're on a bus, we're kind of like pulling up, and I'm like, wow, and everyone's like, just wait till you get to the top. It's just unbelievable. And you're just staying there, and you're in like just a big park that just happens to be a music venue. I mean, and people in Colorado, like, this is their Camden, this is their Freedom Mortgage Pavilion. They just go to this every weekend. That blows my mind.
Very cool. So who came out? There's some special people came by, right?
Well, I didn't get that, Steve. What you're about to reveal, I know. But
Captain America doesn't know who we are.
Damn you, Anthony Mackie.
She ditches out early.
This concert was planned for Wednesday, and they added a second night Tuesday. So I was able to go on Tuesday night, so I could get back here to you guys and tell these stories. So, like I said, Ween played a couple songs, Primus played a couple songs, and then
Primus
suddenly
wrote the South Park theme song, correct?
Yeah. So Les Claypool starts telling the story about these two college kids literally writing him a letter saying, "Here's our cartoon, can you write us a theme song?" And he's like, "Look, here's a theme song, you guys enjoy, this cartoon isn't going anywhere, best of luck to you guys, peace out." And so they write the song, they play the original theme song, and it's a little slower, a little longer than the one we know. And then so he goes and tells a story that they said, "It's a little long for the show, can you do us another one?" So they actually found them on tour. They recorded this new song in the catering venue, like backstage at the concert venue, wherever they were. And that was the theme song that we knew. So they played that. And then obviously Les sang that. And then Matt and Trey came out, and they started telling more stories and playing songs. And they were like playing all of the classic South Park songs. And they did admit, they were like, we can't do all of them live because a lot of the voices we speed up. Yeah. And you obviously can't play that live when you're doing that.
Yeah.
But for me, it was when they started playing Kyle's Mom is a Big Fat Bitch.
Oh, that's great.
Like, I got so nostalgic, and it was just unbelievable.
Did they do Shut Your Effing Face, Uncle Effer? I can't.
Yeah. No, I'm guessing they couldn't do Terrence and Phillip. Maybe
yeah, their
those
voices are pitched up high.
Yeah. There was a lot of Butters. They could do a lot of Butter songs because that one probably isn't sped up too much. But then they started breaking into like Team America. So they played F You or F Yeah.
Oh, yeah. America. F Yeah.
Yeah. So they played that with like a interlude of Neil Diamond in the middle of it. We're coming to America.
Did they do Freedom Isn't Free?
Coming to America. F Yeah. Wait, what's Freedom Isn't Free?
Freedom Isn't Free. You pay a hefty effing fee.
I think that may have been the only Captain America song they played. I'm sorry, Captain America.
Team America.
Team America. Thank you. They did do a Kanye song, which is like from later seasons. And then they just told stories.
Chocolate.
Chocolate salty balls.
Chocolate salty balls.
There's like a riff with Chef, right?
Well, he's dead now, but
Isaac Hayes.
Isaac Hayes, yeah. That parted
At the end of it,
he did a bunch of songs.
Yeah. And they had backup singers, and in fact, one of the backup singers I think might be from this area. I got a message from somebody else too. This was a full-on production, so I was not expecting it was a variety show.
That's awesome.
And Matt kept jumping between like drums and ukulele, and they were all. And Trey was playing piano, and they were telling stories. They were telling about Casa Bonita, which is the Mexican restaurant in Colorado that they bought. It's like a Chuck E. Cheese Mexican restaurant, but it's like totally pieced together, piecemeal. But when you go inside, there's like swimming pools, and they do like diving shows every 45 minutes and things like that. But
Cartman wanted to have his birthday party there in an episode, and so like, but it's an actual place.
Yes.
And Matt and Trey invested in it, right?
They bought it because it was going to go out of business. What they didn't know was the guy built the whole thing illegally.
Oh.
So the guy actually like dug the pools by hand. So they're like $14 million into renovating this place, and they brought on some chef from Denver, some like famous like Jose Garces, Jen Carroll type chef, and she's going to be the head chef at Casa Bonita.
I mean, look at the legacy of this show that they've been doing for so long, and all of the things. I mean, you know, lest you forget the Book of Mormon and all the other stuff, from that to basketball to South Park to this lengthy, and again, Team America. One of the absolute funniest movies ever made.
Just hilarious.
Yeah.
So they did bring out, so they did play a Book of Mormon song. I don't know Book of Mormon, so I didn't know one of those. Steve, I was like, maybe Real Big Fish will like show up and play, because they were in basketball. If you guys remember, they were the house band.
Right.
They didn't, but there was a point where Les Claypool and Primus, so like Les Claypool and Primus and Ween were like the backing band for everything that was going on, and they started playing Closer to the Heart.
No, they played Limelight.
I was wrong. It was Closer to the Heart.
Oh, it was Closer to the Heart.
Yes.
Okay, Marissa sent me a video clip, but then I'll spoil it because I'm going to have it in music news later on. But the next night, Alex Lifeson and Geddy Lee of Rush came out, and they played Closer to the Heart with those guys.
That's unbelievable.
Yeah, that's pretty incredible.
That's pretty, and apparently, like that was even a surprise to Matt. And
So it was a multiple night event.
It was. So it was planned just for Wednesday. They added Tuesday. I went to the Tuesday show, and that was one of the surprises I missed. But they recorded the whole thing. It's going to be aired on Comedy Central tonight.
And then Paramount Plus?
Then Paramount Plus. In fact, I shared it because I feel like these things are shared everywhere. On my Instagram page, I have a code. You can do a 30-day free trial for Paramount Plus. So if you want to watch it this weekend, do that free trial. If South Park meant anything to you at any point in your life, you will love this special.
Okay,
I have to check it out.
It was so cool seeing the just hearing the stories and seeing the guys, and in Red. I mean, the production value was so amazing. I posted a bunch of photos with like cutouts of like all of the characters. I didn't even see half of them, and then they kept shining things up on the rocks.
Yeah, I saw that laser stuff and photos. I thought that you were going to be like meeting up with those guys or something like that.
So did I. Still working on an interview. I think this whole event was even bigger for them than they realized, like how many people wanted to come, and they were hosting people and all. So my friend Keith works for the South Park crew. So he's working on an interview for us.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was a time where we were having those guys on like
all the
couple
time.
times a year. We
yeah.
talked to them quite a bit. Wow, awesome. Well, good for you, Marissa. That's fun.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for letting me go. If you are a concert person and you ever get a chance to Red Rocks, just take the opportunity, because it is
amazing.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Here's a text that says, "Hey guys, I'm listening to you guys as usual, and I moved to Colorado 12 years ago, and I live 10 minutes away from Red Rocks. And I love it here, but without being able to listen to MMR all day long, it would not be the same. And I have so many wonderfully connective, enjoy his experiences with you guys, either in person or over the wire. They're texting. So thank you so much for you. Namaste from Lorraine. So thank you, Lorraine, checking in from Colorado. That's cool.
That's your response to namaste.
I saw a moose.
Oh, all right.
Try and forget it if you
Why
can.
don't you forget the moose?
Yep.
For a moment.
All right, we need to take a break. Let's do that. We have more things to come, including a chance for to win the Word of the Week prize, so don't miss out on that. We'll be back in just a second. Stay there.
And and you were saying you have had certain things in your life, or have not had certain things in your life for 4+ decades that are quite common for a lot of people, and I thought that was a sweet way to frame it. And I was nodding to my wife, because she puts up with an askew schedule, and that it was very very sweet the way you phrased everything.
You're very kind. I mean, I look forward to that. I'm not complaining that I haven't had it for 46, 47 years, but it is an opportunity for me to experience, a more normal rhythm, of life, and to be able to linger over dinner with my wife, would be something I haven't really experienced in my lifetime. And it's something I look forward to.
Jim, can I ask how you approached your team members, your 11 o'clock team members, Cecily and Deuces and the like, and did you call everybody together, or did you do an individual meeting with each?
I didn't, although they've known about it for some time.
Okay.
We've had conversation about that, so it was no surprise to them.
Okay.
But I sent a memo to the staff yesterday, shortly before the station announced that there would be this pullback and a year from now a retirement. I wanted to be the one to just let the staff know that this was happening. Not that I felt that it was such a big deal that I was leaving, but there was going to be a substantial change, and I thought that it was appropriate for everybody to hear it from me. And so I wrote this memo, and shortly thereafter, the station made the announcement. And, today we've got news to cover.
That's the way you approach it, yes.
Jim, this is Nick. We've had an opportunity to chat a couple times about travel that you've had over the last few years when you've come down to Camp Out, and thank you for being a part of Camp Out over the last few years. I'm curious as to what's on top of your bucket list once you have retired of where you're going to go. What are you going to see that you haven't been able to get to yet?
That's interesting. My wife and I were just talking about going on a tour of Scandinavia. My son is taking his second semester of his junior year he's in college, and he's taking his second semester in Copenhagen. So we're going to go to visit him at some point, but it's still going to be chilly there. So I think we're going to put off a tour, until it gets warmer and there is a more leisurely opportunity to really take in that part of the world. So that seems to be number one on our bucket list, and there'll be many more to follow, I believe.
Jim, I was curious if your timing of this, of you finally hanging it up, was so you wouldn't have to go through another election cycle again.
Well, it's funny you say that because this was supposed to end a number of years ago, actually, and there were two extensions. I asked Bernie if it would be all right if I could extend a couple of times, and not the last time, but the time before that was so that I could be here for the last election cycle. And I wanted to very much be present during the Trump phenomenon. I just thought it was an extraordinarily compelling political story, and I am something of a politics nerd. And, you can say what you want about your personal feelings or your political preferences, but from a journalistic standpoint, obviously the whole Trump era, and who knows if it's over or not, has been just extraordinarily compelling, and I wanted to take part in that.
Okay.
And then the second extension was, in the formative stages of the pandemic, and I just felt very strongly that I wanted to be here for that story. It was, and continues to be a unique story that really covers every facet of, our human endeavor. It's on one level, it's very personal. On another level, it's very societal. We go from a story of people's fears and anxieties, fears about their own health, and whether they're going to, escape the fate of hundreds of thousands of their countrymen. And on the other hand, it's, an extraordinary public health story. It's a story where people are hoping that this economic crisis doesn't affect them. People have lost their jobs. People have, suffered real economic dislocation. On the other hand, it is an extraordinary economic story on a national and worldwide level. So, there's so many different aspects to it that really touch all of our lives, and I just wanted to be here for that. And, the story continues to unfold.
There's a scene in the great the Patty Chayefsky movie Network where the William Holden is talking about his plans, and he goes he's gonna I'm gonna write a book. He goes, everybody writes a book. But I honestly would say I would love to read a book about your life. Yeah. If you if that's in the works. You talk about being a political junkie. I am as well. And, I'd love to, get some insight over your many decades dealing with everything as it has progressed.
Well, you may have to wait a while.
That's okay. That's
good.
okay.
Yeah.
Just include a lot of pictures because I'm not very smart.
No, it's funny. I had a very, very nice email from Bob Iger, who's the former CEO of the Disney company. He's still, I think, chairman of the board, and he was very, very generous with some of the things he said. But I recall talking to him at a Disney dinner in New York, and it was shortly after wrote his book, which was very, very good and very informative, and I really enjoyed writing it. But I had the occasion to say, "Hey, I read your book." he said, "Here's some advice, Jim. Never write a book." he said it was easily one of the most difficult and arduous tasks of my life, and my advice to you would be, don't do it.
Okay.
So,
Well, we don't want to cause undue stress. If it's something that floats your boat later on, yes, so you would definitely. I would definitely purchase a copy. That's all I'm saying. I also want to say, and we were talking about this earlier, is that listen, the same way we have Pierre Robert here at the station, who is an icon in rock radio, and
his 40th year is this month.
And we were saying you are. There is, having lived in different markets, there is none smoother than you and more competent on the air. I mean, you're
the best I've ever seen.
The best we've ever seen.
Yeah,
so,
and he's the standard that I hold everybody else up to. So
Right.
whenever I travel to another city and I'm in that hotel and I turn on the local newscast, I'm like, not Jim Gardner.
ain't happening.
Nope.
Yeah. So does that create an extra onus and weight on you as you depart, or is it how do you? Or, I assume you're not walking around with the "I'm number one" T-shirt on and all that stuff. So how do you process all this?
it's. I have always thought that 85-90% of my job takes place in the newsroom, not in the studio, and I've always felt very strongly about that. I think probably there are some people in this business who see it the other way around, where they identify most of their their work and what they're being paid for is the actual newscast.
Yeah.
And that may well be. I've just never identified things that way. I work very closely with producers, and I'm very, very engaged. Some would say too engaged in the evolution of every newscast. And so what happens in the studio is almost like putting a period at the end of a task that to me takes place elsewhere. I have never thought that I was, and I'm not, being falsely humble. I've never thought that I was particularly skilled as an on-air anchor person. I've never spent much time trying to cultivate, a presence, a personality. I just read the news.
Yeah.
And maybe that serves me well. I don't know, but I've often, or most often, thought that my work in the studio was left a lot to be desired, and certainly wasn't as developed as my work in the newsroom. So, if you guys think that I've done a good job in that part of my job, then I'm grateful, but I've never seen it that way.
Right.
Oh, I absolutely, and I think part of what it is, I absolutely think that, but I think it's your delivery and the comfort that you give to your viewers. Whatever, is happening in this world, and whatever your, information that you're imparting to us, it's you deliver it in a way that makes us feel comfortable and that it's going to be okay. I mean, at least that's what I experienced when I watched Jim.
I appreciate that. I mean, that's terrific, and I'm glad that you feel that way. You know, it's never my intention to make a news story more comforting than it deserves to be. You know, unfortunately, or whatever, the reality is that we're talking in the news business mostly about difficult subjects.
Yes.
And
yes.
oftentimes, you know, unpleasant stories. And I don't know that it's an anchorman's job to reach out and hold the hand of an audience to make them feel better. But if there's a certain, you know what I think it is, and forgive me, I'm you know, perhaps making conclusions here that I have no right to make. But I think if an anchor person has a sense of empathy, in addition to, you know, being a reasonably smart man or woman and having good writing skills and being ultimately, you know, curious. I think if an anchor person has empathy, that really comes through.
Yes.
And I think I do. I think I'm an empathic person. I think my friends and my family would say I'm an empathic person. So if that comes through, I'm really glad about that. And you know, if it brings some people comfort, that's terrific.
Well, it's not even up for debate. It obviously has all of the things that you might not see, we see, and that's what's made it work for so long. And you talk about something, you're bringing up something. There was a book from an author, Cheryl Atkinson, who used to be a CBS reporter and investigative reporter, and she writes a lot about the news industry. And she's sort of echoing what you said, that the sort of inclination now to make the news giver the news and the star and personality is not what people really want. It might be here's a gimmick, but she recounted a story of, I forget what station she was at, and the lead anchor, his wife had twins, and the news director said, if I hear anything about this on the air, I will go out of my mind. We're not the story. The news is the story. And I think your reticence to you know, as you said, not over to be a Pollyanna with the news, but also not to falsely terrify the viewers is what served you so well, and it's why you are so revered in this industry.
I really don't know what to say about that.
I know we're throwing a lot of compliments at you, Jim, but yeah.
Yeah, when you use words like revered and stuff like that, it's, you know, it makes me feel kind of boring.
Well, you're going to center of the role.
Oh, you know what that is.
Monday,
Wow,
August
they do
15th.
that?
That's where they do that.
I didn't know they did that.
Super Kathy cinnamon
Mushy.
concentration, mushy,
and very, very moist, right?
Oh, it's the best.
So a few episodes ago, the eating of the cinnamon bun, because his character now is he's in hiding and he manages the cinnamon bun or Cinnabon.
Oh,
and
okay.
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
so that's why this is going on. And a couple of episodes ago, there was a sequence of this guy eating Cinnabons after Cinnabon, and it just looked so friggin' good. And,
well, it is good.
Yeah, but we don't have any around. I mean, is there one in the King of Prussia
Yeah,
Mall
there's
still?
one in King of Prussia.
Yeah, there
It's
is.
across
There's
from-
one in the airport.
I think it's across from Forever 21 on the first floor.
Yeah, yeah.
Because I anytime I enter that entrance, I smell it. Like you can smell it from a little ways away.
And that middle part is the best.
Oh, it's everything.
I
It's
agree.
everything you want.
I agree.
It's life.
I could go for one right now.
I could go for that right now.
I wonder if anybody with the franchise listens to the show.
You know what? Frigate. I'm doing it.
Frigate?
Yeah.
Frigate.
That's a type of boat.
It is. But I swear to God, I said frigate, and in my mind, I thought I said F it.
Yeah.
I'm so glad that I didn't. I'm gonna see if I can DoorDash this. I'm bringing us some friggin' cinnamon buns right now because I didn't. Well, I didn't have 3 different fast foods yesterday, so I deserve.
You got to make up the lost calorie intake.
If you missed yesterday's show, Casey hit Taco Bell, then Dairy Queen, and then Popeye's Chicken
in one day,
one right after another, and he hit Dairy Queen on the way to the gym. Which is just the way he rolls. Got a medium blizzard. Reese's peanut butter cups blizzard.
Also, what is the sauce? What are they putting on it? It's like
cream cheese.
I don't even know what it is, but it's glorious.
Oh, you mean that you add to it?
Oh my God! Oh my!
By the way, I want to point something out. I said Reese's because that's what Casey had gotten the other day from Dairy Queen, and you will hear people pronounce it Reese's.
Kathy
Reese's.
does. Yeah.
There was a whole. Did you see the thing online? Is that what you're going to talk about?
No. I just remember a little while back we had found out that the candy was named after a person who worked for Hilton Hershey. Is that what I called him?
Yeah. Hershon Milton.
Hershon Milton. Milton Hershey, and his name was Reese.
Yeah.
So therefore, the proper pronunciation would be Reese's, as in possessive.
Right.
Reese's peanut butter cup, not Reese's.
So I've always said it the appropriate way, but I think it's adorable when people say Reese's.
I don't even know what you guys are talking about. I literally, like, it doesn't, it's everything goes past. I don't know. I don't even know what I say anymore, but I read this whole article about it and how so many people just don't even know the difference.
Yes.
And how it was messing up ice cream orders because people were getting the Reese's Pieces on there, but they wanted the Reese's cup. But they said it wrong, so they got the wrong, you know what I mean?
Oh, okay.
All right. The person behind the counter did what they said.
Yeah,
but
they
what
would just say
meant,
Reese's Pieces.
Right,
but what they were meaning was a Reese's cup.
Yeah, but they said Reese's. You know what I mean?
Instead of Reese's? Reese's instead of Reese's.
I don't know. Whatever it is, they said
It's
the
like
wrong one.
and Bernie.
And so they got the little pieces instead of the cups.
Okay.
See, that's you're a slave to that. But yeah, so I've always known it as Reese's, but I know a number of people who say Reese's.
Reese's. All right. So anyhow, Case, you ordering?
I can't find. I'm so bad at this. This whole
DoorDash?
Yeah, I'm not good at it.
mind.
I'm not changing my mind, but I'm just gonna have to check out of this conversation.
Oh man, he got us. Remember, he got those croissants the other day, so he's generous like that.
It's very nice.
Order up. Let's go to another one. All right, so I love this article, and I agree with it. This is from the website Insider, and the article is titled, "I'm a Chef, and here are the 10 foods I never order for delivery from restaurants." And the main reason being is because these foods don't travel well.
Cinnabon.
No, Cinnabon is not on the list.
Oh, okay.
I will probably buck the system in a lot of these, but go ahead.
I mean, I'll do it, but I will know that I'm not going to expect, I'm not going to get in restaurant quality.
I hear you.
Because they just don't travel well. So there are 10 on the list. We'll see if we can get through all of them, but we'll start with this one, French fries. French fries do not travel well.
All right, so I'm going to say this. I don't mind cold French fries at all. I don't mind lukewarm French fries at all. In fact, they become a different kind of experience through each tick on the Fahrenheit scale. I love them in every form.
But it's not just that they're cooler. It's putting fries into a cardboard box. It says the surest way to sap out all of their once glorious crispiness. Because that heat traps in there and it can steam them.
However, like I love, so the Couch Tomato has hand-cut fries, and they are they're more of the droopy variety. They're not crisp, and they're wonderful.
They're working on the Couch Tomato that's going in Conshohocken along the bike trail.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, you're going to love that.
So the chef says they have a perilously short shelf life.
I can understand. Yeah, so it's often referred to as a crapshoot.
You need to get them out of the fryer. All right, how about this one? Eggs. Says omelets, Benedict.
Yeah.
And they just simply don't travel well. Order them for delivery, and you risk ending up with a sticky, yolky mess no one wants to clean, or a sad, dry scramble.
All right, here's where I go with this. I usually get scrambled eggs are my favorite eggs, and well done scrambled eggs.
Yeah.
So even cold scrambled eggs, I'm fine with.
Okay.
And it makes me a demon. I admit it.
Nachos.
Yeah.
Do not travel well.
Well, that
Notch.
Yeah. Yeah. This I can see also because you're simply losing the melted cheese aspect of something that is very much predicated on that melted cheese.
And chips don't stay crunchy. It says nacho chips quickly get soggy.
And by the way, nachos are just sort of like the way they're prepared normally. It's just like it's a mess of stuff on a plate. I've been to a few places where they make like really like orderly nachos. I prefer that, and I will
explain
hold on.
the
What's an
orderly
orderly
nachos.
Like an orderly nacho is like the nacho.
They work in nacho hospitals, Preston. Nacho orderlies.
No, they it's a big plate.
Name, right?
Orderly nachos.
Orderly nachos.
Absolutely.
But there's a finite amount of nachos. Like you're ordering like 15 of them, but they're placed. The tortilla chips are placed deliberately around a plate. They all have like a uniformly same amount of cheese.
To me, that's more like a dip situation than a nacho platter.
No, he's not saying dip them. It's on the nacho, right?
All the cheese is on the nacho, and every single nacho is basically has the perfect amount of cheese.
That's not possible to achieve.
Pinocchio's Pizza does it, Kathy. They do it, and they do it right. My only complaint is their jalapenos are a little too spicy. I prefer the pickled jalapenos.
All right, so you're saying instead of a mound of chips, they're laid out flat and evenly and spaced.
And I think half the fun of the nachos is the big mound of gluttonous wonder.
Yeah, digging in there.
Yeah.
But I think you would prefer this, though, Steve.
Get some cheese. What is that your dad say?
Get one with some cheese on it, God damn it.
It's not necessarily a sharing plate. It is more like you're ordering nachos just for yourself.
I got you. So it's a very selfish plate.
Yes.
All right, another one on this list of things that you shouldn't order for delivery, smoothies. It says do not travel super well. Smoothies are best enjoyed straight out of the blender.
Yeah.
By the time your green or pink drink makes it to your house, it could be warm, separated.
Yeah, the separation thing is weird.
Or just plain unappetizing.
Even when you put, do it at home and do it in a blender, if you then take the leftovers and put the blender in the fridge, it starts to separate. It's an odd, I don't know why that happens. Why
what's tough too? You know what's tough too is making a good milkshake at home.
Yeah.
Getting that same thickness, consistency that you get at a place that specializes in milkshakes. I even have a milkshake, one of those old-timey machines.
Yeah. How's it work?
And still can't get it just the way you do at the places.
It'll be
the restaurant.
It'll be
places.
Very good. The
places.
At the burger store.
You sounded a
at
little
the
like
milkshake store.
Little Cosby right there.
Do me a favor and put some of these pills into that milkshake for the young lady.
Yeah.
Like they do at the places?
Absolutely, at the milkshake store.
Yeah.
No, I have the same thing, and you don't get it quite right. And I will tell you this. I am in mass. I know you are a fan of the malted milkshake, are you?
Oh, very much so. I should buy some malt and make those at home.
But
You just
Preston,
said you can't make
They
them
never
those at
come out
home.
as
It'll be
good.
all right.
It'll be fine. Trust
Do you
me.
know it's a top level malted milkshake? At the you go up Ridge, the ice cream. I think they call it the ice cream bakery. It's at the top of Ridge as you're heading into Roxborough.
Yeah.
That
In case you
place-
order some
Oh
right
my
now?
God!
Can you order some up?
Maybe, but
Are they on DoorDash?
maybe. By the way,
how's it going with
Cinnabon
Cinnabon?
is they don't open till 10, so that's why I can't find it.
That's breakfast food.
Thank you.
Cinnabons?
The hell yeah.
Oh, it's not.
Wait a minute. Cinnamon rolls are not breakfast oriented?
Not those. That's a full-on dessert.
It's not as nutritious as pancakes.
Yeah.
And waffles.
That you pour syrup all over.
I guarantee you pancakes are more nutritious than Cinnabon.
All right, whatever, man.
No,
It's a
not the
breakfast food.
center part of the Cinnabon, which is made of protein.
You know what you should invest in, Preston?
Invest in Preston.
Invest in Preston is a countertop. You can make you buy a soft serve ice cream maker. Is what I'm trying to
I'm
say.
President Franklin D. Roosevelt. I'm asking you to invest in Preston. As part of the New Deal, we will all survive and flourish if we invest in Preston.
It's like war bonds.
Exactly.
Invest in Preston. Soft ice cream makes for good milkshakes, but really good places can take hand-dipped ice cream and
whip
make
that
good.
mofo up. A real thick,
out of
solid,
'em.
wonderful shake is a thing of joy, and they're so low in calories.
All right. So what else does not travel and you shouldn't? Or, what was that?
I thought we were
no,
moving
I
on
got
to
more.
another story.
Yeah.
So here you go. It's a risk to order anything with a breaded coating. From katsu to mozzarella sticks, anything coated in breadcrumbs and deep fried is likely to lose its appealing crunchy exterior during transit.
I'm a real loser when it comes to this because I'm fine. I'm fine with cold mozzarella sticks or ones that have cooled off that have traveled. I'm fine with them. You know what? You know who whips up a fine little mozzarella stick? Wawa.
Oh yeah,
the Wawa. Yeah, absolutely.
But I think the thing is here, Steve. I can eat food that is colder as well, but preferred. at a restaurant, when it comes to
everything you
right
want, yeah.
there, it's going to be more appealing.
Agreed.
and tastier.
Agreed.
So here's another one. Grilled cheese. Don't order that. It says one of the best parts about digging into a hot grilled cheese is the soft melted center. All that gooey goodness is likely to seize up between the grill and your kitchen table if you have it delivered.
So I will order I'm not doing a commercial for the couch tomato. I'm receiving no money back for talking about this and pay for it, but they have their tomato soup, which I love, and they will send a grilled cheese if you are ordering through the delivery service, but they do put that, Preston, right next to it. This will not travel well, basically, because they do put the alert up.
It says that?
Well, they basically say in an optimum situation, you don't get it delivered, But what they do is they will wrap it up in Reynolds wrap to hold the heat in a little bit.
Yeah, but you know what, Steve? What you were saying with the mozzarella sticks, that's how I feel about grilled cheeses. Obviously, I prefer it nice and warm and gooey, but I will take it completely congealed. I
agree.
Yeah, it's totally fine by me.
I just got a text message from my friend who has a half-eaten cinnamon roll.
Okay, bring it over.
That she's eating it for breakfast.
There
was
you
her
go.
point.
I thought she was giving us her leftovers.
Nick is like, we're finally getting one.
Steve, the name of the place that you were talking about, CNC Creamery?
Yes.
Custard and cakes?
Yes.
Like CNC Music
Yes.
Factory.
Yes.
So you're talking about a really top-level malted milkshake and just a great ice cream place.
Yeah. So it's called CN. What is this?
That's CNC Music
Oh, it's a
Factory.
loop. There it is.
This is what plays when you walk in.
Going to make you sweat. All right. Also, it says here noodle soups are not a good idea. Yeah, it says that unless.
I'd like to order a noodled soup, please. A soup that's been specifically noodled to my specifications.
So gross. It's so gross.
That's just awful. That is really nice. Terrible.
Would you like pudding for dessert?
Yes, to finish it off, I'd like a small container of tapping pudding.
That guy needs to go away.
No, he doesn't. He needs to hang around for a while. It says here, unless you know that the broth will be packed separately from the noodles, you may end up with very bloated pasta and not much broth left because it'll continue to absorb.
I love a really authentically done chicken noodle soup.
Oh, I
This
had
is
one the other
glorious.
day.
But
Yeah.
my absolute favorite, I have to say, it still continues to be the tomato soup with or French onion soup.
All right, somebody just texted in, Kathy, and said raisins make the Cinnabon more nutritious.
Oh, okay. There you go.
All right, this says salmon can actually overcook during a transit. It applies to anything that you like to eat just done, such as steaks, scallops, and other delicate seafood. Even if the chef nails the temperature at the restaurant, residual heat trapped in the storage container can overcook your beautiful protein.
I can understand that. However, I like my salmon a little crispy. I like a little bit like
Well,
that.
I like a crisp on the outside.
On the outside, yes, absolutely. So it's like a cedar plank salmon. I love it. It's delicious.
All right, and then finally, it says you're better off just ordering the components of your sandwich with creamy fillings. What does that mean? It says leave chicken, egg,
Could you
or
please describe to me your list of creamy fillings?
leave chicken, egg, or tuna salad on a fluffy deli roll for 10 or 20 minutes and be prepared for that filling to fall right through a totally soggy roll. Yeah, I have seen
All
that
right.
happen.
So the bread does not have the consistency to maintain said cream.
Correct.
Well, what are you supposed to order then?
Instead, opt for a tub of deli.
Oh my God.
No, opt for a tub of deli salad and make your own sandwich at home.
Food is always best when served in tubs.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, to me, that's pretty much like cooking.
Yeah.
Ordering?
No, if I should take it out of the tub and put it on bread.
I was
You're
at
now cooked?
That's why I ordered out. I didn't want to have to cook.
I got takeout yesterday from the White Dog Cafe. All right, so White Dog Restaurant, and so the waiter says, "I'll do the components and you can assemble it at home." I said, "No." Just
He was trying to help
right,
me
yeah,
out.
yeah,
but
no, I don't care.
You didn't want to cook.
Yeah, and that would be cooking, and so I want the chef to do because the chef always seems to cover everything the right with the salad dressing and You're a chef. You do it better than I do.
Listen, I'll deal with the soggy bread.
Yeah.
Don't
right.
make me
I don't
cook.
care.
Steve, you're a burger man, and I know you have your preferred taste when it comes to burgers. I don't think burgers transport very well at all, especially from a plate. And I love White Dog.
Yeah.
But like, if you order a burger from White Dog and bring it home, to me, it's almost not worth it.
I know I'm probably some sort of knuckle dragging ape when it comes to this stuff, but I'm fine with it.
Okay.
And as of late, again, I find that the Beyond and Impossible burgers, which I love, they're the meat substitutes, do port well. And then but
yeah, it's
also
because there's less grease and fat that's soaking into the bun.
And I'm a fan, and we talked about, I think you had a similar list, that it was all of the things that actually improve with taste on the reheat.
Yeah, like soups and things like that. If you let them sit in the fridge for a day or two, things will incorporate together. The flavors will a little bit more. So, but anyhow, those are things to consider if you're having delivery. Let me do, order up. One more thing. If you, pickle lovers need to head to Sonic. You demanded more pickles, and Sonic has delivered. Sonic is returning the pickle juice slush. Yeah, that's not... I love pickles, but I don't need that.
The pickle juice thing was that it is a performance enhancer. Is that
No,
what it is?
I mean,
Or
if you're in the risking like
stroke?
dehydration and stuff like that, it helps
Great
you
for
retain
hangover.
water.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it has to do
I
with saline, salt in your...
Do you like the for example, I'm not a fan of cucumbers and water and things of that nature, pickles and that.
I love all that stuff.
Yeah,
No,
I'm
I agree with you.
not.
I actually will dump some of it out. Like
Yeah,
even
yeah.
in a pickle jar, I won't leave them submerged.
Right, yeah.
Why?
I don't know.
That's what it's made in.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, I know, but I don't.
Okay.
I don't like them like that. And same thing, I would never put cucumbers or anything else that mozzarella. That I have to.
in the
dump.
water?
Yeah, I have to dump
Why?
it out. I don't know.
A little
It
nasty, right?
Grosses me out.
Yeah.
Why don't health clubs put? Well, they'll have a big bottle of water with cucumbers in it. Why don't they put mozzarella in?
No. Well, hold on. Then back up. I do like the infused water with
You
like
do with
yeah,
cucumbers? That I don't like.
That I do like.
Yeah.
I meant like storing it like the
Okay.
mozzarella and then having to take it out with all that.
Do you have any mozzarella infused water? I'm going to be working out.
God, you guys are bizarre. Okay. Anyway, you can also get pickle fries.
Do you have any Cinnabon infused water?
All right, pickle fries I'm down with.
And Big Dill cheeseburger to its menu.
Do you like fried pickles?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love them.
Yeah, they're good.
Yeah.
You know what's really good is when if I get like a sandwich at Wawa and the pickle falls out of the sandwich, I don't put it back
Onto
in the
the
sandwich. No, what I like to do is I'll take that pickle and eat it with a chip. So just try it.
You're giving me and Steve a hard time.
About
No, listen.
Wait, what was I giving you guys a hard time?
No.
Preston.
No, me. I was giving them a hard time. No, I just, I will give you guys a hard time. I just shake my head at him.
What is wrong with that?
Funny.
The crunch of the pickle and the crunch of the chip together is like crunchy goodness.
I'm
Yeah.
down with it,
Yeah.
but I just think it's funny when a pickle falls out.
Yeah, I
take it and I put it on a chip.
My pickles don't fall out. I keep my pickle integrity intact.
Yeah, I'm pickle crazy. You guys know that.
Yeah.
I'm a huge fan of Fishtown pickles. In fact, Marissa had recently, on my behalf, sent out some pickles to our friends in Coheed and Cambria. Because the guitarist was a big fan of pickles. He was wearing a pickle T-shirt.
Yeah.
And so he and I had a nice lengthy conversation about pickles after their performance.
Guys, think about that. Coheed and Cambria. Combining with Preston from the Preston and Steve Show to introduce a new subline of gourmet pickles.
Yes, and I can't wait till the Pickle Festival returns to Philadelphia. Is that going to happen? Is that next year? Yeah, Marissa said next year.
They got in trouble this year because of the human sacrifice.
Yeah, no more of that.
Yeah,
no more.
Casey, a drunk college snack was sour cream and onion chips, pickles, and mustard on potato bread.
Right?
Yeah.
That's
I could do
okay.
that.
That's
all right with
okay.
2 a.m. meal.
Yeah.
Pickle sandwiches.
I need you to stop talking.
We need to get to.
Oh, all right, okay.
Oh, Bill just arrived.
Yeah, but no, we also need to wrap.
Oh, we need to wrap up.
He's
So we
looking
need,
angry.
we need to stop talking.
I need you to stop talking.
All right.
Santa's got to go.
says it's got to get some tapioca.
By the way, the all this pickle stuff at Sonic are available until August 28th. I don't even know if they're.
Where's there a Sonic?
Actually, there is one in Royersford.
There's 3 around, Steve. I just did a quick search. There's one in Philly. There's one in Holmes, PA, Holmes, and then also Audubon, New Jersey.
By the way,
and
Sonic's
Russell.
burger
It's
is
reopened back up. Yeah.
The Sonic burger is excellent.
Yeah, I love them.
Yeah.
All right, that's it. Time to wrap up the connoisseur. So thank you for joining us for the various puddings and noodles, soups, and things like that. All right, we're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second. And yes, we do have some bizarre file stories that we're going to share with you when we get back. Stay there.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
It's an MM Artist Weekend featuring the Killers.
Michael, good morning, it. Good morning, it.
Good morning, it.
Good morning, it.
Good morning, it.
Just hanging out. Good morning, it. What you doing over there, buddy?
What are you doing
Just
over
good
there?
morning, it.
Good morning, it. Yeah, no, I have a home office.
You're going to have to hang on a second.
Look it.
Just hanging out. Good morning, it.
Good morning, it. Look it. It's good morning, it outside. Jesus.
Oh, my God.
Hey, Michael. Good morning, it.
The Cabbage Patch, though, was such a huge hit, and they smelled nice. They smelled like baby powder.
like babies.
And so
That was like fight over them at the store during Christmas.
Right.
time.
Oh,
There were
'Cause they
bulls.
They would release new ones.
Kathy, that Schwarzenegger movie,
Jingle All the Way.
that is predicated on those famous toy store brawls over Cabbage Patch dolls.
But the cool thing about Cabbage Patch, they all had Xavier or whatever the guy's last name's
On the butt.
They all had a tattoo. They were all branded.
the Cabbage Patch dolls were part of the Nexium cult.
But so I have a very vivid memory of I got my first Cabbage Patch doll. I couldn't wait. I was 10 years old. I got him for my 10th birthday. You get the birth certificate, and I was able to rename him, right? So you send that thing, and you get the birth certificate back. And so mine was named Casey Jr. I was so excited to get this thing, right? And
the Cabbage Patch doll,
the Cabbage
really?
Patch doll. I was so because it was the thing. I was 10 years old too.
Right.
It was the thing. It was the thing that everybody had and whatever. My neighbor across the street, and I'm going to say your name. Your name's Wayne, and you're a piece of trash because he called me the slang word for a gay person.
Because you had a doll?
Because I had a doll. He was an adult, Kathy. This dude is probably like 30 years old. Called me, and I was so happy about having this thing for my birthday.
That's terrible.
And he called me
terrible.
that. Terrible.
What a jerk. How old were you? And
I
how
was
old were you?
10 years old.
10 years old.
And it was my birthday.
What a dick.
What a
I know, but like, oh my God.
Where's that dick now?
I have no idea. Wayne.
All right.
Terrible person.
How many times you asked that question in your life, Kathy?
God, where's that dick now?
When I need it.
There are so many dicks that I'm wondering where they are.
Yes. All right, back to toys.
All right.
Toys.
Okay, so
Casey's in therapy now.
American Girl dolls.
I'm out of it now. I'm out of it.
And then there was we already did another pre-screening. Like Marissa hosted that, right?
She hosted it last night at the AMC Fashion District.
It was last night, and then Casey hosted a screening last week
at the same exact place
for the movie Free Guy.
Yeah.
So
and while we were on vacation, we got a text from Casey out of nowhere explaining that things didn't go quite the way he wanted them.
So if it's possible to suffer a concussion without actually hitting your head, that's what I think you experienced, Casey.
Yeah, and so I don't want to. I'm hoping
I'll find the text. Here.
Okay,
I'll read it.
I'm hoping that I didn't lead you guys down in the wrong direction of where you think this story is going to go.
No, we don't know anything. We know that, but it was so heartfelt, the text you sent out, that we knew it had to, because there have been similar situations in all our lives. But this one seemed like, wow, this really had to be a little bit more.
Yes. So I have the text here.
Okay,
It
go
says,
ahead.
"Oh my God, I'm at the screening for Free Guy." And by the way, I sent you this text. I'm still there. I have not hosted the screening yet. Okay, I'm still there. I have already embarrassed myself, and I needed to go somewhere and be by myself, decompress for a second, and then I had to admit to somebody what an ass I am, okay? And just to sort of make myself feel a little bit better. And guess what? It didn't help. I still felt terrible. And I said, so they asked me to hype up the crowd and then introduce one of the stars of the movie. So this guy named Joe Keery, who plays Steve from Stranger Things, is in the movie Free Guy.
Yeah.
He was there to introduce the film, and I was there essentially to introduce him.
Right.
So I had come back I was on vacation in Wildwood. I had come back just to do this. I thought it was a really cool experience.
Real quick, had you met him like at this point, or is he still?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
By the way, he seems like he's awesome. I love that character, Steve from Stranger Things. He seems like I've seen him interviewed before. He seems like a cool guy.
He was a great guy.
Okay.
And I will say that, like, categorically, he was a great guy, and the movie is hilarious. It's a great movie. And the movie had been on the shelf for a year.
Yes.
They wanted a theatrical release, and so they were like, we're just going to wait.
Only theater.
And only theater. So, and then I just had a classic embarrassing moment. Like, it's a classic shut the F up, Casey, and walk away kind of a moment. I'm pretty embarrassed, but it's also a really funny story. So,
you said you weren't sure if it was going to translate on the air.
I'm not sure if it's going to translate on air.
Okay.
So,
well, let's hear it.
Well, deliver it in the original Farsi.
Right. All right, so here's the deal. This movie was at the Fashion District, the old Galleria, the AMC there. It had never been there. By the way, what they've done to the place, the whole Galleria, the Fashion District, is awesome. It's really, really nice. So I get there. Joe had gotten there earlier than planned.
From the movie company.
From the movie company. But I had also gotten there an hour early, so I decided to walk around a little bit.
Right.
Side story, but it also is part of the story. I went to a place called Wetzel's Pretzels. Have you guys ever heard of Wetzel's Pretzels?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Listen, I love Philadelphia Pretzel Factory, and I love Annie Ann's.
Yeah.
Wetzel's Pretzels is like the best pretzel I have ever had in my entire life. I couldn't, and I was so happy with myself for going, you know what? I've never had a Wetzel's pretzel. Let me stop by and try one, right? Hey, me. And this thing was amazing.
And you were really proud of yourself.
And I was really proud of and I couldn't believe how it was big.
Oh, is this hand shocked?
Yes. It was amazing. And I'm sitting there, I'm eating this thing, and I'm going, I think I need to open a franchise. I'm like, this is like I have just discovered gold for the first time. That was like amazing. So I get done eating the pretzel, and Hannah from Allied Advertising she's my handler, and she says, "Hey, Joe's here. I can bring you back to meet him." I'm like, okay. I decide to use Wetzel's Pretzels as an icebreaker. Okay.
Well, you were completely enamored of Wetzel's Pretzels. It would be ridiculous not to.
Okay. I've been sober almost 10 years.
Yeah.
Okay. I go into this place like I had just done 7 rails of coke. Okay.
You're hyped up.
I'm hyped up. Okay. And let me also preface this by saying I'm fairly aware of who I am as a person and what I am as a person. And sometimes I have, how do you say, no chill.
You have moments.
Yes. No,
I have these moments. But listen,
that's a valid criticism of yourself.
Right.
But as we've told you throughout the years, to put a tap on that would be throwing out the baby with the bathwater, because that same energy delivers so much greatness to what we do
on the radio.
On the radio.
Okay.
In person,
Sometimes
the radio.
you
With a
have to
stranger,
yes,
might be different.
So
yes.
like
someone who's never met you, who's in a new town promoting a movie.
And there are 3 people in this room that have never met me. And so, as the great Ted Lasso once said, know thyself, rest in peace, Socrates. I did not realize as I was going off the rails what was going on here. So I'm brought into this room. I go off on Wetzel's Pretzels. As it turns out, all 3 people in the room have heard of Wetzel's Pretzels before.
Oh, good.
And yes. So it
was relatable.
It was relatable, and we had this in common.
You picked the perfect icebreaker.
All right. So I meet Joe. Joe's a great guy. And then I meet 2 of his handlers. One of them, the female, was from Disney, right?
Yeah.
So she was his handler from the movie company. Hannah, who had brought me in and introduced me, has now left this room. We're in like this office, and I just go off the rails. That's all. Like, I was just being nice. I was being a nice guy, and I just didn't shut up for like 5 minutes straight. And
that's sometimes your Caseyism. Like, you don't know when to to end it.
Yeah.
Is that what it was?
Well, so I had 2 or 3 different times talked myself into a corner.
Well, let me jump in here also. Throughout the years, and it used to be the thing where I had asked, if you realized this story was not going anywhere, and then an asteroid hit the Earth.
Yes.
I asked you to say, and then an asteroid hit the Earth, and we all died.
Right. So there were a couple of, and listen, this is Steve from Stranger Things, and I, and prior to this, I thought maybe I was going to have to do a Q&A with him, so I did a little bit of research about him, and so I knew a little bit more about this gentleman. And as it turns out, I wasn't doing a Q&A. I was just introducing him, and that's fine. Yeah. So. Hannah's not there. I know, like, I have to leave. I have to get out of here. Like, I am, I'm
in a pretzel loop.
I have overstayed my welcome. I have moved on from pretzels. I don't even know what I don't know what the bridge from pretzels to Van Wilder was. But now I'm at Van Wilder, and because Ryan Reynolds is in Van Wilder.
Sure.
All right.
Sure.
So, and I'm relaying the story.
Another icebreaker.
I had a really great interaction and encounter with Ryan Reynolds at the Van Wilder screening and press junket in Panama City, and I'm relaying this story, and then I just hear a knock at the door. And I'm like, okay, let me answer the door. It's Hannah from Allied Advertising. So I open the door, and she goes, hey, there's some people out here who want to have their picture taken with you. And I go, oh, okay, And I start walking out the door. I get halfway out the door, and I go...
You weren't talking to me, were you?
Wait, no. No.
No, what?
She was talking to me.
Okay, all right.
All right. But I kind of made a joke like, Joe, no, they want some pictures. She goes, no, they want pictures with you, with me. I'm like, oh, okay. And I walk halfway out the door, and it dawns on me that there's nobody out there to take pictures with me.
Oh my God.
The girl from Disney
Oh, God,
essentially texted Hannah like, dude, get this guy the F out of here.
Oh no. Oh no.
Right? And it dawns on me, and I step out the door.
Oh God.
And then I turn back. I go, wait a second.
Oh God.
I go, did you send her a text message to tell her to come and get me?
Oh no. Oh no.
She did. She flat out did. I go, you did. I go, it's fine. I go, I get it. I go, I'm so sorry, man. Listen, sometimes I have no chill or whatever. But I go, I know you totally did that, right? And then I shut the door and I walk away with Hannah and I go, did she send the text message? She goes, yeah, she did. I was like, oh my God. And listen, I don't care that I called her out on it. I don't.
No.
Like, that's
if you're going to do it, you got to own it.
Yeah. I'm like, and you did. I don't know what the text to Hannah said. I don't know if it was like, hey,
get this guy
can you get this guy? I don't know if she was nice
Please
about
get him
it.
to talk about pretzels again.
Oh my God. But
I mean, we're closer with Hannah than them. You should really ask I want to know what the text said.
I would, you know what? I will ask her, but she confirmed that no, there was nobody out there to take pictures with me. So now I'm standing outside of this room, and there's a step and repeat background. Nobody's there to take their picture with me, and now I'm like, oh my gosh, like.
Now you're thinking.
I was a child at this point, like I was so embarrassed, and I was like so inside my own head, and I was like, this is terrible. I am so embarrassed. I almost felt like crying, and then because I was depressed, I was like I legit got depressed at who I am as a person, like, and then I was like a little bit mad. I'm like, but I wasn't. I was being nice, you know what I mean? Like I'm a nice person, but like.
Real quick, I would like to congratulate one of our former calendar girls and good friend of the show, the lovely Ashley Gallo. She had a baby. Yay! They had a baby, so congratulations. It is Naomi Mila. And she was born, she was born on the 10th, 5 pounds, 15 ounces. 19 and a quarter inches long. So cute baby. We're looking at the picture. They got her all bundled up with this little bow on her head. So that's cool. Congratulations, man. That's welcome to the club. It's a great ride. You shall enjoy. So we're very, very happy. All right, let's do the Bizarre File.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by Monster Mania. Come see the biggest names in horror this weekend at Monster Mania Con 50.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and it's going to be at the Doubletree in Cherry Hill, New Jersey, and tickets are available online at monstermania.net. We'll start with this kind of fun story. A Nevada home buyer literally got more than she bargained for after ending up with an entire swath of lots in a subdivision in the west central part of the state while buying a single-family home. So she was originally purchasing a single-family home in Sparks, Nevada, valued at almost $600,000. However, the county assessor and the recorder's office had records showing the buyer gained not just that property she was buying, but also 84 extra house lots and 2 additional parcels in Toll Brothers Stonebrook development.
So it was a clerical error. She was not charged more, was she?
No. The properties include several home sites that have already been built on and sold, and at least 64 of the lots were put under the buyer's name as of Saturday.
She became a land baron.
The transaction was flagged by the assessor's office, which says it quickly notified the title company involved about the issue. The culprit apparently was all it takes is 4 keystrokes to accidentally give someone the title to the property worth millions of dollars. And
You own Manhattan.
That Westminster title may have copied and pasted a legal description from another Toll Brothers transfer when preparing the homeowner's deed for recordation. So apparently they accidentally had her purchasing 86 properties that were transferred in error, but they got it straightened out. But for a moment, she owned 86 different properties. State police in New York arrested a driver for having a forged inspection sticker on his car. You got to see this thing. It's a Post-it note with just scribbles on it. New York State police
I got inspected.
Said that troopers arrested Brandon McRae after seeing the inspection sticker during a traffic stop. A photo of the sticker shows it to be crudely hand-drawn with the letters NYS in 2023 visible. Troopers said that McRae will face a felony charge of criminal possession of a forged instrument. His car... Did you see it? Yeah. Pull that back up. That is it's just a piece of work. McRae's car had not been inspected since February 2021.
Went to the trouble of writing the month, the months around the boxes, yes.
Yep. This is a messed up story. Yeah, we're looking at it again. Messed up story. A well-known real estate agent and media personality in Brampton, Ontario, was viciously attacked in broad daylight in his own driveway by 3 men, 2 of whom appeared to be wielding an axe and a machete.
Oh, my God.
Peel police, or that's the name of the town. Peel police said that it happened around 8:15 in the morning on August 4th. The victim was Jyoti Singh Maan. Is seen approaching his Jeep as he's getting settled in the driver's seat. He's approached by an axe-wielding suspect and slams the door shut. Video shows the suspect swinging his weapon in full force at the driver's side window, breaking the glass on impact and removing the window completely on the second swing. As man opens the door, 2 other suspects enter the frame, one of whom is armed with what appears to be a machete. The 3 men dressed in black and wearing masks are then seen savagely attacking the man while they pull him out of his vehicle. Man attempts to escape his attackers by running behind the vehicle, where he's caught and attacked for another 30 seconds before a woman, his mother, exits the home to intervene. Once the suspects flee, man's mother can be seen running to her son, who is not seen for the remainder of the video. He survived, by the way.
So this is obviously clearly a targeted attack.
Yeah, they said it most likely was not a carjacking. Like, they knew who this guy was and they were going after him. Once the suspects flee, emergency crews were called to the scene shortly after the incident. Police cannot speak to the extent of his injuries, said he's currently in stable condition. He's a well-known real estate and frequent agent and frequently appears on his own podcast, in which he discusses ongoing issues in India. His injuries included an amputated big toe, the loss of mobility in one of his hands, and has received upwards of 25 stitches. Investigators say the incident was targeted, not related to carjacking, but that the motive behind the attack is not known at this time and no arrests have been made. It's pretty brutal.
When I get in the car and close the door, I immediately lock the door.
Yeah.
Because you are at your most vulnerable at that point in the deal. And if someone has been eyeing you, or carjackers, which they do often, they wait for that moment and they come in for the kill, so to speak.
In Washington State, a family is without a home after losing everything in a weekend fire. Neighbors described the scene as chaotic. They described ammunition going off and 2 Teslas exploding in their driveway. The noise caused next door neighbor, Mark Wynn, to race outside. He said, I started freaking out, ran outside. I saw that their house was on fire, and that's when I was like, yep, I got to get everybody out of the house. Got to get in action. Pow! Wynn helped his family and his neighbors run to safety. Fire crews arrived quickly, but were met with two major challenges. Or was pow, the Teslas exploded?
Yeah,
I don't
they
know.
do that too.
The first was handling the first was handling the ammunition that was being stored in the home's garage. The fire scattered the ammo in all directions, leaving casings exposed. Once the fire was extinguished, and
What a
crews
freaking nightmare.
They had to stay back to avoid stray bullets. A freaking nightmare.
Tesla. Once they set on fire, you can't put them out.
The other challenge firefighters faced was extinguishing the two Teslas. While the cars didn't start the fire, they can be difficult to contain. Many electric cars use lithium-ion batteries, which are a major fire hazard. These batteries burn hotter and faster than most others, can reignite days or hours later, and cause electrocution if not extinguished properly.
Do you remember that story that we had? I think you had it recently, where they simply could not put the car out. So they had to bring it to the middle of a parking lot, an empty parking lot, and just let it
burn
continue burning.
Yep. All right, and then this last story, this is pretty wild. South Korea's capital city will ban basement apartments like the one depicted in the Oscar-winning movie Parasite after at least 4 people drowned in their homes during heavy rains earlier this week. And they depict that type of thing in that movie Parasite.
Yes, they do. Absolutely. It's a very tense scene.
At least 11 people in Seoul are dead following devastating floods, which occurred after the heaviest rains in the city in 80 years. As of Wednesday, 7 people were still missing. 17 had been hospitalized. More than 800 were evacuated during the floods.
I had 2 basement apartments during my bachelor days.
3 of the deaths happened in a basement flat, a type of home that's called a banjia. The 3 women were found dead on Monday evening after reportedly attempting to call for help, and another woman living in a separate apartment also drowned in the floods. City officials said Wednesday that they will no longer give out construction permits for the Banjia homes, and that owners would have 20 years to convert current flats into non-residential uses. So they're just not going to make that type of dwelling anymore.
Right.
All right, and there you go. That is the end of your bizarre file. We are going to take a break. When we get back, let's see how you've been doing, paying attention to the program today. Lesson question is up. We'll get trash and music news as well. Not too far off from that. Our Word of the Week prize is going to be given away. We'll be back in a moment.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Get what you want when you want it.
Stop being such an a-hole.
You were excited over pretzels.
I was excited about
that. Was the problem. You were excited over great pretzels, and
I still want to open a franchise, and it's not that expensive to open a franchise. My wife said, no, I'm not allowed to open a Wetzel's Pretzels franchise. And I was trying to think of, like, where could I open a Wetzel's Pretzels franchise? Where could I?
I thought this would have been you going, I need to go back and apologize right now, and then go back in there, and then they're with this guy again. Okay, we can't get rid of him here.
What was the converse? Like, what was the... There was no conversation, right? Was it just you talking and not ending?
Right.
All right. So, no, I try to get people involved in said conversation. So the questions were asked, I think, I'm pretty sure.
Do you recall a real
Waiting for an
exchange, like a conversation, or did you ask them to write down their questions and submit them to you?
I don't know.
So was there any point at which...
I don't know.
I'll tell you what, there were questions asked, and you didn't breathe to let them answer.
I had another moment over the weekend, too. Where
Well, wait. Before you go to that, to this point, did you encounter them again? Did you get a chance to apologize to him, our buddy from Stranger?
I talked to the guy.
Yeah.
All right, so I never talked to the girl again from Disney. I talked to the guy. So I had gone into the theater after I had walked away and hung my head in shame for 10 to 15 minutes and texted you guys to try and make myself feel a little bit better. I was then asked to go into the theater to let people, because they collect your phones a lot of times before. So they had just gotten approval to let everybody have their phones back, and then I announced a surprise to hey, by the way, we have one of the stars here, so if you want to take a picture while he's in the theater, you can go get your cameras now. So I did that, and then I brought Joe on to the stage, and while Joe was addressing the crowd, I talked to the gentleman. I go, yo, man, I'm so sorry. I go, listen, sometimes I have no chill. And he was so cool. He goes, dude, he's like, you were fine. He's like, he's like, I want to hear the rest of the story. I'm like, this guy, you're
Was
lying.
he texting while he said that?
No. I'm like, you're lying, but thank you so much. I appreciate it. And
you know
then
how sometimes we have these events and there's the person who's in charge of making sure that the other person's okay.
Yeah.
I wonder if the publicist did that on Joe's behalf and he didn't care at all. You know, like
there's a good chance that was the case.
And
like I said, I
she's
wasn't
just trying to put up a barrier and you know, get out in front of a situation, because I've been at these things before, and I've been at them with you. And you're just friendly, and you're you. You know, you're totally fine. But every now and then, somebody gets weirded out.
You're speaking the truth. 9 times out of 10, it is not the celebrity who has put these restrictions on. It is the handler.
Or it could be like that scene in The Running Man where Richard Dawson, the guy who mops over his feet, and he goes, "Hey, you're doing a great job." And he walks in the other room. If that a-hole is working here, later on today, you're going to be mopping the floor. But is there a chance maybe we could see about getting Joe on to talk to him and just say,
"Hey, are we okay?" I'm really sorry.
I'd love to talk to him. I'd love to interview him anyway,
I would too.
but,
I really would love to have an opportunity to perhaps.
Well, go to the Disney rep. She was impressed.
Yeah, I know. No, here's the deal. If we were to get Joe on, he's not gonna be like, yeah, dude. He's going to be very diplomatic in that. But
Casey, I have had more moments in my life like that where I've walked out of a room and just felt horrible about myself for whatever way I reacted or have just presented myself, and it's a common thing, you know. I mean,
I told you guys about this.
It lives in you.
Yeah, it does.
I told you guys about this, and I'll just call it an argument that I had in a Wawa parking lot too long ago, and I felt worse about this encounter than I did about that encounter. Like, I really did. I felt worse about myself.
And that one almost came to blows.
No, it did.
Yeah.
It did, and I won't go into details, but I will let everybody know that I was in the wrong to begin with. But I had a very similar experience on Saturday night at the Fish concert. I was talking to a gentleman named Dave who he was telling me about these guys that were standing behind me, and one of the guys just so happens to be a guitarist of a band that I actually just started listening to, and I was like, what? You know? And
Pretzels!
I'm like, oh my God, Corey Wall!
Pretzels! I like pretzels! Do you like pretzels?
You ever had a Wetzel's pretzel? No. So, guy's name's Corey Wong, and he's the guitarist for a band Wolfpack. And
I love Wolfpack.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So do I. And I started going a little bit off the rails. And then Dave, who introduced us, he sort of had to qualify. Hey, this guy is the producer for the #1 morning show in Philadelphia, and that's what he says. And I'm like, oh, man.
I did it again.
I'm doing it again. I'm like, he's totally he's saying to this guy, this dude's not just although I am.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, all right, let's reel it back a little bit. But this one time when you did the thing, no. So I tried to reel it back.
Pretzel bread. I like bread. So listen,
I didn't feel as
you
bad about
probably
that
felt
encounter.
it was worse than it was because now you were hyper aware of it.
Yeah.
I'm sure it wasn't that bad.
It's challenging though too, because when you're with friends, when you're with loved ones, everybody smiles and nods and it's cool. When you're with strangers or somebody you've never met before, it changes the dynamic. And you have no idea what was going through Joe Keery's head. I'm sure he's fine and probably hasn't thought about it since then.
Right. Well, and
or that's the subject of his new movie.
Now, I've also been on the receiving end of a few of these experiences, right? You know, people listen to the show and they're huge fans. Or, somebody will introduce me to somebody who clearly doesn't listen to the show, and that's fine, too. And now these people have to act like, oh, yeah. And I'm like, you don't have to.
Okay.
Right.
It's okay.
It's okay.
Yeah.
You don't have to listen. I know you don't, and it's fun. But because of that, because of my experience that I had with Joe Keery, and to anybody if you want to come up and say hi to me at a restaurant or a Wawa or where, please do it.
Absolutely.
Because the deal is, I don't have a job if it's not for you that's listening right now. It's just, it's as simple as that. All these great luxuries that I'm able to provide for my family are a direct result of you in your car or your home or your office or whatever listening to me right now. And so, same thing for you, Joe Keery. No.
Pretzels! Pretzels!
Wouldn't it be great if you guys open up a pretzel franchise, you and Joe Keery? You know?
I just want to own it by myself.
Local broadcasters open up a Wetzel's Pretzels with one of the stars of Stranger Things.
This is my thing. This is not Joe Keery's thing. This is my thing. And
I was trying to find a bridge.
No, there is no bridge. And you know what? And so at the very end of the night, an asteroid hit and we all died.
Right.
There you go.
So the worst part of this whole story, guys, is once I got done introducing the film and I walked out of the movie theater, I went to go to Wetzel's Pretzels because I wanted to buy some more to bring home to my family.
They were closed.
It was closed! I was like, what did you do with all those extra pretzels that were in the display case?
When was the last time? When was the last time you remember an all-night pretzel place?
It wasn't that late.
hey,
it wasn't even 8 o'clock.
Was it as quickly when they introduced you to Joe? Was it as quickly? Hey man, how you doing? Hey, have you ever had Wetzel's Pretzels before? Was it that quick?
It was pretty close.
Yeah,
It was pretty damn close.
That I
I've
think
seen
is
you
the-
do that before.
Yeah.
I've seen you do that type of thing where it's like, and I know what you're doing. You're just looking to have a normal conversation.
It's an
with someone, so.
icebreaker.
You're gonna charm them.
All right. Well, anyhow, we have to take a break, I think, right?
Yeah, no, we do. As a matter of fact,
Because otherwise I would go to these calls, but we have to.
No, we got to take a break.
The regional manager,
Sorry.
Wetzel's Pretzels, is on.
Santa's got to go.
He's
Pretzels got to go.
The Northeast region and wants to talk to you about franchise opportunities.
Listen, the closest one here is at the Fashion District. I already checked, and they're in North Jersey, but that's the only one that is around here.
All right.
So
I can't believe the winner in all of this is Wetzel's Pretzels.
Right, big time.
You know?
You kidding me? And you got to swing this bigger for me.
All right. Yes, slower too. A slower cadence. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. Yeah. Oh! You got 2! Yeah! And he's getting prepared again. He's like a panther waiting to pounce. He jumps in. 2, 3, 3. Ah! 3! And he's doing the Irish jig. All right. Casey's spying his time. He's in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
All right, retire.
Wow.
Go.
That's how people die in this sport. All right, here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And here we go. This is where it all comes together. All those years of yoga. 2, 3. Yes! Yes! I'd give that 4. I'd give that 4.
Yeah. Squirrels have been laying down flat on their stomachs with their legs stretched out behind them and in front of them. Apparently, this slows them to a complete stop in the soaring temperatures. And though these small mammals might look like they're in stealth mode, it turns out they're trying to cool off. And Steve, it's called splooting.
Splooting.
Yes, squirrels have been splooting all over Texas.
Oh yeah.
And an expert said it's.
It's gonna be my regular Saturday night thing, baby.
He's gonna sploot.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna sploot.
I'm gonna sploot.
Ladies and gentlemen, John Dorn on a Friday morning. 10:23 a.m. The Preston and Steve Show. Letter Day Word of the Week. That's coming up. We're going to give that away in a few. But in the meantime, we got something else to give away. Ooh, a 4-pack of Six Flags tickets. And it will be a great weekend to go there because the weather's going to cooperate. So the question that I will pose to you is this. Who does Michael Jackson like to chat and hang out with in the afterlife? 215-263-WMMR is our number. Who does Michael Jackson like to chat with and hang out with in the afterlife? It was in the 6 o'clock hour. 215-263-WMMR. So if you're listening earlier this morning, you heard it and you remember it, we need you to call now. We'll do the trash while you're calling in.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, brought to you by the Leadbetters, a Pearl Jam tribute, August 18th. Come see them at the Twilight Concert Series at Cooper River Park. For more events and information, visit CamdenCounty.com. What's up this morning, Steve?
Well, Denise Richards saying she ended her marriage to Charlie Sheen in 2006 when she realized she would never let her daughters marry a man like him. Sheen agrees with Richards, saying it was better keeping them as friends with benefits.
Oh, my God.
Charlie Sheen. Madonna took a few falls while roller skating around Woolman Rink in Central Park on Wednesday night. The legendary singer was uninjured as the impacts were absorbed by the gel in her adult diaper.
I know. How old is she?
And finally, Steven Seagal catching flack for taking pictures at a Russian jail where 50 Ukrainians were rumored to have been killed. The now very plus-size Seagal says he was simply scouting locations for his proposed sequel to Hard to Kill, titled Hard to Breathe. And that's your Hollywood trash.
All right, thank you, Steve. We'll see if someone does indeed have the answer to this question. Who does Michael Jackson like to chat with in the afterlife? And we will go to Norman, see if we can get the answer. Hey, Norman, good morning.
Good morning.
All right, Norman, who does Michael Jackson like to chat with in the afterlife?
Babe Ruth.
Yes. The Sultan of SWAT. Hang on, Norm. We are going to give you a 4-pack of Six Flags tickets. You can keep the summer vibes rolling at Six Flags' newest festival, Summer Vibes, with 6 uniquely themed areas, mouth-watering eats, live entertainment, plus eye-popping spectacles throughout the park. For best deals, you can visit sixflags.com. All right, music news time. Here we go.
Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, it is brought to you by Horizon Services. You can say goodbye to dripping faucets, leaky pipes, clogged drains. Horizon Services, the area's top home services team, is going to take care of it all the same day, or it is free. Book in seconds at horizonezbook.com. Let's see, where do we begin? Tommy Lee gave fans something to look at early yesterday morning on social media. He posted a full frontal nude picture of himself, seemingly raised out of the bathtub, on Instagram, on Facebook, and Twitter with the caption, "Oops." That's what he wrote. Oops. The image has since been deleted from Instagram and Facebook. It will remain on Twitter at Press Time. It's still there. We checked it out earlier this morning. And yes, he's in full Tommy Lee mode, if you want to see that. According to Loudwire, 1.4 million followers saw the picture and or commented on it before it was removed from Instagram yesterday. His wife, Brittany Furlan, commented on the post simply writing, "Oh, my God." Weezer's scheduled residency at the Broadway Theater in New York City this fall has been canceled. The band was set to perform their entire season's project over the course of 5 nights beginning September 13th. However, Rivers Cuomo posted a message on his Discord server explaining that the shows have been axed, quote, due to low ticket sales and unbelievably high expenses. He said, "I just learned that our Broadway shows have been canceled due to low ticket sales and unbelievably high expenses. I'm very sorry to be telling you this now after we've already invested so much time, thought, and emotion. Extra apologies to those of you who cleared schedules and made travel plans to be with us. Thanks to Broadway producer for all of your hard work and great ideas. I loved where we were going, and I hope we can find a way to resurrect our vision." I'm shocked that he actually put in there that it was low ticket sales. That's something that usually bands and promoters kind of try to hide, but they went forward with that.
It's really funny you say this, Preston, because I got served an ad on Facebook the other day promoting to buy tickets. I thought it would be sold out.
Right? Yep, exactly. Nope, but apparently this just wasn't pushing.
I wonder what the show is like. It's obviously probably nothing like the Utopia show that David Byrne was doing, but
yeah,
it's probably, I'm expecting it to be more theatrical.
Yep.
Obviously, but
hopefully they find another theater. I mean, they put all the work into it, and they have a plan. So maybe it'll end up somewhere else. The band as a whole has not issued a statement confirming the cancellation. Travis Barker, who was hospitalized for life-threatening pancreatitis in June, has returned to the stage against doctors' orders. He joined Machine Gun Kelly once again on his mainstream sellout tour this week. Machine Gun Kelly told fans about it on Instagram and announced that Barker also had a broken thumb. Shared a photo of Barker holding up his manager's thumb, and then Barker added on his socials that he also had torn tendons. Barker doesn't seem to be slowing down at all. Earlier this week, he posted a photo of himself out in the water learning to wake surf. This was pretty damn awesome. It was a bittersweet reunion for Rush fans after surviving members Geddy Lee and Alex Lifeson performed together on Wednesday for the first time since 2020 and the death of Neil Peart. It was reported that the pair took the stage at Morrison, Colorado's Red Rocks Amphitheater as part of the South Park 25th anniversary concert and performed their classic Closer to the Heart, backed by Primus, and, of course, Trey Parker and Matt Stone. And we have a clip. I haven't heard this yet, so I'm interested to see how this sounds. Here we go. Getty and Alex. But they're gonna, I would imagine, take the best of both nights and put it together in one presentation.
It's funny. We were just watching a little bit of the video here in the studio, and they used the Canadian flapping heads because Alex and Getty obviously are Canadian. So in the animation style, they were made to look like those South Park characters.
I love it.
Who was playing drums?
I think Matt Stone was. I'm not 100% sure. I'd have to watch the video case, but their backing band was Primus and Weezer. So
that's so
not
cool.
Weezer, Ween.
Marissa was doing the same thing when she was trying to explain this to me the other day.
So I don't know if Matt was playing or not, because he and Neil were friends. He's been friends with the entire band for a long time. So, but I'm excited to see that. And one last thing: a 25-foot inflatable Ozzy Osbourne has embarked on a cross-country promotional tour in support of Ozzy's new album, Patient Number 9. The month-long tour kicked off with stops in L.A. and will close out in New York in the week of the album's release. Some locations will be revealed 24 hours in advance, while others will be a surprise appearance. So look for the giant inflatable Ozzy Osbourne. All right, that's it in music news. Yes, Case.
Press, I just want you to do something real quick. And you might have to explain to the listeners what's going on here, but I just want you to take a look up at the monitor here real quick. There you go.
Okay.
Oh, thank you, buddy.
I appreciate it. I told Casey. Tickets to Big Kahuna's Water Park for just $30. It's in West Berlin, New Jersey. Check out Big Kahuna's Flow Rider Surf Simulator or melt your worries away with a tropical journey on the Tiki Tides Adventure River. So it's going on now through Sunday, but you need to grab this. I mean, that's a hell of a deal, and it's not going to last long. Go to WMMR.com and use the keyword deal, and you can get 2 tickets to Big Kahuna's Water Park in West Berlin, New Jersey for just $30. We're going to come back and wrap up the show. Letter of the day, word of the week prize when we return as well. Stay there.
Thanks for having me.
No problem, man. Anytime, bud. So, dude, it's how long since you've been and performed Magic live? Has it been a pause on that, or we know you haven't been in the area performing in a little while?
Yeah, it's been about a year and a half, right? So we're just getting up and going and excited to do so.
I have to ask you because I mentioned this to Casey. I watched the series Hacks with Gene Smart, which I thought was very funny. You appear in that, correct? That's you as the magician in one scene, correct?
Yeah, it was one of those things where HBO called and they're like, "Hey, HBO Max," and the director's like, "Hey, we need a magician. Gene Smart's this comedian, and will you play yourself?" And I was like, "Wait a minute. So what you're telling me is you want me to be on an HBO Max HBO show as myself?" Yeah, I think I can make that happen.
Right. No, it was a cool scene because there was a big party and she's at this palatial estate, and Caitlin Olsen was there as well. And but that was, you had to be shooting that during COVID restrictions and stuff like that, right? Was there a whole bunch of, I mean, the party seemed packed, but I'm sure they took extra precautions.
Oh yeah, I mean, look, it's the insurance companies, right? So a ton of precaution. It's funny because it's like 6 seconds, right? It was like 5 days, you know what I mean? But it's like you get 6 seconds. What was really, really cool is when I used to play for the Bills, Chris McDonald, who's an actor in a ton of stuff. I love his stuff. He was Shooter McGavin. And
yeah, he's great.
He's from upstate New York, so he would go to a lot of games. So him and I would hang out like way back in the day. And so when I sat next to him, I was like, "Hey, Chris." He's like, "Hey, what's going on?" I'm Chris. I'm like, "Dude, Dornbos, long snapper, Bills." He was like, "Oh my god!" It's kind of we got to hang out for a few days, and he's such a nice guy.
He seems like a great dude.
Well, your beard is more pronounced right now, so maybe that was part of it too.
Well, it's called children. The grays are coming in. Give it a good shadow,
How many kids do you have now?
Yeah, one. I should have said child.
Oh, okay.
But a split personality. Yeah.
But my wife takes care of me too, so she has children.
Yeah, she's got two.
Hey, John, when you're putting together your act, your show, And I haven't seen, you've performed for us many times here in the studio, but I've never gone to your actual live show. What's it like? Because there's various types of magicians. There are people who put on a big, lots of pyrotechnics and effects, and there's people, the ones that I find more impressive are the ones who are mainly doing sleight of hand and really blowing you away with their storytelling and all the stuff that goes along with that. What's your style?
Well, perfect intro, because lucky for you, I'm a storyteller, sleight of hand, and we do some big stuff. So I'm really proud of the show. It's my life story. And so it's the ups and downs that I've had through life, the magic that I found along the way that got me out of it. It's inspiring. It's motivating. Look, we do some mind-blowing magic, obviously, because that's what I love to do. But I promise you, it's not like this gratuitous magic show where you just dance around and want to be David Copperfield. I love that. I just don't want to be that.
Right.
It's funny because the first... I grew up with like Blackstone the Magician and all these, and Houdini, obviously, and all this stuff. And there was that sort of presentation, the presentation where there was a narrative that would start to move in, where there was a story told through the magic, started to happen, I guess. Maybe it was Doug Henning, one of the first, who kind of did like a connected narrative with the magic. Is that correct, John?
Yeah. And Lance Burton did an interview way back when, and it was basically like the hardest part about magic is to get people to care. If I do a dove routine, why do people care?
Right.
And my style has always just gone towards telling personal experience and life stories that obviously, so when you tell a personal story, people connect to it, people relate to it, and then people start thinking about things in their life that are similar, right? And so it's a way to trigger. And then all of a sudden you do magic and it breaks down this barrier, this wall, and people become vulnerable like kids. And so now what you say to me is 10 times more impactful. Look, I'm a big fan of your show. I'm a big fan of rock and roll. I wanted to be a rock star. I can't sing, I can't dance, I can't play an instrument. Check that off the old box. But cards and magic became my instrument, and now the ballad or the jam can be whatever it is you say around it.
That's awesome.
John, did you happen to see a special on Hulu called In and of Itself with a guy named Derek Delgaudio?
First of all, huge fan of Doug Audio. I'm like the only magician that has not seen this yet. I have no excuse. I've been wanting to see this. I heard it's phenomenal.
It's just really super unique, and that's what I think is really cool about taking what you do and putting a unique spin on it. And he's very much tells the story of his life as well during that show.
I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to make a promise to the Preston and Steve show. I will be watching it tonight.
All right.
Nice.
But it's similar in your life story, which has so many. I mean, if you were to just get up and do a TED Talk about your life, that alone would be interesting. You have such rich fodder to draw upon for the magic. But as you start to develop a show and change it and alter it, and add illusions and tricks or whatever you like to refer to them as, where do you get the opportunity to go do that? Do you have a warehouse, or do you have, not that you're like David Copperfield making planes disappear or whatever, but do you have an actual lab or something that you go to where you work on this stuff?
Yeah, I have a lab. It's my house at Oak Brook Circle. And
That's it.
And that little garage over there on the side that we don't quite use, that we don't know what to do with the lawnmower, so we shove it in there.
And it's that simple. You just go in and a room in your house and.
Yeah, you know what? I got a great creative team, and so Blake Voigt, Danny Garcia. Danny Garcia is the guy behind David Blaine, all his TV stuff for years and years.
Well,
we're really good friends. Yeah, we're good friends. But what these people are really good at is when us three get in a room and we jam, it's like songwriting, right? Some people just gel, and it's important to know one another's style. And so they kind of get my style, and we just create stuff, which is fun.
It's funny because so many musicians and magicians, and the words sound very similar, by the way. But you'll take a chord progression and turn it a little bit and make it something new. And I get that impression as being the same with magicians. Okay, there's this old style trick. We're going to turn it, do this, put this narrative behind it, and make it something new. Is that a large part of what you do?
Yeah, I mean, it's like music. There's like 5 chords. Am I right?
Yeah.
I should know that. Six chords. Well, magic, there's 5 things you can do, and I should probably know these 5. You can disappear, you can reappear, you can change. and there's like 2 other things you can do.
Right.
So it's taking a spin on that.
You're getting a little too intricate for us.
Well, let me ask you.
I was expecting manipulation. Some of these other
You change, you disappear, you come back, and then there's 3 other things.
2 other things.
So, all right. So there have been some in the magic world. There have been some constants, obviously, but there has been new variables over the years in technology and stuff. And over the last year, with being able to do things via Zoom and virtually, has that presented itself any new opportunities for you?
Yeah. So in the Zoom world, which is here we are. I did a lot of like keynotes. Believe it or not, the virtual keynote speaking market was out of this world, right? And so I'd be able to do tricks through Zoom, which is kind of cool. I created a few things. Now it's a completely different medium. It's a completely different way of doing things. Right now you're isolated in this little frame here. So, it was a fun, challenging time.
Do you get called? I mean, obviously, I know when I was doing stand-up comedy, I used to do corporate gigs fairly often. Is that still out there? Substantially with so many people working from home and all that change because of what we just went through. Is that still a rich area for you as a magician to work in?
The Zoom market?
The corporate, corporate events and things of that nature. Yeah, is that a big moneymaker for you without getting?
Yeah, but
I don't need a dollar amount.
Yeah, baby, throw me the money. But not so much as a magician. Like I said, I get hired out as a speaker, and I get to do whatever magic I want within that.
I got
One of the best advice I ever got was my rookie year, and this guy Kevin Elko, he's a speaker, and I was in the weight room. He's like, "Hey, I'll give you a couple $100 to go talk to these bankers." I was like, "I'm in." He goes, "You know that stupid little pencil trick you do?" I'm like, "Yeah." He's like, "They'll eat it up. Tell your story how you went to college." So I was like, "Okay." And then afterwards, he literally pulled me aside and he goes, "Listen, kid." I was 23. He goes, "Listen, kid, I'm going to give you some advice. Look, the magic's cute. I get it. You need to be a speaker, and you'll thank me for it." And so I've been a speaker ever since. And obviously, the cap that companies are willing to spend on a magician is quite a bit smaller than a speaker.
Right.
And so
true.
Hey, you can call me whatever you want.
Just a reminder, John's going to be at Borgata Music Box on Friday. 2 shows, by the way. John, so what role does football play in your life now? Just a observer or anything else?
I have some friends call me here and there, and they'll have because a lot of the guys I played with now are coaching either high school, college, or whatever, and they'll have a snapper or a specialist. And they'll say, "Hey, man, can you work with this kid? Can you give me some advice?" And we can do it over Zoom. We can do it live. And so I'm just kind of like the guy that
anytime I end up listening to that program, I walk away in a great mood. So
are you going to let Jackie know that you're tuning in? Because he'll do something for you.
No,
okay,
probably not. I like being a fly on the wall when it comes to listening to that.
I just want to say something. I think this week was the most fun on the show that I've had in years.
Really?
Wow. Yes, Monday through Friday.
I have enjoyed the program, too. By the way, Steve had to step out, so he's not going to be in here for the last break here. But this week, especially returning from vacation, it's kind of a crapshoot. Sometimes we come back and we're rested and relaxed and ready to go. Other times, it's like you just can't get it together. You can't get back into the swing of things. This has been a blast this week.
We got right back into it. I laughed so hard on Monday and then from that point on.
Yep.
Every single day.
So very, very much enjoyable. Thank you for joining us today. No guests really to mention, but Pierre Robert is indeed in the studio. How you doing, man?
Good. I love that you gave Jackie the shout out. He works so hard on that
great
program.
Show. Yep.
If as a listener you've never heard it, even if you hear the first hour and a half, right from 7 o'clock, he comes out of the gate with both barrels blasting. I've heard everything from Patsy Cline into Motorhead right next to each other.
Yeah, totally.
Last week I want to write them down because I want to mention them the following Monday, and then I always forget. Last week he did Tony Bennett, because it had been his birthday last week, into Sinatra, You Make Me Feel So Young, into Joe Jackson, and this just beautiful natural progression. It's how radio... this kind of radio particularly often was, where, it could just go all over the place. And he does, and he does it through requests and his own musical sense and a combination of what's going on. It's a piece of artistry, really.
You talk about working hard, and so, his shift ends at midnight. You know that I will see him regularly while I'm coming into work. Like he's walking out and I'm walking in. That's 4:40 in the morning.
I didn't say that there was sanity.
Just hard work.
I said there was artistry.
Artistry.
There's something incredibly.
And sometimes those two are intertwined.
There's
so.
something really wrong with them. No, there's
someday you're gonna have a long talk with him.
Long talk. I've tried to have a long talk with him. I've said no. You don't call Casey at 8 o'clock at night. He's got kids that are in school. I know he still does anyway. I said, don't call Kevin. Yep. You know, he's not, don't call Kim, the traffic lady. Because there's one commercial missing. It's okay.
It's all right.
The world will get along if, Joe's Market didn't get mentioned today. It's okay.
We're going to have a fun announcement regarding Jackie in the next couple of weeks. It's really cool. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Together.
He's doing a great thing tomorrow. He's doing a bowling party at the Brooklyn Bowl.
I saw that.
I don't have all the info on it, but he's, he always has something fun. And he and I were out last night at the Alice in Chains and Bush and Breaking Benjamin show, which was a great, great show. It was like a mini Emma barbecue.
By the way, I wonder if he knows how to bowl. I wonder if he's ever actually done it before. Right. Jackie's so funny. He's done so many things, and then there are other things that he just has no clue about.
But he's not exactly
bowling might be one of those.
A sportsman, although
he's
I don't know.
He's listening right now, by the way.
I'm
getting so many text messages.
Okay.
He wrote artistry. I love rock and roll. Chucky, see me in my office. And there you go.
Jackie, have you ever bowled? Text in now.
But I mean, the other thing is he'll send you texts or with pictures that make no sense.
No.
I know.
Whatsoever.
What are they?
To all of us. I get them, and I'm like, what am I supposed to do with this? I don't even know what this is.
Or he'll send me a picture with him and an aging rock star. I'll go, who the F is this?
Yeah, and you know everybody.
And I pride myself on knowing a lot of them. And I'm going, this is the guy that played keyboards with Marvin Gaye in 1922.
Right.
Oh, isn't that nice?
XOXO.
Yeah.
XOXO, or a picture of his father holding a single from 1910.
Yes.
So I mean, he's effing nuts.
Yep.
And I love him.
Yep.
And he's one of the most beautiful human beings, and he's got a soul, a heart of gold, and a soul of gold, and he's a lovely human being.
He has bowled. He says, I need a light ball. I have no muscles.
Okay.
Okay.
Right, we'll get him a light ball.
Here's one that he sent Kathy.
What was that?
Jesus, God Almighty. It's the very best of Lou Monte.
It's a picture of a CD and says the very best of Lou Monte.
That was $3.99, by the way.
Wow. That's like me talking about the Don Scaletta Trio.
And it's the original master recordings,
Well, of
too.
course.
$3.99.
Collector's item.
He's probably got the entire Slim Whitman catalog.
Yeah. All right, well, listen, we got not the Slim Whitman catalog to give away, but some money. You want to help us with the letter, sir? Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter
D as in dog.
All right, D as in dog. You now have 5 letters, and for that, we will take caller 5 then. 215-263-WMMR, the number. Let's see if you know the word of the week. And we got the prize over here to give to you. I meant to ask, I didn't get to hear, how was Gavin Rossdale yesterday?
Oh, it's great.
Yeah?
Couldn't have been nicer. He spent the 2 o'clock hour with us.
Oh, that's awesome.
I found this great thing where Breaking Benjamin is playing in Nevada, and Ben does this intro about one of the first shows he ever saw. He drove 3 hours to. It was a Bush concert. He was in the pit, and he looked up, and he was singing every word. He goes, and Gavin looked at me once, and I was so moved. And he goes, and guess what? He's here right now. And Gavin comes out, and they sing an Alice in Chains song, Wood. And I have a really great version of it live.
Cool.
And it was done 2.5, 3 years ago before those two bands knew they would even be on tour with Alice in Chains. So the synchronicity of it is quite cool. And I played it while Gavin was there, and he put the headphones on, and I thought he would take the headphones off and go, oh, this is cool that you have this. And he did not take the headphones off. He listened to
the whole thing.
And then we talked. I said, so how come you didn't take the headphones off? He goes, I wanted to see if I effed up in the song.
Wow.
Nice. But I didn't, so there you go. He's a delightful human being.
What's on today's show?
They nailed it. It was like getting an opening act. I mean, they were the opening act, essentially. They were on at like 7 o'clock. There was another band, Operation Lifehouse, or I'm sorry, I can't remember their name. But but they gave a headlining set as the first band, then Ben, and then AIC. On the show today, we've got Elvis Costello. We've got and he's at Parks this weekend. We've got Red Hot Chili Peppers. We will do a combination block of Styx and Loverboy, who are over at the FM Center tomorrow, and Rio Speedwagon.
Rio. I love Rio Speedwagon.
I know. And there's a chance that we're going to speak with Brandon Flowers of the Killers.
Oh, nice.
And we have a Killers weekend coming
up. And we have a Killers weekend coming up. So that is, if all goes well, that could happen today, too.
Nice. And by the way, was it the Life Project?
Yes.
Was that the name of the band?
Yes, sorry about that.
No problem. All right, let's see if we can get a winner. We're looking for caller number 5 who has the word of the week prize. Caller number 5 is Bill. Hey, Bill, good morning.
Oh, Durka.
Durka. All right, Bill, what's the word, man?
Conveniently enough, since we were just talking about Jackie Bam Bam, it is weird.
Weird.
Jackie Bam
You got it, Bill. And we are going to give you, it's plain and simple, it is $500. That's from the Bagster. So we congratulate you. We give you those 5 bills. All right, Bill?
Yes, sir.
All right, buddy. Hang on the line. We'll get your information. Don't forget the Bagster is by far the most convenient and affordable way to help with your home cleanup. You can go buy it at any home improvement store, fill it, and simply schedule your collection, and it is gone. Clean it up with the Bagster, dumpster in a bag. I'd like to thank our sponsors. The Preston and Steve Show has been brought to you today by Acme Markets. Fresh foods, local flavors, Acme official grocery store, the Preston and Steve Show. Also brought to you by Duncan. The Preston and Steve Show runs on Duncan. And by Trinity Rehab. Locations all over and now open in King of Prussia. Trinity-rehab.com. Next week on our program, comedian Kurt Metzger will be in our studio. Caroline Aaron, who plays Mrs. Maisel on the Marvelous Mrs. Maisel, and Esther Smith and Rafe Spall from Trying, which you can see on Apple TV Plus, and they will be in studio, and we'll add some other guests and other things to give away. That's it. We are done. Rage on. Have a wonderful, beautiful weekend, and we'll see you on Monday, gang. Bye-bye.